Morning, morning, morning. So yesterday, Zap went straight up as soon as 7 o'clock hit. I'm wondering if this SNGX does the same thing. Thank you, Norris. I love you too. Over 10, you got a big window to 12. We had him 0. Stop, 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 stop. VVPR is the one moving now. SNGX is taking a dumpy dumpy. Oh, missed it. 15,000 share buyer. There we go. Come on. Don't you dump. Don't you dump. Dude, why are we struggling here? $30 $75. Freaking A, man. Oh, we were right there. We were right there. Jeez. Wow. Didn't think VVPR would do it. I can't believe that's going. Is there news on VVPR or is it just going to go? Edge Lave. Thank you. Appreciate that. Just watching these two, VVPR and SNGX. Zap's starting to do a little work too. Really light volume here on SNGX, so when you see that volume spike, it'll give you the direction along with it. Trying it again. Thought this 50 would break and go. Five-minute would be 974. That would be significant on SNGX. So right here, you break the sky, we should get that pop. Not going. Taking the L. It's so tight here. About to do a 5-minute cuck under 933 here. This one. 1 minute. Be a 1-minute play. Let's put a 30-second chart on this guy. Yeah, probably that 520 break gets it going for a little pop. Yeah, there's your 5-minute cock. Shame. There's your 1-minute pop. Didn't go, so. The hell? So the 5-minute cuck here on SNGX hasn't done anything for shorts. So the cock is in play. Kind of have like a diagonal through here as well. That's kind of what I'm watching. It's got a chance. Needs to turn it up soon. VVPR is still the hot one. So VVPR again. Bryo Freeze, 34 months. Let's go. Neon Tiger, 42 months. Let's go. Watch that 5 break on VVPR. NAS. NAS. You. Jeez. NAS. It's juicing. Stumped out. And AAS over 86 might go. Yep. Shit. Why is this not going through? Oh, I put it at 5. That's why. Freaking idiot. I haven't heard Benzinga yet this morning. Nick had Nos called out and missed it. That 5 break was something. Dude, right through these whole and half dollars. This is so not normal. What you talking about there, Jack? Seal volume. It's a penny player from yesterday. What's up, Chief? Damn. Oops. Sorry about that. Damn, dude. The 5 minute on this is just so ready for a curl. Just can't believe it. Can't get going. There we go. We finally get in the first 5 minute there. VVPR back to the highs. Jeez. Can't believe that on VVPR. Jeez. It's impressive. Well, SNGX, that's the first 5 minute cock. If that's all it's gonna do, it's done though. It needs to do better than that. LGVN ripping. LGVN. Is there news on that? VRXP or VRPX, sorry. Wow, Alzheimer's. Take that. Alzheimer's disease. LGVN. Anything with that in the headline. At LGVN. Fill under the bid. What was the news on? No, that's positive results of swine model pilot study for Probuter. VRPX. It's got that window to 2. $100,000 share seller. Key. You know, just a 20th of the float, no big deal. Wow, that didn't go, did it? Huge rejection. It's just fun. Shit fills, dude. And rejection. Awesome. Horse shit. see if that holds. What long is that 180? Okay. LGVN's building out a 5-minute. Big volume there. Jeez. VRPX holding that too nicely right now. Is it a 5-minute? Yep. Two 8. LGVN back up. There's your 5-minute cock on it, LGVN. This level's 42. High day. The hell is that? Jeez. Okay. We green or back to even? Almost. The hell was that thing popping up on my screen there? Jaked. Jeez. Chip Wheatley, hello. Sorry I missed you, man. You're still here. That's a 3-point diagonal there. VVPR. 5-minute cock is 5:15. Did it break it? No. I'm in it. I see that I'm in it. E-turd. 20. It's good volume, but it is hitting a freaking wall. Now it goes. It is still hitting a massive wall here. Is there still shares? No. Hey, we're back to green. All right, potty break. Be back for 8 o'clock. Tesla's numbers that good? I have no idea. I think the focus on autonomous is what's cranking it. I could be wrong though. YYAI hitting the scanners. Anything that's hitting the scanners this morning, low float is run. BVPR back up. Jeez. Watch the 5 minute on VRPX. I mean, it's hot today. Just keep dropping. Big bidders. Just eat them up. Just eat them up. Okay, dude. Bazillion shares go through 350. Okay, thank you. IVP. See if you can break out of this. Man, there's a lot of shares being traded here. No, 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 no. Shares. Oh, yes. You gonna try it? Over $4. I'm insanely bullish on this thing. Oof. Golly, it's so thick. God, trying to get outside this channel. 385 can hold. Hold 4, you bastard. Yeah. Gotta lock some in. Go again. There you go, bud. So thick. So thick. $4.19 break here would be big. Someone puts 50,000. $4.10 needs a hold. I gotta go red on it. That 4 needs a hold. 403 area. It's buyers. Go. Spread your wings a little bit, you know? Spread your wings a little bit. It's really not getting out. It's respecting the Bollinger Band right now. Which is kind of crazy. 6 million share flow. Freaking penny spreads on this thing. 300,000 shares a minute. I hate it already. Love the daily break. Like the news attached to it. Hate the way it's trading. $4.10 trying to hold. Are you gonna break this 410 or not? There it is. There's the freaking volume. Oh, so this is the first one that sees a $50 and doesn't rip through it this morning. This is, look at that volume. Just traded a sixth of the float. So $5, massive level, right? Oh, I wasn't looking. Jeez. I wasn't looking. Just putting in my freaking lines. Damn thing tanked. Oh my gosh. Almost. Almost. So $5, big level. Not surprised we pulled back. Wasn't freaking paying attention. Let's see if 550 holds. 60. It's a 15-second cock is what I'm playing here. Holy dick. Holy dick. There's 5. See ya. trying to hold that 5. I have to take some off. And it goes to as soon as I sell 20-cent pop. Guess what, bitch? I still have half position. What's sad is I had this in my swing account and I sold like here. Don't make him mad. This is really gonna move, man. So they got approved for treatment of some sort of Alzheimer's, right? The market cap of this company is only 33 million. Advanced therapy designation. So they probably were approved for use already, but now they get maybe a designation on top of that. I don't know. Anything in the Alzheimer's world juices on any sort of news. That's why I was so bullish on this thing. If that $4 broke. Now we're in this window. You know, over 590, 585 level, whatever that is. I mean, it is thin. You're talking $12, $12.50. Let's do a prediction here. Alzheimer's. I said it right. Don't get on me. Suck a dick. LGVN break 10. Yes. This is today. 4 p.m. Get your predictions in. Does LGVN break $10? Holy piss. So 7 actually offered. Oh, and we're back through it. Wow. $15-second cock here over 708, which we hit, and it didn't go high a day. One-minute cuck. Get your predictions in. Get your predictions in. So there was a gap here on the daily chart that we just filled. 650 is now going to be offered as support if we hold that. I didn't even see that little gap there right here. So we've broken it, hit that 7 level. Now we're retesting it as support, which just broke down through it. What do I think? It doesn't mean it's going to 12. Doesn't even mean it's going to 10, but it's pretty thin through here, right? That was a fast move up. We are in pullback mode right now. See what it does. Don't like to see a dollar pull back, but that's what we're doing. Kind of a, if you look at a 15-second chart, you can kind of see here a bit of a falling wedge look to it. I mean, I'm kind of stretching it a little bit here, but that's the idea. Let's see if he can get outside of that and turn it around. And this is all happening right around the 9 EMA on the 1 minute. It could be $6. It's with 1 minute candles. This chart is a 1 minute chart. This is a 5 minute chart. This is the daily. This, when you were over here, is a 15-second chart. You can see it in the background, right? 15-second. So we're breaking this little wedge back up. Coincides perfectly with a 1 minute cock. First attempt probably doesn't go. There's probably so many people stuck from the 7 area. The second attempt is what I think if you go. $6.50. Nice hold on the first attempt. IWM. Let me look at. There's your break. Ooh, it broke 7. Right back under. Needs to get back over that. Sellers. Wow, a lot of buy volume there. Let's see if it holds up. Probably a 15-second cock sends it. It dipped pretty low there, so maybe over 94. They don't want this coming down to 650 again. Broken. Another 90 MA test. Let me look at your Russell. Damn, dude, that it looks great. It does look great. Aiden, I'm in it, homie. I'm in it. Ideally, we do not break the 610. We'll see. 90 May was nice bounce first time. Second time is going to be a little weaker. Good news is we didn't break this high here, so that's still on the table. 1 minute cock would be 47. Putting a lot of pressure here on this support area. Gotta get that curl. Here's your 1 minute cock. Is 50 gonna break? Doesn't feel like it. MACD is threatening to cross downside. Peggy moving? All right, that's 5 minute cock. That was my profit stop. Good trade. What's Peggy doing here? Peggy's over yesterday's high. BRPX is getting juicy again. Today's gonna be a bloodbath. I don't know these. It's a little worrisome. We've gotten so many small caps moving like this. Seller at 230. $2,700%. Jeez. Right off of this pivot here. FENG now hitting the scanners. Johnny, last time I dipped below is because I spent money. I haven't had a red day since, besides me buying a bunch of shit, which may or may not need to happen again. Got a weak 5-minute candle so far. That's okay. I'd prefer some 5-minute consolidation first. Wikes. Wikeses? Wikes? Wicks? Wixes? 2 months. Let's go, bud. That silver badge. Some good up volume there. Really nice. Get away from the 650. Yeah. Fang. This is getting into this gap here. I don't trust this thing, but sure is interesting. Still watching this LGVN. Yeah. 5-minute cook, 610 break. Let's see if that breaks and pushes it back down to 580. CC. This is Cater's play from yesterday. Is there news? Yes. New distribution, 30 million sales. It's pretty big. Market cap's only 27 million. Apparently, no one's going to move this. 40-cent spread. Okay. Fang's going now. Get me out. I've seen that play one too many times. We got a lot of haters today, Blazing. All right, so LGVN 5-minute cock did nothing. The 5-minute cuck is probably more important of what I'm looking for. This did nothing. So if we create like a W here, very bullish for move over 7. Yep, W is the play right now. Make it orange. Bollinger Bands are starting to squeeze this area. "30-second cuck is very tight as well. I'm watching on a 15. This is a test down. Another test down. It's a 1-minute cuck. buyers down there. All right. 638 would be the 5-minute cock right now, which could lead you to the W. Plenty of sellers still. I imagine there's buyers at 6. Yep. Oof. Still pushing it down. It's that 580 again. MACD is still nasty. 90 MA on the 5 is 575 range. I don't know what's up with soon, but it's hitting. Another push. Kind of got filled a little high, but I want to see this hold. I get filled it. All right, 70 break on the table. Bounced off the 90 MA first attempt. Mother of God. That just bottom tick this. Better not have. And it'd be green on that trade. Son of a bitch. Beautiful diagonal now. No. It's 5-minute cock. Did nothing. ATNF popping up here. Jeez. It's a sub 1 million share float. Chat rooms are in it now. Something to keep on watch as well is this IVP. It's not doing anything yet, but I mean, look at these levels. It's 350. Looking promising. LGVN. Another 580 test. FDA RMAT approval just means phase 2 trial went well. Good to know. Good to know. That's the first I've ever heard of that kind of designation. So really ugly that the 5-minute cock on this got you only a penny. So if you go down and break 575, this could flush pretty hard. Still support around this 585, which needs to be. Diagonal again on LGVN. So 5-minute cuck now. By 2 pennies. I mean, it's time to go. It's pop or drop time. Rip or dip. It's 612. can't short it, so the only way I can play it is if it goes long. Resistance at 6. Five hold or 6 hold, sorry. No. Yes? No. Go. Go. It's your chance. Boom. Do it. No. 610 to be on. Do it. 610, 612. Oh. Do it! Boom. Diagonal break. Let's hold it. Let's hold it. Let's hold it. Let's hold it. Easy there, bud. Come down. Come down. Here's 25. MACD's trying to curl. It's trying. Rip through this, dude. Rip through him. Rip through him. $630 breaks. I think we go. I accidentally clicked that. Okay. Well, worked out, I guess. Dip and rip. Sure looks like it. It's a cuck fail. Seller at 620 now. We're outside the diagonal. That's key. We just tested downside here and didn't do anything. Where you going, bud? Fire still at 6. Watch the flush and the break back above. It's kind of what I'm looking for. It's the first 15-second cock in a while. I'm gonna try it. Small size. Didn't do anything, then oh well. Right into a cock. Okay. Do another cock. In huh. Volume still dying off. Still waiting for that next move. Cuck. This doesn't go anywhere. You've got to think up. Oh, there's the push. Here's the push. They're trying it. They got it. Will it bounce right back through? Back above 6 and bullish, yep. Shit. Shitty fill there. True volume spike. Come on. It's a 5-minute cuck. It didn't do anything. Come on, MACD. Chat rooms are getting back in. Huh. Chat room's got in. It goes down. Damn it. Where are we at on the day? 7. All right, I'm gonna take my 5-minute break. I really like this LGVN. It's probably gonna take the open for it to get going crazy again. Either way, but good morning. Holy dickory. Did it really hit 6? BRPX trying to go and went. Cost moving, SNGX moving. The RPX juicing. 70-cent move there. SNGX on watch. I gotta get rid of this. Let's break it down. SNGX breaking my levels here. LGVN dump. Do you ever short the total market? Sweet. No, I don't, Jimmy John. IVP broke. That 350 level that we were talking about. Watch LGVN back over 6. That was a nice dump, and it's back up. $613 is the level. I think. 614. Okay. Frickin' A, dude. I mean, what is that? What is this candle? That took a chunk of my wins out. Went bigger on that one. IVP, pullback, Kava, pullback. Damn, Kava. Yep. Breaking out of this formation. Downside move. Go back to smaller size until we get some kind of compression on one of these. LNTH ripping. I want to say Chewy had a nice daily. Look at that. Yeah, this is interesting, right? No volume on it as of yet. Watch Chewy if it gets the daily cock. This isn't right. Is it? Yes, it is. Boom, baby. All right, 25. Okay, we got the daily cock. Now we 25.42 and it's juiced. 25.42 and we juice. That would be like a double bottom on the daily. Cash in a little bit here. Play around with the rest. IVP back to the highs. At 78. Okay. High here is 37. BRPX. Wow. I haven't heard Benzinga all morning. Is it just me? They are quiet. Okay. Keep refreshing it like there's something going to happen. Check the mentor cues and levels on chewing. Make sure I'm not missing anything here. Lazy. Way to miss the screen. Oh! Fix my headset. Drops 10 cents. SNGX coming up to that 10. Holy spreads, man. Aim for the nipple. Aim for the nipple. Oh, you almost got it. LGVN, it's done for now. I mean, it certainly can still do stuff, but a lot of sellers right now. What the hell is that? It's $5 levels kind of big, right? Oops, looking at the wrong freaking thing. Okay. It's a 5-minute Cox, not doing much. Tons of sellers on that LGVN still. Chewy 1 minute, setting up nice. A lot of wicks down here, not a huge fan of that, but you do have it needs a curl soon though. Then you're talking a 5-minute play if it doesn't go. DJT on watch. Nice little red to green move there. Again, you've got the Monday. You have the RNC convention where he officially will have the nomination. You've got to think there's something for DJT going into that. Nope. Almost went there. Got high day. All right, there's your 2542 with volume. Whoa. Taking half off of each position. LGV and curling. It's still got a ways to go. Here's the retest 2542. Really nice moves up on Chewy. Just needs to hold that 2542. Line in the sand. What's a good penny stock? None. I mean, they trade well at times. LGVN 5-minute 535 level could do something. This would be a 5-minute red to green you'd be looking for. You'd want to see VWAP break. You'd want to see 9 EMA break. There's potential. Okay, that's no bueno. Coming down here. Not good. You're gonna need to bounce right. I mean, that's a 5-minute cuck. I have to let it go. Get rid of that as well. So basically break even on the calls. IVP back to highs. VRPX flagging out here. This is 298. Might be prey. What is Silo? Oh, it almost went. Holy. When you've got 10,000 share buyer and it doesn't push the stock up, it's coming down. IVP, nice move. $100. Gosh. You can see the price compression on this VR PX though. It's there. It's not ready yet. Oh, maybe it's expansion down. IVP, nice move. Should we flirting with that level again? Dumpy. All right. Do I tell you when to buy a stock? I'm not legally allowed to, and anyone that does that that's not a financial advisor is probably doesn't know what they're talking about. If you're willing to give financial advice, like buy the stock now, and you're not a financial advisor, you're dumb. It's nothing else can I say to that. What we do here is we call out trade ideas, and it's up to you to take that trade idea. We can teach you trade setups for sure. Not within the first hour. For those that are new, the first hour is the busiest part of the day, 9:30 to 10:30 Eastern. is the busiest part of the day. So if you're asking questions right now, I probably will miss it. I'm not even looking at chat most of the time. Yeah, most volatile time of the day too, for sure. LGVN. Oops, wrong button. Freaking hate. Didn't hurt. Just trying to click this. All right, here we go. That's the okay play. That time I meant to hit the right button. This is top of some Bollinger Bands here. I wonder if it breaks. Still buyers. 530 profit stop for me. Should have done better. Second attempt. I'm just gonna take. I'm gonna take it. Should have done better. Over 540 would be bullish though. Oh, second attempt. There it goes. Nah, time taker. I'm not missing out AMD. Things just up right now. Let's see what this Silo AI is. Let me look here. Silo AI. Europe's largest private AI lab. This is them. Interesting. Halting up on NAAS. Would you say most money made is in the first hour of trading, or can you still do okay late day? It depends, Lawlin. I mean, your first hour is the most volatile for sure. Recently, it's just trend based. So recently, we've had movers 7 a.m. Eastern, and it's been pretty darn good between 7 a.m. and open. And then you've got the hour, and then there is a lull, but it's getting pushed back a little bit more and more. Now the lull starting around 11:30, it seems. The normal lunch lull is there, and we've had some decent stuff. I mean, it's hit or miss after one. So, but it's all trends, man. So like, if something is hot, like what was the? I remember the ticker. Was it SNGX the other day, or no? Zap took off at 7 o'clock. Well, if it took off at 7 o'clock, then people are going to wake up at 7 o'clock and be looking for the next 7 o'clock mover. the next day. So if 7 o'clock starts doing nothing, people won't wake up and trade it. It's so trend based. Yeah, good question. Thank you for all the follows. I see you, Deca, Sour Grenades, Lawlin. I'm crazy, Nate. Simone said those. Pitt, UCA, Shame, Diego, Haven, Ammo, De Sharquisha, Tom, Wuka Matarada. Freaking names. So yeah, first hour, it's crazy. If you want to ask questions, we're here to help for sure. But I probably am going to miss your question or comment in the first hour of trading. Mother of God, that actually scared me, Jake. Speed, SQ. You're at your 200. Yeah, that's a pretty big area, man. Yeah, it's a big area. It's like a soft pivot, right? Bounce, breakthrough, resistance, resistance, broke through, bounce, 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 broke through, resistance, broke through, bounce, the resistance, struggled a little bit, then broke through and held, bounce. So, I would say, I mean, as long as this area holds, you're good for a decent bounce, right? Maybe up to 70 and beyond. It's a good area. But if you break down below it, and block, is that attached to retail? You need to watch things that are attached to retail. Good God, how is Nike down so much? Nas, oh, thank you. What's the open on it? 510. Decent gap. Earning look good. Right now, none of the charts I was watching look at all good. Crap, garbage. That's the only thing that's moving now. Jeez. Jeez, juicing on that news, isn't it? All right, I gotta clean up this watch list. It is too thick. Jeez, that's up. GX not doing anything. Fang. Nas again. Chewy on rebound. We'll see. It's got to get over VWAP for me to like it. It had good volume on the initial break, just didn't hold. J Powell, thank you. Let's get him up and running. Probably doesn't say anything important, but we gotta have him up anyway. What time? What time does he go live? Isn't it 10? Yeah, it's 10. Whole market's a bubble. Whole market's a pump and dump. Whole market's a pump and dump. Proud boy, thank you for the follow. AMD is on some juice, man. Here we go.
Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any time. The hearing is titled The Federal Reserve's Semi-Annual Monetary Policy Report. We like creative titles here, and that is our traditional title for
calling
Humphrey
out that
Holiday.
Zap.
Without objection, all members will have
12:39
5
level, I
legislative
like it
days
too.
within
It's
which
that,
to submit
kinda
extraneous
red to green
material to the
idea.
chair for inclusion in the record.
You know,
I'll note at the outset
massive
this
gap
hearing has
down,
a
so
hard stop
close
at
at
1
18.
p.m., which we will strictly observe,
All it's done is
which seems only humane. I'll now recognize myself for
down
4
here.
minutes for an opening statement.
11.
Thank you, Chair Powell, for being back with us today. With prices increasing more than 20% since President Biden took office, inflation remains top of mind for American families. In fact, only a quarter of Americans describe current economic conditions as good or excellent, according to the most recent data from Gallup's Economic Confidence Index. Despite President Biden's gaslighting, inflation was not 9% when he took office. It was out of control. The out of control inflation we're experiencing now is something that this administration did not inherit, but is a product of their policies and their overspending. The nearly $2 trillion partisan and fiscally reckless spending as a part of the American Rescue Plan poured fuel on a smoldering inflationary fire. After a delayed response to runaway inflation, the FOMC has acted with a historic pace of interest rate hikes to ease the pain caused by Democrats' failed economic policies. It is a response, not the actual disease, but the response the Fed is trying to tame these flames, but it's a response to Democrat policies here on Capitol Hill in the administration. So far this year, inflation has been more persistent than many, including the Fed, previously expected. There's still work to be done to reach the Fed's 2% target. As I've repeatedly said, the Fed's, as I repeatedly said, the commitment to independence of the Federal Reserve is of utmost importance. And it is critical, especially in a political year like this. Just as, Chair Powell, just as you did in previous administrations, you must not allow politics to cloud the Fed's monetary policy. However, despite your best efforts, the Fed independence remains at risk. And unfortunately, calls are coming from inside the building.
Watching some studies on baldness.
Under Vice Chair Barr,
because I feel
the Fed's
like
regulatory and
one thing I'm
supervisory
scared of in my life
agenda
is just
has
going
become
bald. That's like the thing that
politicized.
would make you feel old,
Most
right?
notably, the development of the
man
Basel III
losing your
in-game
hair.
proposal has been a mess.
Some people believe
This process has been
that it's
cloaked in
from the
opaque
tightening
standards and
of
timelines set at
your
meetings
skin
of
on your scalp.
unaccountable global
This stays
governance
loose and
bodies.
and
the Fed
supple.
has promised to
This
process
tight.
410 almost universally negative comments.
So we just need to
public comments
we just need to
regarding
sit here all day
the
and
unjustified and underutilized
stretch that
initial
shit
proposal,
out.
or an underanalyzed initial.
the tightness restricts blood flow.
Recent press reports, which seem to be the only way Congress gets details on the Basel III endgame progress.
tight, baby.
And your comments yesterday indicate the Fed will finally conduct a long overdue quantitative impact study. That is welcome. And if true, this is a promising development. Chair Powell, the last time you testified before this committee, you stated that the initial Basel III endgame proposal will undergo, quote, broad and material changes, end
Fed
quote.
Chair Powell begins
Yesterday in the Senate, you said
his
the board
testimony
supports
at the Federal
reissuing
Reserve
the
semi-annual
updated
monetary
proposal for
policy.
public comment. I'm concerned that press reports also claim the Fed will tuck any
House.
changes to the proposal into this quantitative
The
impact study.
prepared remarks
That study,
today are
including the
presented
substantial
yesterday in the
changes to
Senate.
the proposal, would then be issued for public feedback with relatively paltry comment period. I'll reiterate to you
No, I never did the bun.
here
I used to
what
wear
I've said to you in private.
when I played
Broad
soccer.
and material changes to the Basel III
I used to put
endgame
I had like
necessitate
a small
full
leather strap I would wear.
proposal, full stop.
So
Full
it'd be the flow would still
Failure
go,
to
you
do
know,
so
it just would
will
stay
result in an
stay down.
immediate Congressional Review Act vote
It's
out
nice.
of this House of Representatives as quickly as we can possibly process it. Now, it doesn't have to be this way,
I'm 30
and I think the
moisturize,
Fed
I
adhering
act
to its
youthful.
longstanding principles
own the
here
baldness,
is highly
back
important,
hair,
especially with this
confidence, which you
interagency
have.
process. I'll close with this. Your steady
Zap,
and capable
coming back out here.
apolitical leadership of the Federal Reserve has shepherded our economy through extreme uncertainty. We now find ourselves in the midst of a new type of uncertainty surrounding the leadership of our nation. Doubts,
Gotta own the
fears, and
baldness,
panic
huh?
often lead to bad decision-making and even worse policy. I urge you to reject outside political pressure in this volatile time and stay the course for the good of the American people and our economy as a whole. Thank you for your service, and I yield back. I'll now recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Ms. Waters.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Welcome back to the Honorable
son of a
Jerome H.
dog
Powell,
water loving,
Chairman,
mother
Board
sucking.
of Governors of the Federal Reserve System. Chair Powell, as we saw with the latest jobs report, the labor market remains strong and the economy is surging. Despite inheriting an economy
real
from the
trick.
prior administration,
So marry
that
him
had the
while you
worst
got the
jobs
hair.
record since the Great Depression, President Biden has now overseen a record 15.7 million jobs created since he took office, with 206,000 new jobs created just last month. Not only that, but under the Biden administration,
Bollinger Man.
Let's take a Meta
low
META. Note this week's 550 calls
rising
coming in
wages,
active for Meta.
and
It shares at highs.
stabilizing prices for goods and services. This is not only because of President Biden's strong leadership, but also because of the historic legislation signed into law by President Biden, which has resulted
Can we
in
not
lower
have 20
costs,
cent
created
spreads?
more jobs, rebuilt our infrastructure, supported small businesses, eliminated
LGBN's still hanging in there,
mostly
man.
junk fees, wiped out more than $144 billion in federal student loan debt for 14 million borrowers, and cut child poverty in
What I
half.
don't like is the ass
President
keeps
Biden
walking down
is
in this
and will
state. Yeah.
continue to advance policies that are providing good-paying jobs and an
LGBN.
economy that works for everyone. Now, while I'm pleased to see that inflation is declining, the latest data makes clear that housing remains the #1 driver of core inflation. Since 2020,
No?
house prices have increased by nearly 50%, with Americans now spending, on average,
Shay's
over
in it? Yeah, dump it.
30% of their income on housing. This is a top priority for Democrats, but remains an afterthought for Republicans. Earlier this Congress, I reintroduced my comprehensive legislation housing package.
Still haven't gotten big on
including
anything because
the Housing Crisis Response Act. This bill provides
Haven't gone big on
more
anything.
than
Just feel like
$150
I'm
billion
gonna dick
in
sideways
fair
every time I
and
go along.
affordable housing investments,
And I have been.
representing the single largest investment in affordable housing
Where are we at?
in our
Plus
nation's
5? Oh,
history.
plus 6. Okay.
These
Still
funds
doesn't
would
count.
create nearly 1.4 million affordable and accessible homes, bring down housing costs for all, and revive the American dream of home ownership. Committee Democrats are committed
VRPX has a
to getting
W.
this bill across the finish line and continue to hold
on the
out hope
5,
that our
280 break.
Republican colleagues will finally join us in this effort. Unfortunately, extreme MAGA Republicans are not just ignoring housing inflation, they're advancing their Project 2025 manifesto that would dismantle U.S. democracy and the economy as we know it today. Project 2025 is authored by almost 24 former Trump White House staffers and Trump administration officials.
the break.
It was compiled and published by the ultra-far-right Heritage Foundation,
Can't hold.
whose CEO
Suck a
recently
dick.
declared that
Take
they
it
are,
back.
quote, in the process of a second American Revolution, which will be bloodless if the left allows it to be, quote, unquote. And if that kind of talk
Needs to
reminds
hold up.
anyone of the rhetoric we heard in the lead up to and on January 6, 2020, it should. Project 2025 promotes radical ideas
Small win.
to materially undermine
Needs to
the
hold.
Federal Reserve, if not effectively abolished.
All right,
MAGA
LGVN has a
wants to
5-minute
put
cock right now.
Put you out of a job, Chairman Powell. So I look forward to your testimony and hearing from
537,
you, a Republican who was first nominated by President Trump, about your thoughts on the importance of the Federal Reserve and the work you have done to help our economy. And I yield back.
You've got price compression in this
Yields
area.
back. I note for the records, Jerome Powell was initially nominated by President Obama to the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve before being nominated by President Trump to chair. So here
Ticker
we are.
CLE
We'll,
Charlie Lima
recognize
Echo
the
uniform.
Chair of
Share
the
seeing a
Financial
spike in activity, new
Institutions
highs.
Subcommittee,
CLEU.
Mr. Barr, the Andy Barr variety, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Chairman Powell. Runaway inflation and increased interest rates necessary to confront it continue to hammer Americans, and especially those living paycheck to paycheck. Workers and families feel the pain, making everyday purchases at high prices in the grocery aisles and at the pump. They have suffered years of eroding purchasing power in their paychecks under the Biden administration's economic mismanagement. Heightened mortgage rates make it prohibitive for new home buyers to reach the American dream of a starter home for their family. I am pleased
LNTH broke.
that the
Nice
Fed
call,
is
Nick, on that one.
resolute in getting inflation under control. I am pleased that
That's a good
you
call.
have committed to an apolitical approach to this. I am not pleased by the Fed's opaque, unjustified, politicized, and underanalyzed regulatory proposals, which will ultimately hurt all Americans. We need to know where the Fed is going on its fundamentally flawed Basel III Endgame proposal and its opaque regulatory approach. I yield.
Well, Chair now recognizes the ranking member of the Financial Institutions and Monetary Policy Subcommittee, Mr. Foster, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair McHenry and Ranking Member Waters. I'd like to also thank you, Chair Powell, for joining us today and for the role you have played in combating inflation and supporting a stable economic recovery. While the presidency is often the focus of political pronouncements about macroeconomic conditions, there's no question that that undersells the importance and the independence of the
still
work
moving.
of the Federal Reserve Board. While actions taken by the President and Congress certainly play a significant role, monetary policy decisions made by an independent Federal Reserve are the big dog in shaping macroeconomic conditions that shape economic outcomes for millions of Americans. And work continues on inflation, but significant progress has been made to bring the country in line with the Fed's 2% target. The good news is that macroeconomic policy is working as designed. Well-calibrated monetary policy with fiscal support from the American Rescue Plan, the Infrastructure and Jobs Act, and the CHIPS and Science Act has powered strong job creation and low unemployment while staving off a recession that many thought inevitable, and far better, I should point out, than our peer countries. While Democrats are committed to supporting your efforts to cut costs for American families, I yield back.
We'll now welcome the testimony of Jerome Powell,
What's up, C-Boss?
the 16th Chair of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors.
asked before,
Chair
but do you
Powell, you'll
like
be
cashews?
recognized
I
for
love
5
them.
minutes to give an oral presentation or
Usually
testimony. Without objection, your written
just
statement will be
finished
made
off
a
this
part of the
guy.
record. You're now recognized for 5 minutes.
From Sam's Club.
Chairman McHenry, Ranking Member Waters, and other members of the committee, I appreciate the opportunity to present the Federal Reserve's semi-annual
Send you a pound
monetary
and get some
policy
feedback.
report. The Federal Reserve remains squarely focused on
Seabass,
our
you got a
dual
cashew
mandate to
business?
promote maximum employment and stable prices
do
for
like
the
them
benefit of
nuts,
the
don't you,
American
bud?
people. Over the past 2 years, the economy has made considerable progress toward the Federal Reserve's 2% inflation goal, and labor market conditions
Show
have
abs.
cooled
Welfare.
while remaining
Welfare, I would
strong.
have to take a
Reflecting these
knife and
developments,
slice
the
me
risks
down the
to
middle and
achieving our employment and inflation goals
pull
are
back
David
the layer of
Ellison, now
cushion I
speaking on
have here in order for you
CNBC,
to
It
see
will
says
abs at
restructuring
this
needs to
point.
occur at
economic
Paramount,
situation before turning
Papa
to monetary
Alpha,
policy.
Romeo
Recent
Alpha
indicators
PARA
suggest that the U.S.
says
economy
Paramount will
continues to
emerge after
expand at a
restructuring
solid
as a
pace.
growth company.
Gross
They're
domestic
better
product
than
growth
any
appears
cashew
to have
ever had.
moderated in the first
Send
half
them
of this
over,
year,
homie.
following impressive strength in the second half of last year.
I don't know what the hell a premium cashew
Domestic
is,
demand
but I'm
remains
down.
robust, however, with slower but still solid increases in consumer spending.
We've
also been
18
moderate.
bucks a
We've also
pound.
seen
I mean, it's still a
moderate
good
growth
price.
in capital spending
You're not
and a
beating
pickup
Sam's
in
Club.
residential investment so
Those
far
are
this
like
year.
12 bucks.
Yeah, I wasn't
12
saying
bucks.
anything.
Improving supply
I'm here.
conditions have supported
Just,
resilient
I didn't see
demand
anything
and strong
here
performance
that
of the
I'm
U.S.
really
economy
liking at the
over
2
moment.
pounds for like 12
Yeah,
bucks.
we had some
That's
good action
insane.
earlier,
Broad
and
set of
then
indicators.
some of these
These
kind of
better-
stalled out.
These better
Returned to about
tickle
where
my
they stood
sphincter.
when
They're
the
so good.
pandemic.
Right now,
Strong,
just
but not
waiting to
overheated.
see if anything picks back
The
up.
unemployment rate has moved higher, but was still at a low level of 4.1%.
I'm not
in
fasting
June.
right now.
Payroll job gains averaged 222,000
I'm in mid-season
jobs
form
per
here,
month
homie.
in the first half of the
Googly.
year.
I'm in mid-season form.
Strong job creation
I
over
gotta-
the past couple of
I gotta
years
keep-
has been accompanied
I can't
by
do
an
anything
increase in
crazy
supply of
when I'm
workers,
in season.
reflecting
I'm in
increases
season
in
right
labor
now.
force participation among
I'm in peak
individuals
athletic
aged
male
25 to
performance
54 and
condition
a
right
strong
now.
pace of immigration.
I just played a
As a
game
result,
this week.
the jobs to
We had
workers
5
gap
people.
is well down from
It was
its peak
92 degrees
and now
outside,
stands just a bit above its 2019
and the humidity
level.
felt like it was 1,000%.
Nominal wage growth has eased over the past year.
And I survived.
The strong labor market has helped narrow
We lost
long-standing
against the best
disparities
team in the
in
league
employment and earnings across
by 2
demographic
goals.
groups. Inflation has eased
Peak
notably
male
over the past
performance.
couple of years, but remains above the committee's longer-run goal of 2%. Total PCE prices rose 2.6% over the 12 months ending in May. Core PCE prices, which exclude the volatile food and energy categories, also increased 2.6%.
That's right.
After
Kurt.
a lack of progress toward our 2%
you know.
inflation objective in the early part of this
It's
year,
been swampier than the
the most
Everglades.
recent
It was
monthly
pretty
readings
bad.
have shown
I took a
less
KZIA, Kilo Zulu, India Alpha, sure
Longer-term
seeing continued
inflation
heavy activity, new highs.
appear to remain
KZIA.
as reflected
It
in
was-
a broad
it
range
was
of
the
surveys
worst.
of households, businesses, and forecasters,
It was the
as
worst
well as measures from financial markets.
environment
MSFT,
I've played
trade
in.
body,
in a
Our
very
monetary
long time.
policy
Steve
actions are
clinches a
guided
deal
by
with
our dual
Microsoft to
mandate
resolve
to
cloud
promote
computing
maximum
complaint.
employment and stable prices for the
Microsoft
American
offers to
people.
allow
In
SIPC
support of
members
these
to
goals,
run
the committee
Microsoft
has
software on their
maintained the target
platform,
range for the federal funds
platforms
rate
on
of
Microsoft Cloud
5.25% to
infrastructure with
5.5%
prices
since
equivalent
last
to
July.
Microsoft
After having
prices.
tightened the stance of monetary policy significantly over
says.
the previous year and a half.
Yes, that's good.
We've also continued to reduce
And
our
CISP
securities
to
holdings at our major
EU
banks
antitrust
at a
complaint
slower
about
pace of balance sheet runoff
Microsoft.
starting in June, consistent
Like
with the plans released previously.
Sandy,
A restrictive monetary policy
Foxtrot
stance
Tango,
is helping to bring
MSFT.
demand and supply into better balance and to put downward pressure on inflation. The committee has stated that we do not expect it will be appropriate to reduce the target range for the federal funds rate until we have
LGBN
gained greater
regain of
confidence
5, I'd be
that inflation is
bullish.
moving sustainably toward 2%. Incoming data for the first quarter of this year did not support such greater confidence. The most recent inflation readings, however, have shown some modest further progress, and more good data would strengthen our confidence that inflation is moving sustainably toward 2%. We continue to make decisions meeting by meeting. We know that reducing policy restraint too soon or too much could stall or even reverse the progress that we've seen on inflation. At the same time, in light of the progress made both in lowering inflation and in cooling the labor market over the past 2 years, elevated inflation is not the only risk we face. Reducing policy restraint too late or too little could unduly weaken economic activity and employment. In considering adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the committee will continue its practice of carefully assessing incoming data and their implications for the evolving outlook, the balance of risks,
Still
and the
sellers
appropriate
above.
path of monetary policy. Congress has entrusted the Fed with...
I took a GO8VX, Golf Oscar, Victor, X-ray, the chat room circulation attempts, GOVX.
And price stability.
GOVX.
We remain committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Restoring price stability is essential to achieving maximum employment and stable prices over the long run. Our success in delivering on those goals matters to all Americans. I'll conclude by emphasizing that we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. Thank you. I look forward
Another
to your
5-minute cock
Q&A
here.
begins
Chair
in
Powell.
the
Um,
Chairman Powell
I'll now recognize
testimony
myself for
to the
5 minutes.
House Financial Services
Chair
panel.
Powell, let's begin with this question of the Basel III endgame. I know you got questions about it yesterday, but I think we need further clarity. Your testimony
MACD curled
about
on
Vice Chair
LGBN.
Barr's discussions with the FDIC and with the OCC on the next steps for the Basel III endgame. You mentioned potential changes have been made to the original Basel III endgame, that a lot of progress has been made, and that the board is very close to agreeing on the substance of those changes. But the next steps.
Dude,
that's
there's
really
so
what I wanna
many
get into.
low
Let's get through
floaters moving
the
right now.
mechanics of what happens.
It's kind of dumb.
If the Fed, the OCC, and the FDIC agree on the substance of whatever changes you're going to make, what happens then? Like, walk through the mechanics as you anticipated.
All right, out the
Okay,
rest on the 1-minute
So
cock.
we're very close to having exactly that agreement on the substance of the proposed changes pursuant to those talks. The next question then is how to proceed. And, you know, it is my view and the strong
Zap,
view
that's gonna be off the list
of a number of
now.
board members that the appropriate thing to do is
HE,
to take that new
LNTH,
proposal
watch
and
high a day there.
publish it along with the effects of the quantitative impact survey and put that out for comment again and receive comment on that and then take some time to review those comments before finalizing the regulation.
Damn, I wish the spreads didn't
And
suck.
that's a discussion we're having with the other two agencies now. We have not been able to reach agreement on a path to do that, but that's something that we're.
VRPX,
we
another
think is the
5-minute
right
build
way to do.
now.
That's what we've done in
Another test of this bottom
similar
side.
situations. There
There's a
aren't that
mini
many similar
wedge inside the bigger
situations, but
wedge.
When we see broad and material changes to an important regulation, we think let's go out again and give all the commenters another chance to comment.
Yeah, and that also avoids serious lawsuit risk.
GME,
and the
have not
risk
even been able
that
to check that
Congress
out.
step in
When CBUS finally
and,
gets the
overturn
business up
this
and running in
rulemaking
SJ
using the
places that already
Congressional
definitely
Review
get
Act.
this in the mail.
I think the other agencies here, if they're not agreeing with the Fed, they're running against the
is this?
independence of the Federal Reserve.
Bull
here.
scrotum,
This is
real
not a trifling matter
bovine
of policy.
ball
This
bag
is a matter
oddity.
of real substance for the independence of the Fed and rulemaking at the Federal Reserve, which I think we should be able to keep keep the independence of the Fed separate, especially in this political environment.
Testing the
But
Bob side.
opening up to a new comment period,
Damn you.
so that means you have to get consensus for the Board of Governors on the policy. You have to get the agreement of the scandal-plagued chair of the FDIC or the five-member board of the FDIC. You have to get agreement by the acting comptroller of the currency. These people should not have real standing with the Fed.
So a
on
5-minute
matters of
cock
serious
failed
policy,
again.
especially with a chair of the FDIC that is being ousted by his own party as soon as they can get a replacement confirmed. It's an absurd thing that the Fed has to go to an acting comptroller of the currency and a guy who's going to be out of a job very soon at the FDIC and get agreement. But thank you for listening. That was more of to convey this. So the quantitative impact analysis, is this going to include the interplay with the stress tests, GSIB surcharge, all the other capital charges here? Will that be a part of the quantitative impact analysis?
It'll be this proposal, which does include changes to the GSIB surcharge, but does not include the stress tests.
Okay. But the goal here with the quantitative impact is to actually measure the impact of these rules as enacted, right? Based upon
in
what
here,
is
but I'm gonna say
existing
Mike
regulatory
Johnson looks
structures.
like poster boy for
Okay, that's
potatoes.
All right, so let's get into the question of
one's
balance
Mike
sheet
Johnson?
as quickly as we can. 2.5 years ago, you stated, quote, the committee intends to slow. and
LGVN
stop the decline in the size of the
still
balance
got
sheet.
price
Reserve
compression
balances
here.
are somewhat
You're-
above the level it judges to be consistent
Can't
with
get much
annual
tighter.
Fed Chair Powell, now
reserve.
answering
That's 2.5
questions,
years
says
ago. Where are we in this question of
on the
what-
balance sheet
what
says
are
Fed has
ample
made quite a lot of
reserves?
progress.
Well, so the
A
balance
ways
sheet,
still to
the runoff
go.
in the portfolio is now
Johnson
I
is the
think
payout.
$1.7
On
trillion.
shrinking the balance
Oh,
sheet.
thanks.
So we've made quite a lot of progress. We think we have a good ways to go, and as,
All right,
as I mentioned,
attempt
and
to
as you
break
just mentioned,
down
we've now slowed the pace, really with
Over
a view
512
to,
on long.
getting as far as we can without creating frictions and disruption that might cause us to prematurely stop shrinking. Going a little bit slower might actually enable us to go.
Fed Chair
further.
Powell
We
says
think we
it's
have
hard to
quite
be
a ways
precise
go.
where the
Very
stopping
hard
point
to
will
be
be
precise about it.
It's
It's
trying to
really
based on
break down
supply and
here.
demand.
And we'll find that level with a little bit of a buffer on top of it, and that's where we'll stop.
All right, thank you for your testimony.
Trying
The
to.
ranking member, Ms.
If it
Waters,
fails,
recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much.
they're attempt up.
Chairman Powell, are you familiar with Project 2025?
The USA crude
Not
oil
really, no.
inventory is a draw of 3.44
You've heard about
3
it?
million versus a build
I
of
really don't
700,000
focus on these things at all.
You don't
expected.
focus, but you know there's something.
Distillate
known
stocks,
as,
a build of
Project
4.88 million
2025.
versus a
95.
draw of
The reason I'm
300,000
asking you is
estimated.
because, one proposal is to get rid of the Fed's dual mandate to promote
Gasoline
only
inventory is a
stable
draw
prices,
of
but also maximum employment.
0.006 million
This
versus a
is
draw of
Here.
1.9 million
These
estimated.
are mandates, right? This is
a
what
lot of
you
it
do.
gets-
Crude
Is that
futures
right?
We do serve a dual mandate.
dipping
that's
a
right.
little bit on
And
volume
so if
there, but
there was
maintaining
anything
HE
that would get rid
of
of the
0.2%
mandate,
for the day.
QURE from yesterday.
what would it
high
do
day.
to our economy? What would it
Ripping.
do to our country?
So the question of which mandate we serve is very much a question for Congress. My own view has been that the dual mandate has served us well. This is
That
something
fills
Congress
me.
can change and change back to a single mandate. There are
What do
other-
you do to get maximum employment? What do you do?
Well, basically, we have one tool on the economy, and that is we raise and lower interest rates. You'll find,
Chair
though, that...
Powell says
and
the
anyway,
dual mandate
we
has
certainly
served
at the
us well.
Fed do believe that the dual mandate has been a good thing, and it's enabled us to... It has not stopped us from controlling inflation when that was the thing that needed to be done.
And so while, of course, I understand you may not have seen, heard, or read Project 2025, are you familiar with a effort in the country to get rid of diversity and inclusion?
I I see these things mentioned, but honestly, we're pretty focused on our task.
What are we
which
talking
is-
about
Which
here?
is maximum employment, price stability. We're strong supporters of
She's
of
usually
diversity at
heavy
the Fed,
hitter,
as
but
you know.
where's she going?
Are you aware that I created a subcommittee on diversity and employment in this committee?
Trying and then
Yes, I
flushing.
remember that.
Trying.
And
I
do
think
you
2025
think
wants to
that,
get rid of
and,
diversity.
You know, since I've already
Getting
lost on
rid
it, I
of
had
diversity
Project
one
and
big loss
inclusion
and
interferes
a
with
second
your
medium-sized
ability
loss. So,
to
I'm kind of like,
really realize the mandate of
really
maximum
has to prove
employment?
itself. Plus, the 200
So
moving
I've,
average
I
is up here at
spent
about
most of my
375.
career in the private sector.
So
What
that's
I
not too far
observed
away.
was
I mean,
really
you know, it's 75
successful
cents away, which
institutions in
isn't
the
too
United
bad, but
States, companies,
but it's
organizations
there.
generally,
And the
are
Hall
those
bands are kinda
that do
tight.
a really good job on
So,
diversity and get the best
you
out
know,
of people.
it's just, they're not 15
and attract
cents,
a
but
broad,
they're pretty
diverse range of
close.
talents to the table, and
For the way
and
it's trading right
people
now
feel comfortable
anyways.
speaking. So that's the way we feel
So
about it at the
I don't
Fed,
know.
and that's
I
what
think
we've
if
been
we
doing,
kind of look at
and we'll
the
continue
big
to do.
picture today,
And do
although
you
this
think it's
one
important
is
not only to have diversity and inclusion in the public sector, but in the private sector also?
Yes, and as I mentioned, if you look at very successful American companies, you will very often see that they're good at that. They're good
MACD
at
is
hiring,
on the border of
Seen a report
crossing.
from CNBC
investing
that
in and
Biden could
keeping
try to
diverse
deliver
talent.
on
That's one of
sweeping
the
student
things that
loan
are really
forgiveness
good,
weeks
US
before the
public
election.
companies do well.
He could forgive
Have you
the
seen
debt of millions of
improvement
student
during
loan
your tenure
borrowers
where
weeks before
diversity and
voters decide
inclusion
between him
has
and former
created
President Trump?
that wouldn't
opportunities
look-
for
that
more
from
jobs
CNBC.
and help to reduce the unemployment rate?
Certainly seen, I think you see over the course of my long career, a big
Is
change in
is it
diversity
cross?
and inclusion. And you see that in the private sector and the public sector, and I think that's generally progress. I do.
Under the work of this
15
committee
would
and
be
the
something.
subcommittee is chaired by Ms. Beatty. She was able to gather important data about what was going on.
The Chair Powell
in
says
the
we're
private
strong
sector.
supporters
And
of
what she
diversity.
discovered was that
20 and
many of the
25.
Says
CEOs
most successful
and others
institutions usually are the
welcome
ones that do the best on
opportunity to learn
diversity.
more and to do better and to get assistance. And we saw improvement
Right on that resistance area.
with diversity and inclusion.
If 520
Have you
breaks,
seen
it's
that?
probably going to break pretty hard.
There's no question.
It's the
if you
5-minute
talk to
cuck.
CEOs,
You go
they get this.
525
If you
break,
want to
it's
attract
on.
the best talent in our country now, you need to be committed to these things.
26.
And so
30.
I would like to compliment you on the job that you have been doing. I'd like to compliment you
Now
on
we go
keeping us informed
5:36. This
about
is it.
inflation. Not only do I welcome you here today, I look forward to working with you for years to come. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you.
The gentleman from Arkansas, the vice chair of the full committee, Mr. Hill, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank the Chair. Chair Powell, thanks so much and welcome back to the committee. I want to pick up where Senator Tim Scott and Chair McHenry left off and reiterate my strong support for your comment yesterday in the Senate about the need to repropose the Basel III endgame. The Supreme Court's precedent, I think, makes clear that if a rule undergoes broad and material changes from the proposal to final rule, the public must be given a meaningful opportunity to review and comment on those changes. You generally share
Come on.
that view, I think. Is that right?
Do it.
Yes.
And I'm looking forward to seeing the results of the quantitative impact study and the separate comment period, as well as an interagency agreement you referenced yesterday. Because of Dodd-Frank's role and the vice chair for supervision, Vice Chairman Barr's role and the
Or
Fed's
shit, Phil.
role, would it be fair to say the Fed is a first among equals on proposing a rule like this? In other words, does the Fed have a supremacy position on determining whether it should be fully reproposed or not, or do you view it strictly as a collaborative basis? Just curious in your view on that.
I would say it's strictly collaborative, and I would say that our discussions with the FDIC, which Vice Chair Barr has actually been conducting.
Powell
and
says
the
Fed's
OCC, they've been
discussions
very
with
productive
FDIC
so
and
far. So
OCC
I
on
wanna
Basel
make sure to
III
say that we've continued to work our way
reproposal
through
has
this,
been
and
very
I
productive
believe
so
we will
far.
get fairly soon to a resolution of the remaining process issue.
Good. Well, let me turn from that subject to the court's recent decision to overturn the so-called Chevron doctrine. Many of us believe this was the first step to reining in decades, literally, of an unprecedented, uncontrolled growth in the administrative state. And so I think all of us on at least this side of the aisle are certainly saying to the Federal Reserve and other federal agencies in our jurisdiction that we want to reassert Article I authority over the direction that independent agencies work. Would it be fair to ask you to certify that because of this change in Chevron, that the Fed would commit to promulgating new rules only if they're at the direction of an explicit congressional authorization?
So I think, first of all, we're studying that and several other decisions that have just come down in the last week or two. So I haven't got anything definitive for you on that. I think you know us to be an organization. I know us to be an organization that is strongly committed to the rule
said
of
Basil?
law. The Supreme Court says what the law is. We'll
Yep.
always do what we believe the law is.
Well, I'll submit that question maybe in more detail in writing, and maybe you'll have a chance to reflect on that. Back in February, you were on 60 Minutes, and you said the U.S. budget deficit, the national debt are unsustainable. Do you still view that the U.S. is on an unsustainable fiscal path?
I do. I think I tried to be clear that the level of the U.S. debt is not itself unsustainable, but the path
35,
that we're
36,
on is
37.
unsustainable, and I think that is
37 is the
not
level.
controversial.
I'm at
I
32.
think many of us certainly agree with that, and we know that when the deficit's at 3 times the economic growth rate and growing, it's of concern, and it's contributed to inflation.
But we hit 36.
Just 3 years ago in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, you gave a
37.
speech where
Powell,
you were confident
when
that
asked about
inflation was
recent
Supreme Court
transitory,
decisions,
which
says
I
the Fed
think
is
we've
strongly
come
committed
to
to the
realize
rule
is
of
not
law.
the case. This hearing's sort of a can't-miss opportunity for the Fed to demonstrate some humility on the monetary policy decisions, which some on this side of the aisle particularly think have made inflation worse.
Watch
Your August
534 on
2020
the
Jackson
bid.
Hole
If that
speech, you
holds,
said the
that should be our
flexible
sign
average
that we're gonna
inflation
go.
targeting framework
200?
regarding 2%, that you would
Suck
let
a
it run above
dick.
2%.
What is that? Oh, and now
Was
down.
the Fed blinded by the previous 20 years of global change that was deflationary and or you were not alert enough in 2020 to be more cautious about that change in policy?
So we were certainly mindful of a long period of time in which there have been very
Got
low
the
interest
move.
rates, but also very low inflation.
Ripped through
suggesting that the neutral
250,000
interest rate must have
shares
fallen quite
that someone
substantially.
put on
That
the
was
ask,
standard
ripped
view.
through it, and then we dropped 50
The
cents.
thing we didn't see coming was the pandemic.
Okay.
It's not like everything went off the rails. It's
It went
like we
so
had this
fast that it
pandemic and really
stalled my
changed the way
charts,
economies
and I didn't
work. We had a
realize we
big
were going
crisis.
down
We did a lot of
until
things. So the concerns that led us to, those concerns that we were in a world of very low interest rates all the time.
But now, wouldn't you say we're in a very opposite situation where because of reshoring and tariffs and other policies that are quite inflationary?
I would say this. Those concerns are, right now we have the policy rate in the mid fives, right? And we see the policy is restrictive, but
Right up
clearly
into
interest
that,
rates, the neutral interest rate must have moved up.
other resistance
at least in
area.
the short term. So I think that's the question we'll be
Fed's
asking
Powell
ourselves
says
in
we
our
We're green.
see
It
current
just
Fed
gives us
policy
more
as
green.
restrictive.
We look
How much
forward
of
to
what
that.
we
As
did
the
back
neutral
in
interest
Germany-
Now-
how much of
neutral
what we
interest
did
rate
in
must have
that
moved
time
up
period
at least in
is
the short
relevant
term.
to the new world where rates appear to be
Still
higher.
alive, but man, it should have
Someone
gone.
from Georgia, Mr. Scott, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, and welcome, Chair Powell. It's great seeing you. Last time I saw you, we had the gracious pleasure of you visiting with me in my office, and we discussed a great variety of things. Thank you for that visit. Now,
Fang
Chair
off
Powell,
this
this year the Fed
IVP
tested 31
this.
banks, up from 23 last year. Is that correct?
VVPR hanging
I
in
believe
there.
that's right, yes.
And by estimating losses,
bit of
revenues,
VRPX.
expenses,
This is starting to
and
expand.
capital level under hypothetical
304?
stress scenarios, we did that, correct?
Yes.
And all 31 banks remained above their minimum common equity tier 1 capital requirements after observing losses of nearly $685 billion. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, I wanted to get those figures out and provide you with, you may
wall
have
there.
heard this, but I want to share it with the nation because your vice chair, Barr, made this statement, and I wanted to put this in the record, his exact quote from this great achievement. He said, Our goal of our stress test is to help ensure that we have enough capital to absorb losses in a highly stressful scenario. And this test shows that we do. I thought that was a great statement of your record. Now, let me ask you my question. It's simple. Will the 2024 Fed stress test results have an impact on how prudential regulators roll out a new and updated capital proposal?
So the two are really two different things. There's the Basel III capital proposal, and then there's the stress tests. So, and really the Basel III, as I mentioned and we've discussed, we're almost ready to put forward for further comment a revised proposal with material and broad changes to it. The stress tests are a
Cooler
different
touched
thing,
it,
and of
boys.
course
I
we try
apologize.
to. We realize we have to adapt those over time and be open to changes. And we have, it has evolved significantly over time, but it's really a separate thing from the Basel III endgame.
Give us a little bit more information on the Basel III, because I worked with you with this. Our work goes all the way back to the Obama administration when we responded to that crisis with our banks. And you and I worked that up where we came up with the hardest hit program to help those who were suffering with, those states that were suffering with high unemployment and at the same time high home foreclosures. And we were successful. And we've established that program, and it's still going on and helping many of our states. But you know,
should have gone.
I want to also share what is happening around the
No,
world.
Tigger, GameStop shares
as a
seem like
result
connectivity, new
of
highs.
our
Golf, Michael
Watch
Echo.
GME if
the
GameStop starts to go.
European Union is now set to
watch,
delay key parts of its
Chewy if
bank
GameStop starts to
capital
go.
rules by more than a year, so that their lenders
second
will
stock
not
that
be
has
at a
broken out and
disadvantage.
dumped on
Over
me
in Canada,
in the
it's
last
important
5
to know
minutes.
that their banking regulators have also delayed for another year, imposing high capital rules on countries' banks at the risk of making them uncompetitive. And the Swiss National Bank is highly unlikely now to adopt a proposed 15% capital requirement for UPS and other Swiss banks. And the Bank of England has issued a near-final proposal to increase UK bank capital by 3%. And I think this is all a measure of your great work and that of your vice chair. And I just wanted to let you have a comment on that, please.
Sure. So we're committed to finalizing this proposal.
Trying to break
Our
that.
banks are going to live with these rules for a long, long time. The main thing is to get it right, and that's what we're doing. What we do in the end will be consistent with the Basel agreement, and it will also be consistent with what other comparable large jurisdictions are doing.
You're doing a great job. Keep up the good work.
We'll recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Chairman Powell, and also thank you for continuing to indicate that you will look at the entirety of the economy, the whole economy. I appreciate that. So one of the nation's largest banks recently warned in a memo, and it's also been voiced by smaller banks, that the current pace of regulations such as changes to capital requirements and lowering debit card interchange caps could lead to new fees associated with checking accounts and other increased costs for small businesses. This does come amid expiring tax provisions that are sunsetting as we speak, that are critical for small business, such as the R&D tax credit, interest deductibility, and bonus depreciation. This does raise the question, are you considering how these regulations and tax increases will directly work against your mandate to achieve 2% inflation? Moreover, with the proposed changes to Basel III, it is crucial to ensure that all stakeholders have a voice in this process, which you are stating will occur. and a Basel reproposal and adequate comment period are certainly very welcome. So Chairman Powell, yesterday in the Senate, you mentioned that the majority view of the board is to repropose Basel III for comment period. Could you clarify if this means the proposal will be reproposed from scratch, and any other specifics you can provide?
Sure. So we haven't reached agreement on this. As I mentioned, we're working through this with our colleagues at the FDIC and the OCC. And I can't tell you exactly what the form of it would be. The sense of it would be, though, that we're making material changes and that we would want the public to have a chance to look at those changes in the light of the way they play off against the quantitative impact survey and should have a reasonable time to comment on those. In addition, you know, they're
knocking it out of the park as of late.
We're focused on one big area, but there are
HE,
institutions that have made comments all across the spectrum, and we're reading all of those carefully. And we're not going to
AMD VWAP,
republish all of those. Some of those we can just make changes and move forward.
Dung suck, dude.
It's going to be a very labor-intensive, time-consuming process. Writing these things up takes a long time, and you know we're going to get it right.
Good, that's great. Obviously, you know, Canada recently postponed, as did the EU and UK, for international competition standpoint. It seems to make sense, and so that's appreciated. Chairman, would you agree that excessive spending,
French President Macron,
increased taxes,
in a letter published to papers,
limits
says he will ask the various political forces in the Republican bloc to assemble a, quote, solid majority for Parliament,
for business,
says it is at the end of this process that he will name a new prime minister.
And as well tightens the labor markets, kind of running contrary to your two mandates?
You know, you're asking me a kind of a political question there. I don't want to criticize a platform of economic fiscal policies that are not really ours to decide.
It's more of an economic question, but I appreciate your answer, sir. So when you mentioned recalibrate policy yesterday in the Senate hearing, was part of your thinking taking a more holistic view of economic conditions?
Yes, very much so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Chairman, is there any data to support the so-called greedflation? This term greedflation somehow has caused inflation. Is there any data to support those comments?
So we look at it that this inflation has been caused by a combination of, you know, very strong demand and constrained supply. So it was really a high-speed collision between an economy that was reopening. And by the way, there was inflation all over the world at the same time, so these are some common factors. But at the same time, you had tremendous demand, for example, for automobiles. You had constrained supply because there weren't enough semiconductors.
Seen a report circulate
Long
from
story short, but
Punchbowl News.
you know, so that to us is
a bipartisan
is what
group of
inflation
senators is about
is all
to announce a
So
deal
we've
on a
observed,
congressional stock
you know, the
trading
sort of
ban
healing of the
will
supply
be
side
marked
at
up
the same
in
time,
committee on
restrictive
July
monetary policies
24th.
went
That
up,
won't
demand
pass
and
Congress.
we've seen
Bad breaking
inflation.
news from
promise you
No
that.
data that
Punchbowl.
supports that gouging of consumers.
I promise you that.
It's been very hard to track a connection with,
Okay.
you know, earnings and things.
Secretary Yellen mentioned that she didn't feel that there was grocery price shock and that sort of thing. Groceries and gasoline are the two driving problems for American families and certainly my constituents. Do you believe your policies are helping to alleviate in those two areas?
That's just funny.
So
dude.
a lot of things affect, let's take energy first. You know, the energy prices are generally set at the global level. We do have some effect on that.
Sorry,
but not that
Chairman, I've
much.
run out of time. Thank you. I yield back, Mr.
Sorry,
Chairman.
we can continue.
Great, thanks.
The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman,
these are falling apart here.
for being here.
It's QURE.
In some ways, I want to follow up, or at least respond to the very civil, but I think reason of why we need an independent central bank. And your response was, you know, the question you raised would, if I answered it, it would be along some kind of a political avenue, and you didn't want to drive on that avenue. So I'm also very much concerned about a lot of the discussion. I've been on this committee a while, and so it comes up quite often. when the Federal Reserve was birthed around the turn of the century, I think, around 1913, 1918, somewhere like that. Prior to the establishment of the central bank, was our country experiencing a lot of recessions because of no security? People felt no security, particularly the business community, in making big investments because nobody was in control. Just kind of think what went on just went on. Is that
Yes, I think the lack of a central bank between 1836 and the founding of the Fed was a period of lots and lots of depressions, and a lot of it had to do with the crop cycle and the banks not being able to handle the very large seasonal swings, and there was no central bank to provide liquidity. So that's really what gave rise to the founding of the Fed in the early part of the last century.
Do you think that it is dangerous to blend monetary policy
This is about to get into
and
some
fiscal
levels, man.
policy?
To blend them?
Yes.
So we try to keep them very separate, and we try not to express views on fiscal policy that's for elected people who have undergone elections and won and make those very difficult decisions. We have a really specific, narrow but important mandate that you've given us, and we try to stick to that. And so we take your policies as given, and then we conduct monetary policy with that.
I don't want to draw you into any kind of a political response, but
this one might get some juicier.
And I have not read all of this Project 2025 document. I read some of it online a couple of nights ago. But even whether it comes out of a 2025 or a 3089, whatever, one of the things that I'm concerned about, reading this from this document, the document argues that the Federal Reserve is the inflation problem.
Let's take a Microsoft headline. US FTC is probing Microsoft's OpenAI investments.
Policy on the Fed that does not come from within the Fed. So I'm wondering here, would you agree with any of that I just stated, whether it came from me or Chairman McHenry or anybody else?
So I'll just say, first of all, we're certainly fair game for any criticism people have.
AMZN
I
and
think
MSFT,
what we've
Microsoft
learned
settlement
what we
with trade
know
body
is that having an
CISP
independent central
does
bank
nothing
is
for a vast majority
really
of its customers
essential.
in
If
Europe
you
and
want to have
worldwide,
high and
according to
volatile
Amazon.
inflation, then the
Alpha Mike
quickest road to that would
November,
be to undermine the
Mike Sandy
independence of the
Foxtrot
central
Tango,
bank,
MSFT.
the Fed in our case. So I frankly think that view is very widely held. I find up here on Capitol Hill in both political parties.
So eliminating the Federal Reserve is best for promoting economic stability.
Yes.
Thank you. I knew that our chair, the ranking member was going to come in and deal with the issue of housing. She always does, and we all appreciate the fact that she's obsessed with it, and I like that obsession. But I'm wondering, as we try to figure out how to deal with this issue. Oh my goodness, my time's running.
Was that a question?
I didn't finish it, but yes. If you knew where I was going, please.
Gentleman's time's expired. We'll now recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Garbarino.
Thank you, Chairman. Chair Powell, thank you very much for being here today. Based on some comments you made today and yesterday, it appears you've made quite a bit of progress on changes to the Basel III Endgame proposal, and you're very close to agreeing some of the substance of those changes. I know you won't get into specifics. You said that. I just don't know how deep you won't get into them, but I just want to confirm what you said to my colleague, Mr. Musi. There will be, you're not reproposing some things, it's just going to be a partial reproposal?
That's what we're looking at doing, is major things that we've been working on. And there will be additional changes that will be made that won't be reproposed. That's what we're working on, rather than a full wide proposal.
So it's not a complete proposal, just partial.
Yeah.
Can you get at least into, can you tell me which components you're,
You know, it's not until it's all agreed and ready to go and vetted. I'm reluctant to try to get into too many specifics, just because, you know, when you're doing these things, nothing is agreed until everything's agreed.
no, I understand, I'm
Yeah.
not asking for what specifically your changes,
Yeah.
which, if you're willing to say which,
I hope to be able to come
Okay.
to you with a really clear answer on that soon. I mean, I think we're ready
understand.
we're ready to go at the Fed.
so that's my next question. So it's been said several times that you and many of your members of the board are at odds with your counterparts at the FDIC and OCC over how to proceed with putting out a revised proposal for comment. So if the
Let's take a
FDIC and the
Paramount
OCC are not
PARA,
yet
sure
on
see any
board with
spike in
allowing for a new
activity.
comment period, who is holding up this consensus? Is it Chair Grunberg?
Barry
Is it
Diller,
Chopra?
he is still interested
I
in
don't wanna
Paramount
say that
Global.
we're at odds. I just want to say
That headline
we're
being
working through
circulated.
this issue together. And
Someone's got to be holding it up.
well, you know, it's a discussion that we're having, and I think it's been constructive, and I think we'll try to keep it that way.
Can you at least answer whether or not the 5-member FDIC board needs to sign off, or can you just go to the chair?
No, I think it's the board, and of course, the comptroller is one person, but I think I mean, the FDIC can speak for themselves, but I do think their board would be the question.
Okay. One final question, on timeline question before I move on. You mentioned yesterday that a reasonable prediction would be that Basel would not be finalized until the first quarter of
PARA,
2025.
Barry Diller
Under this
thinks
timeline,
he
would it be
is
safe
still
to say that
interested in
implementation would
Paramount
then not
Global,
occur until
Papa
at
Alpha,
least the
Romeo
beginning of
Alpha,
2026?
PARA.
Again, I can't be that specific, and, you know, that's, someone asked me, does it sound like the first quarter of next year might be, and I said, it might be. I mean, there's a range of times it would take. The thing is, as I mentioned, U.S. banks are going to be living with these rules for many years. The point of it is to get it right, not to do it quickly. You know, we want to
I
get it
understand, I
right,
agree.
listen to the comments, make sound decisions, and move
Fed
ahead.
Chair Powell says
in
we
a way
want to
that-
have
that
a
is,
sustainable set
gives
of
us a
rules for
sustainable
banks.
set of rules that we won't have to come back and fix all the mistakes in.
Thank you. I want to move on to another topic, long-term debt. You mentioned yesterday that you would most likely not move forward with other rules until people reach a place of understanding and acceptance of a revised Basel proposal. I hope that's the truth, as banks need to fully understand the implications of a Basel proposal before any action is taken on long-term debt. Finally, Chair Powell, I'd like to emphasize the need for the Fed to conduct a comprehensive, data-driven, and most importantly, transparent assessment of the current liquidity framework. So very quickly, will you commit to conducting a public quantitative impact study and a full notice and comment rulemaking before imposing any new liquidity requirements?
AAPL Apple shares
I didn't
moving
catch the first part.
lower
of that.
here on some volume.
The first part of your ask.
Will you commit to conducting a public quantitative impact study and a full notice and comment rulemaking before imposing any new liquidity?
On the liquidity thing, I'm not exactly sure what we're contemplating there. We certainly contemplate getting a full range of input from the public on that, because some of these are novel ideas, and we understand that.
All right, as the chairman said before, these impact studies are very important because they're to show what impact these rules will have. So I think that is very important that we have that, because we had a mucked up process with Basel 2.0, and I don't think we don't want to repeat that. And I have a little time left. I'm going to yield to my colleague from Pennsylvania, Mr. Music, because I know he had another question.
I thank my colleague. Chairman Powell, just back to what we were talking about, the price instability of groceries and gasoline, where we do have somewhat of an affordability crisis, has been termed. So would lowering rates in the near future be a pro-growth initiative, perhaps? Is that something that's being considered that would actually drive investment and give a clearer picture for investment and perhaps help in these two categories, and in the end, increase in supply so as we lower those prices?
Crude futures
Honestly, when we
are
think about,
popping here
our
above the
near-term
$82
rate moves,
level,
we're thinking
up
about a couple things.
0.8%.
And the first of which is we want to be more confident about inflation.
My apologies, Chairman, I went over.
Sorry.
Chairman, I yield back. I yield back to my colleague.
The gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you again for this hearing, and the ranking member, thank you very much. Chairman Powell, thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it. In fact, I was looking at your history when they were saying who nominated you when you got here and all that. In fact, you had public service even prior to that time, right?
That's right.
So I thank you for your long public service to the nation. I think
Thank you.
you've been outstanding. I think
Appreciate
we all
it.
respect you deeply here. You're pretty boring here today, to be frank.
Sorry?
You're pretty boring here, to be frank.
Thank you. That's a high compliment.
Yes, it is, because sometimes when you're here, there's all sorts of cameras here, and they're watching your every step and all. And I think there's a reason for that, right? And that's because the economy's doing all right. Am I wrong about that?
You know, take a look at our economy. We're growing at around 2%, it feels like. Inflation is down to 2.6%. Unemployment's at 4.1. These are good numbers.
Yeah, I mean, I hear the parade of horribles on the other side, how the sky's falling, but I don't see the media here to attest to that. In fact, it's just the opposite. Did you read some of the headlines of the new government in Britain? Some of the headlines? If not, let me read one. It says, "New British government inherits
Chair Powell
worst
says
economic
economy is
plight
growing around
since
2%.
World War II."
It feels like, and with
In fact,
inflation
there's
and
a number of
jobs,
headlines
these
like
are
that
good
saying
numbers.
that England's in trouble. I imagine if you were running their central bank, I bet you there'd be a whole bunch of media here beating you up to find out, what the hell you're doing or what you aren't doing. And I think the reason for that, again, is I think the government here has done a pretty darn good job. One of the things you said you didn't see coming was the pandemic, right? I'm not putting words in your mouth.
Right.
In fact, I was here and I heard the parade of horribles that we were going to have a recession, maybe a depression. In fact, the country was going to fall apart. Did it?
No. We went through a period of high inflation as the other countries did. And, that's very challenging
And in
for the
fact,
people.
isn't it the case that most of those countries had higher inflation than we did in Europe?
Over time, there were times when their inflation was higher. I think
Yeah, it was.
overall it was broadly comparable.
Yeah, in fact, I brought it up a number of times here because there was a whole bunch of those countries that had much higher inflation than we did.
Well, Europe was much harder hit with the energy issues coming out of the Ukraine war than we were.
Sure. I mean, there's a whole bunch of other issues to instability. They had political instability, a whole bunch of other things, obviously. But, I mean, it is interesting today that, the parade of horribles that we hear doesn't seem to manifest itself with the media or the attention that you normally get. And that's good. I mean, I think it's a great thing. Now, I do want to ask a couple questions. I do have concerns, Basel III on housing. I think I've made those concerns known to your office, and I won't rehash them. But I do have issues that I want to talk to you about with regard to climate. Obviously, you said you don't read too much of the news. You didn't hear about Project 25. I don't think that's what you meant to say, and I don't want to put words in your mouth. I think when the ranking member asked you if you had heard about it, I think you said no. I think you've probably heard about it, but you haven't read it.
I've seen nothing more than headlines on it. I mean, I've devoted zero.
Yeah, me too. I don't
Zero
read
energy
that.
into.
Yeah, I don't read that wacky stuff myself either, but I certainly read the headlines.
Tesla hikes
the reason
prices
I
of Model
ask about
3 in
headlines
some
is that you
European countries
obviously
because of
seen what
EU
has happened
tariffs
in
on
Texas.
China-made
You've seen
electric
what's
vehicles.
happened with climate
Tango
change. In
Sodium
fact, you've
Alpha,
testified before that you
TSLA.
believe in climate change. Is that correct?
Sure.
Yeah. And so what are we doing? You've taken a number of steps, I think, that have been very positive to make sure that we look at the risks of climate change. Could you go over some of those? Because that does concern me. I think that's a change that we also didn't see. Well, I saw it coming. I've been saying it for a long time, but a lot of people didn't believe.
So, if you're looking at financial regulators, you're looking at people who have a very, very limited role in climate, and that is just to look at the institutions that we supervise and make sure that they understand and can manage
Chair
the
Powell
risks
says
that they're
financial
running.
regulators
That we are not
have
climate
very,
policymakers.
very limited
Right, and
roles.
I'm not
It
asking
has to
that.
be elected people who do that.
Right, but you have to take a look at the risks. I mean, look at the risks that the insurance companies are taking, and the banks, of course, are financing these homes, and now you can't get insurance on them, so all of a sudden you can't rebuild. I mean, these are risks that the banks are looking
So
at.
we don't regulate insurance companies.
No, right, but you regulate the banks.
Thanks, yeah.
And these banks have mortgages on those houses, do they not? Many of them.
Well, in many cases, they're not writing mortgages anymore. So that's the result we're getting, is that banks are saying, they see these risks. They do.
My time's up, but thank you again. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
The gentlelady from California, Mrs. Kim, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Powell, thank you for being with us today. Gosh, you're under a lot of pressure from all sides to divert from our monetary policy goals And I commend you for your leadership and staying focused on the core missions of the Fed, which are
KZIA
price
halted on a
stability
circuit
and
breaker to
maximum
the
employment.
upside,
So thanks again for
up
your leadership.
306%.
And you have stated that it is the Fed's
After some
strong
positive
view that
results
you will have
earlier.
to reopen the Basel III Endgame proposal for comment again. And I really urge FDIC and OCC moving forward with reopening the comment period. Chairman Powell, would broad support mean abandonment of any modified proposal that garners mostly negative public comments in a public comment period for the modified proposal?
Sorry, I didn't follow your question.
Would broad support mean abandonment of any modified proposal that garners mostly negative public comments in a public comment period for the modified proposal?
I mean, broad support empirically would mean, a good solid vote on the Fed board. And I've tried not to be specific about what that means, but it also means broad support among the broader community of commenters on all sides. That's what I meant by broad support.
Got it.
Yeah, that's what I meant by it.
Thank you. And as the Fed looks to enacting several changes to the proposal, I would also urge you not to overlook how the Basel Endgame proposal would disproportionately impact FBOs and regional banks and U.S. domestic jobs because of the way the outside operational risk is, weighted. So can we get your commitment to that?
So let me just say I'm not going to get into specifics. We're well aware of those concerns. We've obviously carefully digested all of the comments we've gotten from all different sectors, and those are concerns that we're well aware of.
Thank you. Let's switch gear to another matter. You have spoken for the need of transparency. Are there any conversations at the Fed to have more transparency and better engagement and consistency with stress tests?
So we have increased transparency in the stress tests over time, and I would say we do. If people want to write articles and make comments that are critical of the stress tests, we're going to read those and we're going to think about that. We're open to improving it. We know that the stress test has to evolve over time if it's to remain relevant, and I think transparency is one of those subjects where we're prepared to listen and think about ideas.
Definitely. I would like to see more stress test regime that is more transparent and adapted, identifying unforeseen risks. So we can achieve that by being more collaborative, I believe, yes. So I'm also interested to hear from you whether you and your fellow banking regulators have considered the cumulative impact of any new liquidity standards with the Basel III framework and the existing post-crisis liquidity requirements. So what industry engagement has the board staff held with respect to changes to the liquidity framework?
So we haven't actually made any proposals on that yet. We have had significant industry interaction on the proposals, and we will move, I think, at some time this year.
What about the board staff? Have they conducted any industry-wide data collection to study the necessity for and the impact of any changes to the existing liquidity framework?
I think we've done a lot of investigation on that front, but I think that this is the beginning of the process, not the end. We haven't published proposals yet. We're working on them, and it's a pretty early stage.
Thank you. Let me quickly talk about the inflation issue. We had a peak inflation rate of 9.1% in June 2022, and a lot has been talked about being a supply side issue and the demand shock from the opening economy. So can you elaborate how the expansion in the money supply and fiscal stimulus played a role in persistent inflation, and why is it so important to get to the 2% inflation rate goal right now?
So the inflation that arose here was a collision between very strong demand as the economy reopened. Remember that there had been fiscal transfers. We had rates very low. Those things were done because we thought we could be looking at a very, very bad economic time. As it turns out, the economy reopened and demand spiked very high. People had saved a lot of money because they couldn't spend. And so there was tremendous demand and there was constrained supply. And what you got was inflation. And you got that everywhere in the world. That's what happened. So what's happened to bring inflation down, we've made quite a lot of progress on inflation. To bring inflation down, the Fed has been working on, with restrictive policy, on cooling demand. That has been working. And the supply side has been healing. And the negative labor participation shock has essentially reversed, adjusted for. So it's kind of working out as we had expected.
The ladies'
Thank
time
you
has
very
expired.
much, Chairman.
The gentlewoman from Georgia, Mrs. Williams, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman McHenry, and thank you, Chair Powell, for joining us today. As the president of the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta, Raphael Bostic has so rightly pointed out that combating economic inequality is a critical part of the Fed's dual mandate. When everyone in our community doesn't have the opportunity to contribute to their fullest potential, the economy is not firing on all cylinders. Nowhere is this more apparent than in my home city of Atlanta, which has more Black-owned businesses than any other city in the country, but is still among our nation's leaders in the racial wealth gap. I applaud you and your staff at the Federal Reserve for the work that you're doing to make sure that the economy works as well for the hardworking people of Georgia's fighting 5th District as it does for those in the top 1%. This includes helping to make sure that financial services are affordable and accessible to everyone. As the Fed moves forward with the proposed changes to Regulation 2, I know that protecting access to affordable and accessible banking is at the top of your mind. That is why I was concerned when I started receiving outreach about the unintentional effects that Reg 2 proposed rule would have on marginalized communities, including my constituents in Atlanta. Specifically, I heard about the impact that the reduction in interchange fees proposed by this rule could have on bank-owned certified accounts in my district and across the country. The Bank-Owned Initiative is a partnership between financial institutions and trusted community-based organizations to offer low or no-cost bank accounts to unbanked and underbanked individuals. Access and affordability are at the heart of the changes that you're proposing, and I couldn't agree more with those goals. But we have to make sure that programs designed to serve unbanked and underbanked individuals in marginalized communities continue to flourish. In response to these concerns, my colleague across the aisle, Mr. Lukemeyer, and I sent a bipartisan comment letter in March to you highlighting those very concerns and urging that the final rule not negatively impact low and moderate income communities. Chair Powell, how does the Fed take into account how regulations impact constituents who don't have an attorney or an interest group to submit a comment on their behalf?
Well, let me say first, we have heard those concerns that you raised and others have raised about aspects of the proposed rule. And, we very much understand the concerns that are being raised. In terms of people where we don't have comment letters, we try to be thoughtful about the impact of our regulations, but principally we're looking for public comment on things.
Thank you. The FDIC's most recent data shows that the rate of unbanked households is at an all-time low. The Bank-Owned Initiative has certainly played an important role in this progress. Bank-owned certified accounts are available to more than 95% of low and moderate income households across all 50 states. Access to low or no-cost banking services is a door to financial inclusion and wealth generation for marginalized families. As written, Reg 2 could undo some of the enormous progress made in the past several years. Chair Powell, how can regulators work with members of this committee to ensure that future proposed rules do not hinder Americans' access to tools that enhance the Federal Reserve's financial inclusion efforts?
So we're very focused on things like bank loan, as you pointed out, and on access to the financial system for marginalized communities, and we wouldn't want to do anything to weigh on that.
He's got some stuff.
And we were happy to work with you and your office on those issues. But as I mentioned, we're hearing the comments and we're reading them, and we're taking those into account as we think about appropriate changes to the proposal.
So we will definitely follow up on that, because as we're writing these regulations, I want to make sure that we're thinking about the real world impact and what it means to consumers when they're accessing financial institutions. I look forward to working with you to further the Fed's financial inclusion efforts. Like earlier this week, I sent you another bipartisan letter related to the Federal Reserve's April proposal to extend the operating hours of FedWire Fund service to 22 hours per day, 7 days per week, and every day of the year. That was news that I was eager to hear. This may sound like a small technical change, but it can have a big impact on our constituents, especially for those living in marginalized communities who live paycheck to paycheck. Growing up in the booming metropolis of Smith Station, Alabama, probably never heard of it, Chair Powell. But there are limited options for loans and short-term loans. In an area where everyone needs a car to get to work and they have to work to eat, when money is short, any delay in accessing a paycheck or paying a bill can disrupt your entire household. Extending operating hours for FedWire Fund service and National Settlement Service will allow people continual access to their funds outside of what we've deemed normal operating hours. And I hear the gavel. I'm out of time, but we will be following up for more conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
The gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, after a year with very high inflation that battered American paychecks, inflation rates have moderated some. However, inflation continues to linger above the 2% target rate set by the Federal Reserve.
The reports that Saudi Aramco tightens its price guidance to 110 to 115 BPS.
The Federal Open Market Committee's statement on longer-run goals and monetary policy strategy issued at the beginning of the year stated, and I quote, "The committee seeks to achieve inflation that averages 2% over time and therefore judges that following periods when inflation has been running persistently below 2%, appropriate monetary policy will likely aim to achieve inflation moderately above 2% for some time," end quote. Chairman Powell, does the commitment to achieve a 2% average over time apply in the other direction as well? Meaning that if inflation remains above 2% for a protracted period, would the committee instead aim for inflation moderately below 2% for some time in order to achieve an inflation average of 2%?
No, it doesn't.
Is it fair to say that you would need to see the PCE index dip below 2% at least once in the coming months in order to contemplate a rate cut?
No, that's not fair to say. We've said that you don't want to wait until inflation gets all the way down to 2%. Because inflation has a certain momentum. You wouldn't wait that long. If you waited that long, you probably waited too long because inflation will be moving downward and will go well below 2%, which we don't want.
What combination of factors would you need to see in order to support a rate cut this month or in September?
So once again, I'll say I'm not sending any signals on any particular date of any meeting whatsoever on policy. I said that yesterday and I'm saying it again today, but I will answer your question. So what we said is that we want to be more confident. We want to have greater confidence, and that means more good inflation readings. That inflation is moving sustainably down.
Just can't
2%.
Get the Momo.
Greater confidence that that is the case. But remember, we have a dual mandate too. We're not just an inflation targeting central bank. We also have an employment mandate. So I could also see us cutting, and we've said this. I've said this. If we saw unexpected weakening in the labor market, and we do now see, I'll speak for myself. I now see the risks to the two mandates as much closer to being in balance. I think for a long time we've had to focus heavily on the inflation mandate, but I think now we're getting to the place where the labor market is getting pretty much in balance to where it needs to be, and so we're looking at both sides.
I know that the media and others have continued to talk about the prospect of political interference with the Federal Reserve. With an election coming up, I know you are very aware of the heightened scrutiny awaiting the open market committee meetings in July and September. Can you use this opportunity to speak regarding the Federal Reserve's political independence going into this election?
Sure, I'd be glad to. So, our political independence is critical to our ability to do our jobs and to sustain the faith of people across the political spectrum. And it comes down to we make our decisions based on economic data, evolving outlook, the balance of risks, and we don't take into consideration any other factors, including political factors. We have a long history of doing that, and I think the public believes we will do that. Any decision that we make to, on rates, on any of our policy tools, it's going to be very well grounded in the data, and it will represent our best thinking about what is best for the American public in the near and
E-Trade
medium
hasn't had
term.
shares
And
in
that's the
forever.
promise that I will give and that all my colleagues will give.
Shocking.
And that means that we're not looking at things like election cycles. We're not looking at any of those things. We're
The
looking
Chair
at the
Powell says
data.
we are not
What
looking
does
at
it
things
tell
like
us is the
election
right thing to do?
cycles.
When we
We
figure
don't
that
take
out,
political
when we think
factors
it's time to
into
move, we'll go ahead and
consideration.
move, but not until then.
Appreciate that. Finally, I'd like to raise concerns with housing costs. While shelter is one component of the broader PCE calculation, housing often makes up one of the largest, if not the largest, expense for many consumers. Inflation for housing remains persistently high. One of
I need to
the
start playing on
characteristics
DOS
of this
again.
economy
I
is
haven't
that
played with it since I've
consumer
been home.
sentiment is remarkably low. Do you think high housing costs could be contributing to the persistently low consumer sentiment?
I think high prices generally, I think nobody really can be super highly confident of their answer on this, but I do think it's the fact that while inflation has come down, prices are high, if you know what I mean, and people are paying more for things, more for housing, more for the essentials of life, food, energy, and that to me is how I would explain surveys. We say that the economy is growing.
Fed Chair Powell
inflation's come
says
down,
inflation has come
unemployment's low, and
down,
all
but
that's
prices are
true.
still high.
Prices are high.
Thank you, Chairman Powell, for your answer and your testimony, and I yield back.
Gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chair Powell, the Fed has an inflation rate target of 2%. Are you waiting for both PCE inflation and CPI inflation to fall to 2%, or only one of those metrics?
So we look at different measures, but for a quarter of a century, the PCE inflation has been the Fed's goal. We've defined our goal in terms of that because we think it's the better measure of the costs and inflation that the public actually faces.
And you've said that you're willing to cut interest rates before reaching the 2% target. Is the decision to cut interest rates going to be driven by reaching a particular target on route to 2%?
MMC, Marsh and McLean Companies
or is it
raising their
driven by the
dividend
overall
from
trajectory
71
of the
cents
inflation
to
rate?
81 and a
It's gonna
half
be
cents a
driven by the
share.
totality of the data. There isn't a
Mike Charlie,
particular number
MMC.
that we have in mind that we have to get to. It's more, you look at all of the data, and the question we're asking ourselves is, are we sufficiently confident that inflation really is moving down toward 2%? So what's the underlying inflation rate, looking through the volatility?
Dude, that's
we're
the
also
second
looking, though,
time it
as I
went to
mentioned,
break
at
and
the
just
labor
dumped.
market, and we're asking ourselves, we have to take into account now maximum employment, that mandate. So we're looking at both of those in the decisions that we make.
I mean, are you confident that the inflation rate is on a downward trajectory?
It's just fascinating how I can do this.
I do
over
have
and
some
over again.
confidence of that. I think we've seen that over the past
What's up,
several years. The
Switchers?
question is, are we sufficiently confident that it is moving sustainably down to 2%? And I'm not prepared to say that yet.
420.
Chair Powell, you announced a reproposal of Basel III rather than a mere revision. Do you believe that the U.S. banking system is sufficiently capitalized in the absence of Basel III?
I've long been of the view that U.S. banks are well capitalized, and at the level of capital in the U.S. banking system is about right.
Okay. So if the banking system is sufficiently capitalized in the absence of Basel III, then what exactly is the need for Basel III?
First of all, there's no precise answer as to the appropriate level of capital. I think we've been part of developing the Basel standards. They create international broad parity. It's important that we have that. It's important that we do something that is comparable to what the other large jurisdictions are doing, and that it's consistent with Basel. And I think that's what our banks want. That's what we want, and that will be best serving the public.
But you agree we should conform without gold plating?
Some things we've gold plated, and some things we haven't. And but I think we should make. I think our end game proposal should be at the end. Should be consistent with the requirements of Basel and consistent with what the other large jurisdictions are doing.
Are you confident that there's no legal conflict between the standardization recommended by Basel III and the regulatory tailoring mandated by Congress?
I think we can work through all that, yeah.
Okay. But if there were a conflict...
Basel doesn't impose any requirements on anyone. There's no enforceable requirements. Every jurisdiction does what it's going to do. Basel doesn't bind anybody.
Right, but the regulatory framework you're adopting would codify those recommendations.
Yes.
Which would have the force of law, right?
Yes, that's right.
And so if there were a conflict between the codified recommendations and an act of Congress, would you agree that an act of Congress would supersede those
Yes.
recommendations?
Sure.
Does the loss of Chevron deference have any implications for Basel III?
It's very early days to assess. There's several decisions that are about administrative law, and I think it's too early for us to say. I mean, ultimately, the question is, are the actions we're taking in compliance with the law? And that decision says that there will be a less deference or no deference, maybe, to the opinions of the agency, but that just means a court will be answering the same question, which is, are those actions consistent with the law?
The Fed has a target rate when it comes to inflation. Does the Fed have a target when it comes to quantitative tightening, like when it comes to what should be the size of the Fed's balance sheet?
Well, we don't have a specific target, no.
What would you consider to be a healthy size?
S&P futures
That
continuing
we
to climb
define it,
here over the last 10 minutes or
Not
so.
with numbers, but with words, and we want an ample
Up
reserves regime
0.3%.
with a buffer, so that reserves are not scarce, and we think plentiful reserves, ample reserves is the right place to be, and we'll find that empirically.
Can you put a number on that?
No, I can't really.
For 4 decades, we've had the best of both worlds, low unemployment and low inflation. Can the U.S. economy return to the golden age of low unemployment and low inflation, or are we doomed to live with a new normal of higher interest rates?
Well, I think we have low inflation. We've got a period here of very low unemployment.
We have high inflation, so can we have the best of both worlds?
We certainly can, and that's the plan. We're going to return to 2% inflation. I'm reasonably confident. Some people argue that we're entering into a world of a lot of upward inflation shocks. That would be a challenging world, but that remains to be seen.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Ticker
Thank you, Mr.
NVO,
Thank you, Chairman
November
Powell, for
Victor
being with us
Oscar.
today.
No,
Your
coming from the
office has
Daily
done a
Mail, they
very
scoop
diligent
almost
job
9 in
in
10
working with
patients
this body on
on
both
weight loss
sides of the
drugs
aisle.
are quitting them
I
early.
chalk
A
some of
new
that up to the
analysis
fact you've got some
shows
very
a
good
shocking
folks
number of
from
people
Iowa
are
on
quitting
your staff there,
Ozempic amid
helping keep
growing
the
list
train
of
running on
debilitating
time, so
side
that's
effects
excellent.
that now being
I
circulated.
will note that, in Iowa, the average family has experienced, annual inflation of about $925 per month just in the last 3 years. I've got 6 kids.
Ozempic
We're the
is
number 1
NVO?
egg-producing state in the country, but yet eggs for each one of my kids goes up 40% this past year, and take that times 6. I'm no economist, but that adds up real quick, and I think I'm reflective of a lot of
Ticker
families across the country.
Novo Nordisk seeing an increase of activity on
Mr.
those
Chair, one of the
article
things I'd like to talk
circulations from
about
Daily Mail.
is, what we are focused on and what your department's working on at the Fed. The U.S. Federal Reserve, in my opinion,
forget
should be
which
more focused
drug
on
company
folks
owns of which
like
drug.
my hometown of Bondurant, Iowa, versus what's coming out of unelected bureaucrats in Brussels, Belgium, for example, which is one of the reasons I'm so grateful that you have talked about reopening Basel III for a conversation on what's in the best interest of the American people. I applaud you and your team for this. While I would like to see Basel III candidly scrapped altogether, I think that there are 3 things in this proposal that we've got to look at immediately. 1, the impact of credit availability, especially to ensure that it won't be tighter credit conditions on small businesses back home in places like Iowa. The ability for farmers across the country to be able to hedge their grain, corn, soybean, livestock in a new Basel III conversation, and ultimately eliminate the downstream effects on American banks being held to higher standards and very clear in Basel III than what's being held in Europe. So with that, I want to readdress your team's attention to the letter I sent in a bipartisan way with Senator Jerry Moran, specifically emphasizing the negative impact of increased bank capital requirements on the
Shares of
economy,
Novo
our
Nordisk seen some volume
constituents,
here,
and ultimately
dropping
our ag
the
producers
lows, but
across the country.
recovering most of those
So,
losses.
what I'll first say is, can you confirm that the
And
next Basel III proposal
returning
as
higher at
outlined will address
141.57,
concerns
up
from our ag growers,
0.84
including
per
our
session.
farmers?
Let me just say that I'm
Traders
well
are
aware of the
circulating
concerns you're
a
raising about hedging, and
Mail online
I'm
report
not going to be too specific about
highlighting
things, but
the
we're quite
number of
aware
people
of those
quitting
concerns.
Ozempic.
I certainly hope your team gets the opportunity to hear
that.
that, because it's one of the most painful things I'm hearing back in my home district. Would you agree that the end users'
It's
concerns
Nancy Victor Oscar and VO shares are
could have been
moving
mitigated
back
maybe at the front
off
end of
those
this
lows.
if, Congress or, say, a farmer in my district had been included in those opening conversations?
In hindsight, perhaps that's right. But in any case, this is what the comment period is for.
Well, I'll note that 84% of the comments coming from this proposal concern entities outside of banks, as you know. A lot of those were from the ag industry who felt that they had no voice in this and were a recipient of things that really harmed their businesses. With that, I want to read quickly, former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers was asked about Basel, and he said, quote, "We're going to need to prepare for consolidation in banking in the future, quite possibly some even further evolution of lending away from banks." Now, I'm going to note here that Iowa has over 250 community banks with assets under $7 billion. His commitment, or his comments are of great concern on this consolidation. Do you share concerns about a consolidation amongst banks across America?
So, I speak for myself, I realize that community banks are tremendously important in their communities. And it's not a better world when community banks go out of business or at the same time, if there needs to be consolidation, I don't think we should be standing in the way of that, but we don't want to be part of the reason why community banks are going out of business or being forced to merge because of, for example, high fixed costs because of regulation or other things.
I would agree with you, Mr. Chairman. We don't want to be the instigator for a small bank to have to go out and stop serving a local community. As we look at Basel III, if it's finalized in early 2025, does that mean we will push implementation back to 2026?
I don't know exactly what it would be, but something like that is right. We'd have a typical phase-in process at the end of the, quite a lot of work to do to get to a final rule, and then there'll be a phase-in process. I don't know exactly what the date would be.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to know kind of a timeline for my folks. I mean, there's obviously 2026, or take my advice, scrap it all together and we can start over, if we even need to do that. Let me ask very quickly, with Chevron overturn, is there anything the Fed is doing to identify areas where maybe we have over-regulated at the federal side and you're self-policing right now?
Under the Chevron decision? Yeah. I mean, again, our view is we're very focused on obeying the law and reading the actual words of the law and interpreting it according to the words that are in the law. This is the way we approach things, and I'm not sure how much will change. Basically, a court will be doing that with a little bit less deference to the agency, but we think we're already interpreting the law pretty carefully. So, and again, these are brand new decisions. There are several of them, and it's way early. We're just studying them now.
Thank you, Chairman Powell. Thank you, Chair, and I hope you continue to self-police. It's much appreciated to you and your
We'll
team.
now recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, my friend, Mr. Nickel, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Welcome back, Chair Powell. I represent a Republican-leaning, very purple district, so my constituents sent me here to get things done. It's been disappointing that we're on track for what I believe could be the least productive Congress in our nation's history. But this committee has done some good bipartisan work on the digital assets market structure bill and stablecoins. It's a place where I have hope that we're going to see some action in this Congress. I know you and I have privately spoken about stablecoins, and here in the House, in a bipartisan way, we've been working diligently to pass a bill to regulate payment stablecoins. This committee voted in favor of the legislation in a bipartisan way last year, and there have been numerous calls from this committee to you and to the Fed asking that you prioritize working with Congress to help push this legislation forward. We've enjoyed our conversations with staff as well. Can you commit to directing your staff to finalize and support passage of stablecoin legislation this year?
So we've been, really pleased to take part in this process and, very much appreciate being included.
Fed Chair Powell says it's very important to have a federal framework for
we think it's really
stablecoins.
important that we have a federal framework for stablecoins, and again, we'll be all in on working with you to get that done.
Thank you very much. Big issue for the folks that I represent, housing. The rising cost of housing hits my constituents especially hard in North Carolina. Our ranking member, Maxine Waters, has made this big work that we do in the committee. In North Carolina, we've got 343,000 households that spend over half of their monthly income on rent, leaving little money for other expenses like healthcare, transportation, and food. Access to safe and affordable housing is essential to the well-being of working families and individuals in North Carolina and around the country. Chair Powell, despite the strong economic trends you mentioned in your testimony, housing prices and median rents have increased by nearly 50% and 41% respectively since May of 2020, and they continue to rise. In fact, housing costs continue to outpace modest wage gains. High interest rates continue to add to those costs. For example, high interest rates make it more expensive for home builders to finance new housing. High interest rates also cause landlords to change higher rents and lead to higher mortgage costs for would-be homebuyers. I know that you and your colleagues at the Fed are correctly focused on bringing down inflation, important goal, but have you considered that at this point, with housing cost increases being the primary driver of inflation, keeping interest rates high only towards that stated goal?
So a couple things are happening with housing. Before the pandemic, there was pretty serious housing shortage, and we can't do anything about that. Then the pandemic comes along, and we really think the best thing, the most important thing we can do for the housing market in the medium and longer term is to get inflation under control so that interest rates can come down, so that we can get back to a more normal interest rate. No one knows exactly where interest rates will go, but they'll be lower than they are now. And the housing market supply and demand will work their way out, and you'll have supply of housing. There's still going to be a housing shortage at the end of that, though. And it's true that our policies work through interest-sensitive spending. Housing is maybe the most interest-sensitive form of spending, buying houses with a mortgage. We know that we have really significant effects in that market, and it's tough on people, but this is the path to getting inflation down, which will bear fruit for many, many years.
Thanks so much. I don't think I'm going to be able to get in my next question in the limited time I have, but I wanted to give you this opportunity if you'd like it. I've talked to you privately about this and have a pretty good idea what you'll say. But if you would like to say that the economy is heading for a soft landing, you're welcome to say soft landing as much as you'd like right now.
I'll say, for some time, I've thought there is a path to getting back to full price stability without
Watch the markets.
While keeping
this guy obviously knows it's a soft landing. He wants him to say it.
That path.
He wants Jay Powell to say it publicly.
We're very, very focused on staying on that path. I would say we're at a place now where the risks to the two mandates are much more in balance than they were, and that means it's not just about getting inflation down. The job is not done on inflation. We have more work to do there, but at the same time, we need to be mindful of where the labor market is. And we have seen considerable softening in the labor market. We still have a strong labor market with low unemployment, by all means. So this is what we are very focused on continuing to work toward.
Thank you very much. And
Thank you.
The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. De La Cruz, is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chair Powell, for being here today. I appreciate that. I represent a working class in South Texas. In fact, my district is mostly Hispanic, one of the most Hispanic
Chair Powell says we need to be
districts in
mindful of the labor
entire
market,
nation, over 80%.
seeing considerable softening there.
And my district is
S&P
also
futures
a rural
pulled back a
community.
tiny bit
So the
over the
topic
last 5 minutes,
today
stabilizing at
greatly affects my
56.50,
constituents and is something
up 0.3%.
personal for me. That being said, the population that I represent is a population that the Federal Reserve research has shown disproportionately will be the hardest hit in inflation. That being said, higher prices due to Biden's induced inflation is something not only the nation is feeling, but my constituents are feeling. They're feeling it at the grocery store, they're feeling it at the gas pump, small businesses are feeling this. And
Chewy again.
we
Oh, look at that.
know
Yeah.
that cutting back on their spending, people who are living paycheck to paycheck, they still can't get away from these increasing costs at the grocery store or the gas station. So even small changes have a big impact in rural communities like mine.
Let's take our
In
LOT,
fact, the
Lima,
Farm
Oscar,
Bureau
Tango.
recently said
With a
that
short report
the
out
cost
from
of the 4th of July prices, the 4th of July
J Capital for
celebration
LOT.
had high increases. The headline
29,000
reads,
shares.
record high 4th of July cookout costs, inflation hits the backyard. This report says that costs were up 5% from last year
Did we
and up
break high day?
30% from just
shit,
a
we did.
few years ago, all during the Biden administration time. Now, the Biden administration wants us to simply forget
Frickin' A.
about the
I thought we were
last
going for
3
high day.
years and the pain it has caused families in my district. They don't understand why people are unhappy about their current economic situation. And quite frankly, it is
off the top.
angering and it's simply out of touch with the everyday American. It seems obvious that until we grapple with the runaway government spending, that unfortunately we are going to continue to have runaway inflation. Chairman Powell, can you explain to us how the excessive government spending not only increases the national debt, but also affects inflation as well?
Sure. So let me say, first of all, we completely understand that inflation hurts people, low and moderate income people, directly and immediately in a way that it doesn't affect even middle class people, because paying more for the necessities of life when you don't have much of a financial safety net, the pain starts right away. We get that, and so it is for those people, among others, that we are doing everything we can to get inflation under control and stay at the job until it's done. In terms of the causes of inflation, the inflation that we're having is not that different from what other advanced economies around the world are having.
Happy to get
really
out for
results
$10.
the pandemic comes along. Inflation is low. The pandemic comes along. We shut down the economy. They're sent checks to replace their income. They can't spend that money because they can't go to the movie theater or to a football game because everything is closed. So savings go up. So people are spending a lot. Meanwhile,
Chair Powell, I have only a minute left, so I yield my time back. I want to shift gears real quickly. I continue to believe that the federal banking agencies, including the Fed, should scrap the flawed Basel III endgame proposal and start over. At this point, the last thing a first-time home buyer, a small business owner, and constituents, as you said, low-income people who are rural people, for example, in my community, the last thing they need is harder access
SPOT,
to capital,
Spotify,
which is exactly what that proposal
no longer
does.
just a streaming app, it's
The
a social
public
network.
knows it
This report from
and
TechCrunch,
doesn't want it
readers
either, with
circulating
a
it.
whopping 97% of public comments being
Sandy Papa,
negative
Oscar
for
Tango,
this proposal.
SPOT.
Chair Powell, don't you agree that with the overwhelming negative reception of this proposal, that it shows a lack of public support?
I do think that's fair to say.
Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. Pedersen, is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your service in such difficult times. We sign up to serve and we don't know what's going to come our way. And when I think about what we've been through as a country with a global pandemic, the economy in collapse, and what this Congress was able to do to infuse money to keep our small businesses afloat, critical services available, and making sure that we were in a position for the quickest, strongest recovery in the world. And while we have a lot to feel proud of, we recognize and have had many conversations throughout this committee about the pain points that people are continuing to feel with rising costs. And you touched on this. I really appreciate the discussion around housing in an earlier question, because this is the greatest inflationary costs, especially in Colorado, where we have seen significant home price increases. A lack of supply, people are unable to move because they would go to a much higher interest rate, and then people are unable to buy because they can't afford those mortgage payments. And so while you've talked about recognizing that lowering the interest rates will actually help with addressing the housing crisis, we still have a lack of housing supply. So can you talk a little bit more about what's happening, and that the lower interest rates are only a piece of this?
It's a longer term thing, and a lot of it is it's harder to get lots and zoning and materials and workers, and in many metropolitan areas, the near-in areas are all built up. If you look around Washington, I grew up near Washington, D.C., and
The ticker Google is GOGL. Reuters reporting Google's exploring options on continuing to fight against Microsoft's licensing practices.
It's just we have not enough housing, and that was true before the pandemic, and certainly the pandemic did slow down housing construction. I think we'll get back to a more normal economy with lower interest rates and those sorts of things, but we're still going to have housing shortage.
Absolutely. When I think about the other pieces of the fallout from the global pandemic and the changes that we saw in our economy was in commercial real estate. And I've continued to read about regional bank failures and the risks that the commercial real estate poses in the long term for those assets being on the books for our banks. What is your insight on the risk that it poses for our financial stability and what we should be thinking about here in Congress?
So the commercial real estate situation, which is, it's significantly downtown office and related retail and things like that. This is something the banks have been working through for the last couple of years. I think it'll take more time, more years to work all the way through it. We know from the stress tests and from our own work that the large banks, they're going to be okay here. Some of the regional banks and smaller banks have what you would expect, which is high concentrations in their local community in real estate. We are aware of those. The banks are aware of it. I think the supervisors have been around those banks, making sure they have
That's
capital,
a
they
15-minute
have
cut and
liquidity,
go
they have
potential.
a reasonably,
Breaks.
not too optimistic assessment of how much capital they'll need, how big the losses will be. So I think we'll be working through this, and it's
Wow, QURE rip.
doesn't seem to be a systemic problem or one that threatens broader financial stability. It does threaten bank profitability and those sorts of things, but it'll be with us a while. We'll just keep working our way through it.
And the ability to continue to loan to small businesses
Yeah.
because you're being locked up. You are not going to have enough time to answer this question, but my remaining outstanding question is around the recent Chevron ruling and how you anticipate that impacting the Fed's ability to adjust to the needs of the country and ensure financial stability without being sued at every turn.
We're just looking at all these new decisions, so in its earliest day, I speak under the control of my general counsel, who I don't want to cause him to strike me.
That's how I feel about my staff. I mean, not striking me.
No, but I mean, look, ultimately, we're already very careful at the Fed about keeping within the law. We're really committed to that value, and this ruling doesn't change that. But I think we'll continue to be an institution that's strongly committed to the rule of law.
Great, thank you so much. I yield back.
Thank you.
Gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, is recognized.
Chairman, thanks for being here. There has been a lot of talk about Basel III. Wanted to just change that subject a little bit. Long-term debt proposal.
Salt Life gifting out a sub. Let's go by 501 to the channel now. Can we get some
at the very
Salt
least,
Life
the rule needs to be tailored
emotes in chat
as law requires
for the homie,
so that regional
breaking
banks
that
aren't treated more harshly
500 level.
than the largest
That's
banks,
his,
of course.
That's his emote, if you didn't
In
know.
particular, the requirement for regional banks to hold long-term debt at both the holding company and insured depository institution, that seems to be a burden, is what we're hearing, I think. I just wanted to mention that I would hope that there would be some flexibility for smaller regional banks to pre-position resources, because they're obviously there's some resources that are loss absorbing, I guess is the way you would consider them in the re-proposal. Do you have any thoughts on kind of how this is playing out right now or what this looks like?
Yeah, so on the long-term debt thing, we put it out for comment. We've received quite a few comments, and staff has been analyzing them, and that's something we're well aware of, the concerns that have been raised, and we're thinking carefully about how to move forward on that. The other one was pre-positioning. That's more along the lines of the discount window and the liquidity requirements, I take it. So
right.
So we haven't made a proposal there yet. We're thinking carefully about that. I think we're trying to learn the right lessons from what happened last spring at Silicon Valley Bank and a couple other banks, and one of them just is the discount window worked, but we could certainly modernize it, make it more effective. And also we learned, that bank runs are moving just a whole lot faster, at least in that case, and that even bank runs from 10 or 15 years ago were nothing like as fast as what happened in Silicon Valley. So we need to bake that new learning into the liquidity requirements in some way or other. We, again, haven't made a proposal. When we do, of course, it'll go out for comment, and we'll
Ticker GRFS, Golf, Romeo, Foxtrot, Sandy, sure see any spike in activity, new highs, GRFS.
There's been a clear trend of banks stepping away from the mortgage market, kind of in the face of increased regulation. That's my interpretation, at least. Non-bank lenders have stepped in to kind of fill that void. Today, banks support the non-bank lenders and the broader housing finance system through the so-called the warehouse lending for home mortgages. But I'm deeply concerned that some of the, as was mentioned by my colleagues earlier, that some of the Basel rules could harm both bank and non-bank lenders alike, kind of undermining the liquidity and kind of raising costs of
I took it off my
home
list.
buyers.
Must not like it.
So,
VRPX.
let me just ask, in regards to Basel III, the endgame proposal, could it make housing finance less
Can you play that
stable,
5
I
minute for a
guess,
scalp?
is
Yeah.
the question.
So that's certainly not the
gonna do it.
intention, and
Maybe if I
we're
was
again
paying
well
attention.
aware of the concerns that have been
And I'd
raised.
probably be out by now.
Certainly paying careful attention to those.
Despite the smaller issuer exemption for the debit interchange fee cap, insurers with less than 10 billion of assets reportedly lost about 35% of inflation-adjusted interchange revenue. Have you considered the impact that further reduction of debt interchange will have on small financial institutions with less than 10 billion of assets?
Yes, so that's another one where we put out a proposal, we got a lot of comments, and we're carefully reviewing those, and you're certainly aware of the specific concern that you raised.
As you may know, the latest Fed Y14 proposal, which is used to help collect data for Fed stress tests, ask banks for more detailed data on bank lending to non-banks. As a result, there's concern that the Fed may start trying to indirectly regulate non-banks and the financial risk.
Powell
Just talked
says
to one
Fed has
this
yet to
morning
make a proposal
that's
on
concerned about that. So given those concerns raised about the lack of transparency
positioning, can
in its
threaten to
stress testing
monetize and
models
make discount
and
window
potential
more
unintended
effective, says we need to
consequences,
make
is the
to
Fed
bake
planning
new
to
realities
indirectly
into
regulate
liquidity requirements.
non-bank financial institutions through these tests?
That's not the idea. The idea is
OKC, think of the
we
follow,
see
Strictly Solo,
intermediation
Iron
growing
Paul,
very quickly
2822.
non-banks.
Thank you
And
for the follow.
we don't regulate them.
Appreciate
We don't have a secret plan to regulate them or anything like that. It is, but the question is, what risks are being kept inside the banking system, which we do regulate and supervise, and what are the relationships between these large non-banks and banks? And we don't have a preconceived answer to that. We just want to understand what are the what are those business
1050.
relationships like, and what kind of risks does that mean the banks are running? That's all it is.
Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Powell, for being here this
Gnome,
month.
29 months. Let's go.
Almost noon.
Ride Chewy.
Once the
There you
Fed
go. Hi,
is
Day.
reassured that inflation
Oh, was it
is
long
under
early?
control,
And then it didn't
what
go.
does the path back to neutral interest rates look like?
I really like the daily.
You said that we wouldn't reduce rates until we were confident that inflation is moving
held the
sustainably
42
down
level.
to 2%. I think the question of what is neutral is going to be an empirical question. I think it seems to me it's unlikely that we'll be going back to the very low interest rates of the pre-crisis period.
Oh, great.
But we'll know that from, we won't
Great.
know that until we get there.
Great.
And the Fed's dual mandate comprises of price stability and maximum sustainable employment. As the Fed
You hear
is
that,
thinking about
folks?
inflation
2%
and
thing of the
possibility
past.
interest rate cuts, how are you balancing these priorities with the need to maximize employment?
Riley
So over the past couple of years, we've had a very strong labor market
Yep,
and inflation
interest rates
well
only
above
mattered,
target,
of course.
and that has
Yep,
led us to
that's true.
focus mainly on bringing down inflation. Over the course of 2 years, inflation has come down pretty significantly. There's more work to do there. We're not at our
So
target.
the
We need
rich
to
get
keep on
richer,
that job.
poor
At the same
stay
time,
poor.
the labor market has cooled pretty significantly. And so I would say those two goals are now much closer to being in balance, and that means from a policy standpoint, we need to be paying attention to both of them.
Mhm.
Whereas for the last couple of years, really, we had to pay mostly attention to inflation.
Chairman Powell, I have told you that I will be asking for a status update.
That's a
on the
VITL,
Section
Victor India Tango Lima. Sure, seeing a bump in activity, no circulations, any long idea from Banyan Hill, VITL.
Since your last appearance in March, several of your fellow regulators have issued a proposed rule.
AMD.
Why did the Fed choose not to sign onto this proposal?
So what we're doing is we're looking at the current state of affairs as it relates to incentive compensation. As you may know, we've had guidance in place now since 2010 for all banks, and we supervise pretty significantly around that. So it's a very different picture than the one that was there in 2010. So we're asking ourselves, what is the situation today, and how do we tailor a proposal to address the residual risk as opposed to what the situation in 2010 was?
Yes. In previous hearings, you said that you need to better understand the problem in order to write the rule. In a speech
You ain't
in
broke
June,
out yet there,
SEC
homie Salt Life.
Commissioner
Don't
Lizarraga
freaking
said,
rejoice
"It has
before
been
it's
well
crossed the finish
documented
line."
that in the lead up to the financial crisis, pay structures often encourage big bets that maximize short-term profits but ignore bigger, longer-term risks that threaten to take down the entire financial system. Additionally, since your last appearance, several of your fellow regulators have moved toward with a proposed rule. Why have your fellow regulators and Commissioner Lizarraga been able to understand the scope of the problem and the Fed has not?
Well, I think the quote absolutely makes my point, which is, I think everyone agrees that incentive compensation practices before the global financial crisis were not in a good place. However, we published guidance
Chair Powell
on
says the
incentive
Fed needs to pay
compensation
attention to
binding
both
on
labor
all, not
market
binding,
and
but guidance
jobs
for
compared
all
to
banks
before when the
in
focus was on
2010,
inflation risk.
After putting it out for comment, a lot of thought went into that guidance, and now we supervise on that guidance. And so the situation with incentive compensation now and banks is completely different than it was before the global financial crisis.
It's
completely different.
Well, you know, the other regulators have been able to figure this out, and you haven't. But let me just say, this is not how congressional mandates work. Of all the rulemaking provisions in the Dodd-Frank, only 148 were mandatory. And of those, only 22 had a deadline of less than a year after enactment. Section 956 was one of them. And I hope that you come to the conclusion that it is your duty to issue the regulation. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Section 156 requires either a rule or guidance, by the way. It does not require a rule or guidance. Thank you.
The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Donalds, is now recognized.
Slap
Thank
back.
you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Powell, it's good to see you. Let's cover a lot of different areas of ground. According to the Bureau of Economic Analysis, since President Biden took office, the price of goods has continued to outpace family incomes, with prices increasing now 19.3%, while average weekly earnings have only increased 14.6%. So families have fallen behind with respect to their purchasing power, that they're able to go and acquire goods. What role has government spending played in creating this untenable economic crisis?
Close that door, please. Sorry, I can't hear very well when the door's open. So
I'll repeat, that's fine.
No, I heard you.
Oh, okay.
That needs to be closed. So what role is government spending as part of the story? So government spent, we had our rates really low. The pandemic happened and we closed the economy and then reopened it. And I think you saw a burst of inflation, everywhere in the world. And certainly there were many contributors to that.
Do you think that the president in his budget calling for an increase of federal spending, upwards of 5% increase in federal spending across the board, do you think that's going to have further implications on stubborn inflation plaguing the pocketbooks of the American people?
It would be inappropriate for me to comment on the president's budget.
The only reason why I would ask Mr. Powell is because obviously the Federal Reserve is having to respond to various aspects of fiscal policy coming from Capitol Hill. Regardless of the president's budget, would it be appropriate in the current environment for federal spending to increase 5%?
What
10%,
is that?
15%?
Honestly, that's a question for elected representatives. We don't play a role in fiscal policy.
Fair enough. Is it the view of yourself and the Federal Reserve Board that fiscal policy does create impacts on the Fed's ability to manage monetary policy for the United States?
We take fiscal policy as a given, and we're not commentators, we're not the Congressional Budget Office or the Office of Management Budget. Whatever fiscal policy happens up here,
Let's take a PCG, Papa, Charlie, Golf, no chat room circulation attempts, PCG.
And that's because we didn't run for office, we don't have that job. We stick to our knitting. And the fact that we're independent really depends on us sticking to what our assignment is, which is to deal with, things with the economy as it is.
I would argue that the fiscal policy of the United States has given you guys a lot more to deal with, and whatever the various burdens that come with it. Unfortunately, you have to tangle with it, but the American consumer is the one that truly has to deal with it. I'm going to move on. The Monetary Policy Report cites a pickup in immigration as one of the major factors that has improved the supply of labor. However, labor force participation rate remains below pre-pandemic levels. What percentage of the increased foreign-born labor supply, to your knowledge, comes from illegal immigration?
What percentage say it again, the question?
What percentage of foreign-born labor comes from illegal immigration?
I think all of foreign-born labor comes from immigration.
No, illegal immigration.
Illegal.
Illegal,
Sorry,
yes, sir.
didn't get that.
Yes, sir.
I don't know the answer to that.
All right, well, one of the things that I think will be important to help, advise Congress on what to do going forward is if the Federal Reserve had some data to that regard to help us make further decisions into the future. Chairman Powell, let me ask you this one overarching question. Obviously, interest rates, if you compare it over the last 15 years of monetary policy, is at an elevated rate. Does the Fed anticipate any possibility of rates being lowered, whether it's 50 basis points, 100 basis points, at some point over the next year or two?
So I guess the question really is, where are interest rates going to settle out when all of the effects of the pandemic are really done? And no one knows. This is a great discussion to have, but I think my sense, and pretty commonly people think, we probably won't go back to that era between the global financial crisis and the pandemic, where rates were very, very low and inflation was very low, and like extremely low. There were major European countries that had negative 10-year bond rates, negative, and that was not the case here. But I don't think we're going back to rates that are that low. We think that things like the neutral rate are driven by slow-moving forces, but ultimately you can see the effect. We have, our policy rate is over 5% now, and it feels like policy is restrictive, but not, intensely restrictive. So that suggests that the neutral rate of interest, at least as of now, will have risen somewhat, which means rates will be a little higher.
Okay, thank you so much. I yield back.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. We now go to the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, who is recognized for 5 minutes. Mr. Sherman? Would you like us to move on?
If it's Josh's turn, it's Josh's turn.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for.
Thank you, Mr. Sherman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, you have said that custody assets are off balance sheet, always have been, and do you stand by that?
Sorry, say that again?
You've said that, quote, custody assets are off balance sheet, always have been. Do you stand by that statement, sir?
I think as a general matter, yes.
The SEC's Staff Accounting Bulletin 121 affects a core banking activity, custody. The specific bulletin requires banks to put digital assets held in custody on their balance sheet, effectively keeping banks out of the market entirely. Have the Fed and the SEC had conversations about the impact of SAB 121, and just want to get a sense of your thoughts on the policy, please?
So we, as you know, I think we don't comment on the SEC's policy. They don't comment on our policies either. So I know that I knew you were going to SAB 121 on that, but honestly, it's the SEC's business, not ours.
Thank you. Last month, you said that when evaluating inflation data, you consider whether wage growth is outpacing productivity. From 1979 to 2019, middle-class workers' productivity grew about 60%, while their wages grew by about 16%. you consider this historical gap when considering whether to hike rates on families obviously struggling to make ends meet?
So we're looking at inflation and we're looking at maximum employment. Those are our goals. We don't really have the ability, we don't have a bunch of different tools for things like what you're talking about. So really, it's just those things. Of course, we're very well aware of longer run trends like that. You have to also include benefits, though, in that analysis, which does close that gap quite a bit. You just mentioned wages.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, yesterday the Director of National Intelligence said that, quote, Iranian government actors have sought to opportunistically take advantage of ongoing protests regarding the war in Gaza, end quote. They have observed actors, quote, observed actors tied to Iran's government posing as activists online, seeking to encourage protests and even providing financial support to protesters, end quote. As a member of the House Select Committee on Intelligence, I'm equally concerned about our adversaries meddling in our financial system. Can I have your commitment, or if you can discuss the work, if you're working with other federal agencies to investigate and address foreign interference channeled through our financial institutions?
So we do take part in many of those things, especially at the staff level. And as you know, there's a lot of focus in the intelligence community, and it's very helpful to the banks, the commercial banks, and to us. But we're certainly very focused on those issues. We've got a strong team. Of course, you're never able to sleep on cyber risk, but you know, we just keep fighting it.
I would like to switch gears to the discount window, please. Chairman, we've heard that the discount window is behind the times in terms of its operations. We also continue to hear that efforts to modernize the discount window and encourage its use will be ineffective without reducing the associated stigma. The usability of the discount window is an important tool for banks that need liquidity. Just wanted to get a sense of efforts underway to make the discount window a more realistic option for banks that need liquidity.
So it's a couple things. First, it is we need to modernize our infrastructure. You know,
Because Chair Powell says
discount window in
inflation
our
has
system
come down, but prices are still high.
It's not a primary source
I do
of
have
credit. It's
some
a source
confidence in
for
inflation coming down, but not
banks
prepared
that
to say
they can use under
sufficiently
certain circumstances.
confident in its coming
we know that the
sustainability
infrastructure
down
is a little
to
tired,
2%
and we're
yet.
investing in that
We're
and making it more
going to return to
user-friendly
2%
and all that.
inflation.
That's a big,
I am
big
reasonably
project that's
confident.
going on. Sorry,
Asked
the
about
second
potential
point was,
foreign meddling against U.S. banks,
stigma.
says
The
Fed is
stigma
very focused
that's
on
tough.
those
That's
issues.
a tough one, and you know, it amounts to there are a lot of ways to get after that. We're studying all of them. You know, in a sense, if you require banks to use the discount window, then that can help with the stigma. I think. I mean, this is a big ask, but you know, when Congress required us to publish the names of discount window users, that didn't help. It doesn't help at all, because banks basically say we're not going to use discount window because it might, you know, people might see us as troubled, and that's not what we want. We want people to be able to freely use the discount window. So we've been focused on this issue for a long time, have not made a lot of progress on it, but right now I think we're very focused on it.
Thank you, sir. I'll yield back. Thank you.
Because Chair Powell says stigma on using discount window is tough.
Thank you, Mr.
Having to
Chairman.
publish names
Chairman
of
Powell,
banks
to the
doesn't
best of
help.
my knowledge, the last public meeting between you and President Biden occurred on May 31st, 2022. Does that sound accurate?
I'm going to take your word for it.
Okay. Have you had any private meetings with the president since that time?
No.
Any phone calls with the president?
I don't believe so.
Is there any reason why you've not met with or spoken to the president?
I mean, I meet with when any president calls, you come and you meet, but that hasn't happened, so.
So in over 2 years, with inflation still nagging us, with cost out of control, President Biden has not asked to meet with you in over 2 years?
I haven't had a meeting with him. He hasn't sought a meeting, and of course, I don't seek meetings, so you have the date.
But to your knowledge, in the last 2 years, you've not spoken with or met with the president.
Against HP.
He shook his hand
Packard.
in a line once, but that wasn't a conversation. It was just, Mr. President, and that was it. It was at a state dinner. I attended a state dinner.
Says, as the court held in a ruling that
few months
WEX
ago,
is likely
and I
to
shook his
succeed
hand.
on the merits of
Good
its
evening,
claim
Mr.
that
President.
HP is
And that was it.
conducted
Does that not
infringed
strike you as odd
WEX's
that the president
trademarks?
has not
The
sought to meet
evidence
with you?
favoring WEX
Not at all.
is overwhelming.
Not at all.
Says the
We're an
Mr.
independent agency.
That's
and,
WEX,
and,
Whiskey
Chairman.
Echo X-ray.
Parliamentary inquiry, please, Mr. Chairman.
I'm
Am I
sorry.
recognized?
I want to answer your,
State your inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a point of order under Clause 4 of Rule 17 that the gentleman's words are disorderly and violate the rules of decorum in debate insofar as they are negatively reflecting upon the personality of a candidate for President of the United States.
The congressman is not engaged in any personality or in any, has questioned anything about anyone at this point. I'm not sure where you're going, Congressman. Congressman is recognized.
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank
Chairman,
you.
happy to answer your question.
Mr.
Can I
Chairman.
answer your question?
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to
Not at all
continue with the
unusual.
point of order, please.
What is your point of order?
Mr. Chairman, we have been admonished in this committee that we should not have words that negatively reflect upon persons who are running for president. This would include Mr. Trump as well as the current president.
Didn't the ranking member do a whole opening monologue
Chairman,
diatribe about some
Would
ridiculous
you
project
please rule my
2025?
friend out of order, Mr. Chairman, until you rule?
Mr. Lawler has not admonished or said anything negative about the president at all. I just listened to his comments, so I'm going to recognize.
Fed Chair
Congressman
Powell says President
Lawler
Biden
from
has
New York.
not sought a meeting with the
Thank
Fed
you,
Chair yet.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Powell, you were trying to answer my question.
So we're an independent agency. The administration has been very respectful of the Fed and not, wanting to try to influence and things like that. And I don't find it at all unusual. I've been at the Fed this is my 13th year, and I think there can go by long periods of time when the Fed chair doesn't meet with the president, and that's totally fine.
Okay. Since you made mention of the independence of the Fed, and I know you pride yourself in that independence.
PDX,
Do you
Becton,
acknowledge,
Dixon and
or do
Company
members of
issues
the
statement
FOMC
on
acknowledge
suppliers issue
that a
impacting
rate
BD,
cut in
Bactec,
September
blood culture virus
could be
that the
viewed as political
FDA
just 30
earlier
to 60 days before an
put
election?
a note out about?
So
They say,
our undertaking
while the
is to
supplier
make
issue is not expected to
decisions
have a material
when and
financial
as they need
impact
to be
on
made
BD,
based on the
we
data,
are
the
fully
I'll take a
focused on
Rivian
returning the
RIVN.
supply
Share
of blood
seeing an
culture
increase of
viruses
activity, new
prevalent
highs for Rivian.
not in
SBDX,
consideration of other
Bravo,
factors, and that
Delta,
would include
X-ray.
political factors. We will make those decisions. We have a long history of doing that, including during election years, and that is the undertaking we'll make. Anything we do will be very well grounded, and it's just not appropriate for us to get into the business of thinking about election cycles at all, one way or the other.
So inflation year over year from May 2024 to from May 2023 to May 2024 is up 3.3%. Overall inflation. Energy inflation is up 3.7%. Food inflation up 2.1%. With inflation continuing to be a challenge, do you see a rate cut as a possibility at this moment?
So I think you're quoting the CPI numbers, which are operating at an unusually high gap to the PCE. For 25 years, the Fed has focused on personal consumption expenditures inflation, PCE inflation. And usually the gap to CPI is only 25 or 30 basis points. It's more now. So the PCE numbers, the current PCE numbers are 2.6% for headline, 2.6% for core. And we've articulated for a good long period our test for being willing to consider
Apple
beginning to
took
loosen
an
policy. And that test
APPL.
is
Apple aims to
we wanna
ship
be
10% more new
inflation
iPhones
is
in
moving
2024
on a path
after bumpy
sustainably down to
2023.
2%, not
That's
at
a report
2%.
coming from Bloomberg.
It's on a path sustainably
That's
to
ticker
2%. That's the test we've
AAPL,
articulated.
Alpha Alpha,
I have
Papa
some
Lima.
confidence, as I said earlier, that we are on a downward path.
Apple
If you
Intelligence
look at the
AI
data,
features
it's pretty
expected
clear
to
that-
boost
but
iPhone
we have not
demand.
said, though,
Apple
that
looks
we
to
have
ship
sufficient
90 million
confidence, and that
iPhone
will be a
16 units in
decision that
latter
the
half
committee
of the
makes.
year. That's a report coming from
I would
Bloomberg.
just note, obviously, CPI,
Alpha,
the
Alpha, Alpha.
price of goods, the price of purchasing a home, The price of a mortgage.
Fed Chair
the
Powell
cost of a
says
mortgage
the
has been
administration has
astronomical.
been very
In Westchester
respectful
County,
of
for
the
instance,
Fed.
where I represent, the average
Asked
mortgage
about
cost is up
possibility of
$1,000
September
a
rate
month.
cut being viewed as political, says
Over
Fed only
$12,000
focuses
a
on
year.
economic data.
In the time I have remaining,
Our
quick question.
undertaking is
In
to
your
make
meetings with the
decisions
president, have you
when
noticed any
and
mental or
as they
cognitive
are
decline?
needed.
No. Thank you.
Anything we
yield
do
back.
regarding rate
Point of
cuts is
order.
very well grounded.
Its time has expired.
Anything we
Gentleman
do
from
Point of order,
will be
Mr.
very
Chairman.
well grounded.
Point of order.
We
Yes,
don't
Mr.
get
Chairman, the
into the
gentleman just
business of
mentioned the
caring about
president's
election cycles
cognitive
at all.
capacity.
That's
And
from the
I
Fed
believe
chair
this to
testimony.
be a violation of the rules with relationship to decorum, and that this goes into a personality of a president.
Gentleman's time had expired. You're recognized now for your 5 minutes, Mr. Green.
My point of order is to be made immediately after the gentleman's statement, and that's what I'm doing.
I would remind members not to engage in personalities and comments about the president.
But Mr. Chairman, if I may, with my point of order, I
Fed Chair
demand that
Powell
the
says
gentleman's
we
words
want to be more
taken down.
confident
Use
inflation
of
is
for
moving on a
as
path
they negatively
sustainably
reflect upon a
toward
candidate for
2%.
president of the United
I have some
States.
confidence inflation is on a downward path. Asked about President Biden, says not noticed any cognitive decline in his interactions with him.
Gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, is recognized.
I'll happily withdraw my words.
Google,
everybody
ticker
understood.
GOOG,
Mr. Chairman,
golf,
Gentleman
Oscar,
withdraws
Oscar,
his
golf.
comments.
With user
find
consent,
his
healthcare
final-
partners can
if I
now
may, Mr.
access
Chairman,
Fitbit's irregular
his final comment
heart rhythm
was, although
detection
everybody
data via
understood them,
Fitbit web
in my
API.
opinion, that then
That's
brings us
coming
right
from
back to where we
Reuters
were
on
before he made his attempt to withdraw. Now, if he's willing to withdraw appropriately, I will not demand. But until he does so, I demand that his words be taken down.
The gentleman's time had expired.
Mr. Chairman, the time does not expire on the request that I've made, the point of order. The time didn't expire on that.
I recognize
Let
Mr.
the
Lawler.
record reflect, I withdraw my words.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is now recognized for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the chair for appearing today. I hope things are going well with you. I know that this is a difficult time for you. And quite frankly, you've been in a difficult time for a number of years, and you've proved to be quite resilient and quite effective at what you do. So I thank you for what you're doing. I do want to ask you about several things, and I hope that I'll get to them. But first, there was a post-failure lessons report after the failure of Silicon Valley and Signature Banks. I thought that report was pretty important. How important is that post-failure lessons report?
It's important. We wanted to learn the right lessons and make the right changes to both our rules, but also really to our supervisory practices more than anything else, and we're doing that.
And is this something that you believe to be important after each incident, such as what happened with Silicon and the other bank?
Yes, I think
Shares
I
of
think we all
Skyworks
have,
Solutions,
lots to be
ticker
humble about it, and we try to learn
SWKS,
from,
popping to the
learn
upside
from
after
events.
that news on Apple
Thank you. Let me go on to the next
regarding
question, which
more
has to do
iPhone
with
sales in 2024.
the banks that
That's
are
SWKS,
small. Let's talk
Sierra,
about those that are
Whiskey,
less than $5
Kilo,
billion
Sierra,
in total assets.
and
Yet they are
QRVO,
subject
Corvo.
to the special assessments of the FDIC once there is a systemic risk exception triggered. I'd like to see them exempt from that. Do you have any comments on it?
Corvo
That's
ticker
really
is
that's either a
QRVO,
statutory matter or it's a
Quebec,
matter of the
Romeo,
FDIC's
Victor,
practice. So it's not something the Fed has any input into, really.
Okay. Let's do this next, please, as time runs out. Would you kindly finish your commentary? You were giving a comment on the pandemic and how the pandemic helped to generate this inflation, and you were stopped in the middle of your comment. So would you go back through that, please, so that the public at large can get a better understanding of what actually happened with the pandemic and inflation?
So I'd be glad to. And I think people are now, we have a few years to look back. I think the more years that pass, the clearer we can see what was happening. But I think you look back now and you're seeing this, broadly what was happening was governments did a lot to support economic activity during the pandemic, and on the theory that, there could be really serious economic bad times ahead. Then the economy reopened, and it reopened very, very strongly. And I think in hindsight, you can see that there was just a lot of support for demand from fiscal policy, from monetary policy, and that supply was constrained. You couldn't make cars. Supply chains were tangled up. There were shortages of so many things. So what happened was we got a burst of inflation, and the United States got a big burst of inflation, really more from demand than other countries did. Then you have the war in Ukraine, which gave a big burst of inflation, more to Europe than to us. And so you wind up with a situation where you've just got a lot of inflation, and my thinking at the
Because
time
Chair Powell
was
says
it's
you are
gonna take
never able
restrictive
to
monetary
sleep on
policy,
cyber
it's
risk,
gonna take
stigma
time
on
for the
banks
supply
using
side
discount window
and
hard to
demand
fight,
side distortions from the
administration
pandemic
not trying to
unwind.
influence the Fed,
2023
Fed to make
was the year
decision when
that kind of
needed
happened.
based on
So
data,
supply
not
chains were
considering
fixed,
political
the labor
factors,
shortage was
not
greatly
appropriate for
alleviated,
Fed to take election
and
into
unemployment
consideration.
remained very low. Inflation came down by a very large amount last year, while growth remained quite strong. So this was the year that kind of proved that thesis. Now we're in 2024, and it's a question of finishing the job on inflation, which we're committed to do, while also keeping a strong labor market, which we're also committed to doing. And that's a balance that we have to strike in our policy. But I think we know more now about where this came from, because we can see what made it go away. And it was a combination of supply and demand, as we had kind of expected.
And two of the most significant factors were the pandemic and the war with Ukraine. Is that correct?
Yes, and it's also the fact that the pandemic summoned forth a great fiscal and monetary response.
Says Chair Powell, says
and
we
that
need to finish the
contributed to
job on
really strong
inflation while
activity
keeping
and
a
to
stronger
inflation.
labor market.
Without question.
We're going to run out of time, but I have to ask. If not but for that monetary response, I know that it's a counterfactual, but would we have...
I'll take a GLW Golf Lima Whiskey. Sure seeing an increase of activity, new highs. It comes on the back of Apple News aims to ship 10% more new iPhones.
We'd never literally shut the global economy down for a period and then tried to reopen it. We didn't know how long it would take or how well that would go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman's time has expired. We now go to the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, who's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Chairman Powell, for testifying today. I realize that my questioning point in the hearing today, probably a lot of material has been covered, but there's nothing ever wrong with asking important questions a second or third time.
We'll take our SWKS, Sandy Whiskey Kilo Sandy, also at highs.
Boswell proposal put out for public comment, and you're working through the process with FDIC and OCC. From my perspective, the FDIC is in a period of uncertainty. The current chairman announcing he'll resign to restore confidence in his agency, and the replacement is awaiting Senate confirmation hearings. And at the OCC, we have an acting comptroller who has not been yet confirmed by the Senate. At the very least, given the expected broad revisions, I hope the other agencies agree that a complete reproposal would be appropriate. So, Chairman, could you give me some indication of what the potential timeline around such a decision to repropose might look like?
It's pretty uncertain, but I'll give it a shot. And I'll say again, that these discussions we've been having with the other two agencies have been very constructive, and we very much want that to continue. We've got pretty good agreement on the substance, and now it's about the process. So, a baseline might be that we agree on a reproposal of some kind that gives the public a chance to see these changes and react to them and write comment letters, and so that could happen. We take us a while to write it up, and then we'd put it out for 60 days. I think that couldn't happen probably until part of the way through the fall. Then there would be let's say 60 days of comment, and we get the comments, we'd have to then evaluate the comments and think carefully about them. Having done that, we'd have to write up the final version, and that would take some time. So that probably puts you, my guess is it puts you well into next year. As I mentioned, these are rules that the banks are going to have to live with for a long time, and we need to get them right. It's not something we should be hurrying
Fed
on.
Chair
We need to
Powell
take our
says
time and
fiscal
get it
monetary
right
response to
and
pandemic
make sure
behind
that we hear
subsequent
the
inflation.
comments. This is a very big piece of regulation. A lot of things will need to be changed. There are a lot of good things in there. We want to come out with a good proposal, and that's what it'll take.
To shift gears on you, Chairman, the 2024 stress test focused on commercial real estate
Fed Chair
risk,
Powell says we need to
which
finish
is
the
an
job
area
on
we've all
inflation
been
while
paying close
keeping a stronger
attention to
labor
here on this
market.
committee.
Baseline on Basel
Do
III
you agree that the
proposal could
results
be that
showed the
it goes
financial
out for
system to be
comment in the fall.
strong?
Yes, I do.
The folks back home
Fed Chair
are
Powell
always
says
very
stress tests showed financial system
concerned
to
about
be strong.
inflation and the period we've gone through lately, not just the basic necessities that continue to explode, but the cost of doing business and all those other issues. The fact is the inflation's still running above the Fed's 2% target, and we've seen significant price increases in food and energy over recent years. As you and I have discussed before, I started out as a young farmer in 1977 in that inflationary period during the Carter years. And then when we went through Chairman Volker's rather, shall we say, dramatic tightening of monetary policy. And I still remember paying 17% to borrow cow feed money when I was a student in college. I was well collateralized, but that was a bargain in the fact that the cap was accessible. So I'm particularly sensitive, being a part of that generation, that if inflation isn't effectively dealt with, it can spiral out of control. Could you expand for a little bit more about your approach in dealing with inflation in a way that doesn't repeat the mistakes of the past? I just want to avoid the mistakes of the past.
So I think really one of the big lessons coming out of the high inflation of the 70s, which we both lived through, is that it really is on the central bank to be on the case and do the job and make sure that it is fully, well and truly done. And that really that is up to the central bank. And believe it or not, that wasn't fully accepted, or that wasn't necessarily the thinking. And also, the independence of central banks was much less respected back then. All the more credit to Paul Volcker for having the courage to do it. So we now, that is an internalized lesson for people in central banking these days. We do understand that. We are committed to bringing inflation sustainably down to 2%.
One last question in my remaining seconds. You and the leadership of the Feds will be there the day before the election this fall, and you'll be there the day after the election. Still be the same people, carefully watching the Fed's responsibilities, correct?
This is my 4th presidential election at the Fed, and I can tell you, we come to work the next day and we do our jobs.
Gentleman's time has expired, and I'll go to the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman.
Coming out of COVID, everyone said a soft landing was impossible and a recession was inevitable. I want to commend you and the administration. It looks like we've seen a soft landing. We've continued to have historically low unemployment rates and historically low unemployment rates for people of color. And in the last 18 months, we've seen a 4.7-point decline in the inflation rate as measured by the Consumer Price Index. Is that the greatest decline, or I realize you may not have done the calculations, but I did the calculations. It's the greatest decline that we've seen in an 18-month period this century. Do you have any reason to disagree with that?
I hope that's true, and I'm glad you said it, because it's certainly a lot. I can't validate the statement, though.
I'm sure you have a fine staff that will do the calculation, and hopefully we'll see the press release. When Secretary Yellen was here yesterday, I addressed an issue that both you and her should be concerned with. I've always opposed Operation Choke Point, where for political reasons, banks wouldn't provide or might not provide financial services. Florida and Tennessee have passed laws giving anybody who's denied a bank account or even a loan a way to claim that that was for political reasons. And it opens up the possibility that banks would be pressured by those laws to release their suspicious activity reports, which I understand are supposed to be
and
private. And so I hope
SPG,
you'll work with the Secretary
Simon Property
in
Group. BP signs deal
making
with
sure
Simon
that
to
the
expand
laws of Florida and
ultra-fast EV
Tennessee
charging network
do
in the
not
U.S.
adversely affect our ability to deal with suspicious financial circumstances.
Bravo Papa
You
and
have a dual mandate.
Sierra Papa
I
Golf.
think you have a third mandate that is implied, because the budget deficit poses a great risk to price stability and to keeping unemployment low. And you don't deal with spending, you don't deal with taxation. But in two ways, you dramatically affect the budget deficit. Federal government is the biggest borrower in the history of the world. Interest rates affect the forthcoming budget deficit. And at times, you've turned over to the federal government up to $100 billion in profit. And so I hope that you would consider whether your first two mandates imply that you at least have to look at how your policies affect the budget deficit. I hope that you will go with republication of Basel III and insist on that. I know you're dealing with two other regulators on that. A recent assessment by PricewaterhouseCoopers showed that the original proposal would lead to higher borrowing costs for small and medium-sized businesses. And in every way, Basel III seemed to be slanted toward telling the banks, go and put your money on Wall Street, where you just are going to have interest rate risk, and don't loan your money to local Main
U.S.
Street
Treasury
businesses, 'cause
Undersecretary
it's
Jay Shambaugh
And in fact,
says U.S.
if
may
you had
need
a
to
fair
take further
system, you
defensive
would
action to
mark to
protect
market
U.S.
all
industries from China's
bonds,
industrial
not just those that
overcapacity.
are, quote, available for
More
sale.
creative
I
approaches
hope
beyond
also that
Section
as you
301
redo,
tariff adjustments may
Basel
be
III,
necessary against
you
China's
treat energy tax
overproduction and
credits,
exports.
green energy tax
U.S.
credits the
defense
same way you
against
currently
excess
deal with
capacity
low-income
or
housing
dumping
tax
of
credits,
exports is not
that you keep in mind the effect on the
protectionist
securities
or
industry,
anti-trade.
particularly municipal bonds, that you don't unfairly
US
to local business
Undersecretary
say that
Strombaugh.
if it's a publicly traded company, it counts only 65%, and that you look at mortgage servicing rights as an asset, and that you fully account for the private mortgage insurance. I know you give some credit for that, but frankly, a 80% loan to value and a 90% loan to value that has private mortgage insurance pretty much expose the bank to the same risk. I'll ask you one question about the debit cards. You're planning to provide only, I believe, a 0.3 cents additional charge for dealing with fraud prevention. Fraud is just skyrocketed. Would the Fed consider increasing the fraud prevention adjustment before finalizing its proposal?
And that's part of the comments that we've received on the interchange rule, and it's something that's a concern that we're aware of, and we'll take that into consideration.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and now the gentleman from the great state of Missouri, Congressman Lukemeyer, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly appreciate the thoughtful gentleman from California's remarks on some of the stuff, but I'm kind of curious how Chairman Powell, he indicated you got a third implied duty here to actually work with the budget. I really thought that only the Congress had the ability to impact the budget. We're the ones, not even the legislative, not the executive branch, not the judicial branch. The legislative branch is the one that handles the budget. Am I mistaken on that, Mr. Chairman?
I believe that is right.
I don't think you want our job on top of what you got. No. One of the things that's come across my desk in the last few weeks here is some of the legislatures this last year around the country have started to pass banking laws that infringe on federal banking laws. Have you seen this? Are you aware of it? Do you have thoughts on it? Can you tell me what your thoughts may be?
Honestly, I have not seen that, and it wouldn't necessarily come across my desk. It might come across Vice Chair Barr's desk more.
Okay, well, I was just concerned because, I mean, you handle lots of banking rules and regulations, and so we don't want to have the state usurp the duties and responsibilities and the legal ability to.
These are preemption issues?
Yes, preemption issues is what it's all about.
Yeah, that's a big deal for the OCC issue.
Yeah, so I was just curious if you'd run across any of that, had any thoughts on it? Okay. One of the things I just got done coming out of a committee hearing with small business a while ago, and there was a home builder individual there, a contractor, and he was talking about the cost of regulations. You know, basically $1,000 increase in costs about 100,000 homes across the country not being able to be purchased because they're no longer affordable. And so it brings up the point with regards to cost of regulations. You know, do you fall under the Administrative Procedures Act?
Yes.
So part of that act is to determine the cost of a regulation, correct? Or the cost of compliance?
I don't actually know the answer to that, but I know we follow carefully the APA.
But I mean, to me, that's a really important point from the standpoint of how you look at rules and regulations to ensure that the cost is not going to be more than the economic benefit of what you're doing. So, I mean, this has to be part of your analysis, I would think.
Certainly, we try to make our rules as efficient as possible and to get the job done.
One of the concerns we have is with, and I think the gentleman talked about the credit card situation here, Reg II, and with regards to the Chevron doctrine basically being rescinded, how is that going to affect your rulemaking with regards to some of the more recent ones like Reg II fees and stuff, the Basel rule? Are all those things going to be impacted by this at all?
I mean, it doesn't change our assignment under the Durbin Amendment to do the interchange rule. So we're always focused as an institution on compliance with the law. We're a very law-abiding group.
But does it narrow your ability to go beyond reinterpret laws and rules and things like that? It seems to me that's
sharply to the downside, down about 9%.
Courts will be asking the same question, which is what
CMS
was Congress's
proposal shows
intent
big reimbursement
for
cut
that law?
for
And that's the question we're asking.
CBRX. Charlie,
What they're saying
Victor,
is courts will
Romeo,
give less
X-ray.
deference to
Is this
agencies,
Canaccord?
I think. Again, these decisions were just passed down. I was actually out of the country last week while this is all happening. I've had no time to be briefed on any of that, so I'm kind of speculating here.
Okay. One last question. I asked this question yesterday of Secretary Yellen. What keeps you up at night? What is your biggest concern with regards to your responsibilities, with regards to the economy, in regards to the banking system? What is your biggest concern?
So for a long time, it's been cyber, and the reason is, we know about credit crises and things like that, and financial crises, but we haven't really had something where there's a successful cyber attack on a major financial institution or financial market utility. That's always been my answer. I would actually say now, the number one thing that just does keep me awake at night is the balance that I talked about before, which is we're at the critical time of inflation's coming down, the labor market is cooling, and we want to get it right for the benefit of the American people. We want to get inflation down to 2%, but we want to keep a strong labor market too, and trying to make decisions that give that the best chance to happen. That is the thing that I think about in the wee hours.
We've talked about this before too. You really got a tough job from the standpoint. You're trying to drive down demand in administration by spending all this money trying to drive it up. It puts you in a really big box, doesn't it? Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Now we have the gentleman from the great state of Illinois, Congressman Foster, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Chair Powell. I guess when things are going well, it's as they currently are, it's all of our duties to look around the curve and see it, the risks that keep you up at night. So I appreciate Representative Luetkemeier's question. Now, over the last few years, there have been increasing interest in synthetic risk transfers, SRTs, or credit-linked notes, which are often used by U.S. banks to shift risk away from the banking system and as a means of managing regulatory capital. So I've been concerned by recent reports that the buyers of some of these SRTs may be investing in them using bank-provided leverage, in which case the risk could just boomerang right back into the banking system. Frankly, when I read about this, it triggered my PTSD from the AIG situation with credit default swaps during the financial crisis. Now, I understand the Federal Reserve plays a role in approving SRTs, in fact, issued guidance to U.S. banks regarding their issuance last fall. Could you say a little bit about the ways that these investments can be a safe way for banks to offload risk, and in what ways they could become a dangerous source of contagion?
Sure. So there could be a breakdown in a couple of places in the chain, as you're obviously aware. One is just that the risk isn't really well and fully transferred to the buyer. And that's just the first step is that risk going away off the balance sheet in an unconditional kind of a way, in a way that the bank understands? And that's a good thing if banks are able to do that. Then the question is it coming back through the back door with financing? And so we're well aware of that. Banks do tend to bring these things to us, and we look at them carefully. We understand the ways-
Ticker
some of the ways it
STAA,
can go
Sandy
wrong.
Tango Alpha Alpha.
But at the end of the day, if it works to reduce
Star Surgical
the
said
risk on the bank's balance
to be
sheet,
targeted and take over
that's something we should
by larger
be okay
rival
with.
Alcon.
But, there's the, well, if you could just say, what sort of insight and control does the Federal Reserve have into all the connections, particularly when the connection may go through businesses that you do not have direct, non-bank entities that you may not have direct oversight over?
My understanding is that this is a very active dialogue we're having with banks. They want to know how this is going to be treated. They don't want to do something that is going to come back on them or that we will deny the treatment on. So I think there's a pretty transparent set of exchanges around how these things work. We're very clear on what we think our requirements are. This is what I'm told, and so we saw what went wrong the last time. I think no one wants to repeat that, including the banks.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Well, if you conclude, and as you're actively studying it, that you need more visibility into certain areas of particularly non-bank things that may be part of the chain of contagion, please let us know, because it's our job to avoid the next crisis. I think it's my personal goal to die before we have another financial crisis, and then I'll be doing my job well. Now, I understand also the value of SRTs in the U.S. are relatively small, and the bulk of these are offshore. Is the growth of this practice internationally something you're watching closely, and is there anything that might provide a sign of early trouble in terms of international contagion that might creep back in?
So I haven't heard that flavor of it, but I'll check on that and let you know.
Do you remember with AIG, the real problem with AIG falling into bankruptcy is that it would immediately put a bazillion of the European banks into violation of their capital requirements, which was major contagion.
Yeah.
Do you have a sense of the time scale for the liquidity proposal at this point?
Fed Chair Powell says we need to finish the job on inflation while keeping a strong
the
labor
main
market.
thing is we have this very large, important project on Basel III.
Baseline on Basel
And I think
III,
we're
reproposal
pretty
could be
close
that
to
it goes
being
out for
able to
recomment in the
move
fall.
that out
Stress test shows
into
financial
public
system
view again.
to be strong.
And I think
Elections don't
once we've done that,
alter
we
how the
can
Fed
move on
does its
to the other
job.
things that
Ask what help.
that are there. And one of them is the liquidity
Having that
proposals. And
said
I
that,
don't wanna
now
put a
he
specific
says number one
timeframe
thing
on it,
keeping him
but,
awake is
we're
getting
certainly
policy right
working
on
toward
inflation
that
and jobs market.
sometime later this year, I would think.
Later this year, we'll have the first view of that.
I would think so.
Okay. I understand it's still under negotiation between agencies, but can you say directionally the Basel III, the new amended proposal, is it just going to be in the direction of sort of weakening it, watering things down toward the current capital requirements, or will there be areas where it's actually strengthening them?
Oh, no, there will be a capital requirement in it that is consistent with Basel III and a capital increase that's consistent with
My
Basel.
question is, if you look at what the original proposal was compared to what you intend to put out, are you moving in the direction of more toward the current situation? And if so, if you can just interpolate, it seems like if you have comments on the proposal you put out, you understand comments on the status quo, and you're somewhere between that, then
right.
maybe you don't need another set of comments because everything that can be said has been said.
It's a little more complicated than that, but that's essentially right. You have current levels of capital, you have the proposal, and you have, which is a lot of gold plating, and then you have where it's shaking out, and that's. But it's
so
more
I just was wondering why you need more comments.
There are many different pieces. The answer is there are many, many different pieces of that.
Thank you, and I'm over time.
Gentleman's time is up. Next, the gentlewoman from the great state of Indiana, Congresswoman Houchin, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the ranking member, and thank you, Chairman Powell, for coming to speak with us today. It's been a long day, so thank you for being here this entire time. One of the greatest strengths of our financial services industry is the diversity of our banking system. I know firsthand how important it is for us to maintain options and choice for
ESTC,
Americans,
Elastic,
whether it's somebody looking
Elastic
to
Open
open a
Interface,
savings
API,
account or take
and
out a loan to
Playground now
start a small
supports
business.
Amazon Bedrock.
Increasingly, however, we
That's
have seen
ESTC,
consolidation in the
Echo,
banking industry
Sierra,
and increased
Tango,
difficulty for smaller financial institutions to survive. One of the reasons for this is an excessive regulatory burden that many of the smaller banks face. While this can come in the form of new proposals and adjustments to liquidity requirements or to things like Basel III Endgame, it can also be due to outdated technological capabilities at the agencies and inefficiencies in and within the examination process. Chairman Powell, could you just talk about what steps the Fed is taking to upgrade technology and procurement procedures and update training practices to ensure that the banks that you regulate don't face unnecessary burdens?
So to your point, the number of banks in the country has been coming down for 40 years. And there's consolidation going on for a whole range of reasons. And we're not trying to foster that. We're not trying to push that. And we're aware that, high fixed costs from regulation may be one of the reasons for that. So we do try to keep that in mind, particularly for the smaller institutions. On your question around
Fed Chair Powell
IT
says,
and specific
lowering
things,
inflation while
I
keeping
might take
employment
opportunity
high,
to go
biggest
back to you as
concern.
somebody who's closer to
Fed
the
aware that
specific
risky assets could be
supervisory
getting back
practices.
to
That would be
banks'
great.
balance sheet
That'd be great.
through
And just
back door.
for reference, I was proud earlier this year to introduce a bill, the Fostering the Use of Technology to Uphold Regulatory Effectiveness in Supervision Act, or the Futures Act. It's an important bill that would require our federal bank regulators to conduct an assessment to ensure that the technology and training systems they are using will
Fed Chair
improve
Powell says
and
Fed to
reduce the
focus on
burden on
liquidity
our, especially
proposal
on our
once
smaller
Basel
financial
III moves to
institutions.
next phase.
At the same time, the bill will strengthen the safety and soundness of our financial system by keeping our regulators up to date on the latest fintech innovations. So I was glad to see that act, the Futures Act move through the markup earlier this year. I certainly hope to see it come to a floor vote soon. Chairman Powell, in your comments yesterday in the Senate, you said Basel III will need a, quote, meaningful revamp. Before we proceed toward finalization of that rule, I was glad to hear you say that. Considering 97% of public comments on Basel III were negative, with 86% of that negative feedback coming from outside the banking sector. Many of my colleagues here today have highlighted their own concerns with Basel III. Given the pressure that Americans are already facing with inflation and increased interest rates and housing market stalls, I would urge that you take a good long look at the cumulative effect of this rule in context with the broader economy, our small and mid-sized banks, not just the larger financial institutions. Will a meaningful revamp include consideration of the hardships that overregulations cause for smaller financial institutions like those that are essential to rural communities like mine in southern Indiana?
I think it will, yes.
And are you concerned about the consolidation that we are seeing in the banking sector? I know you said it's been going on for 40 years. Does consolidation in the banking sector concern you? And are you concerned that the broader effect of cumulative rules is potentially leading to a further consolidation in the banking sector?
Again, we don't want to be part of the reason for that consolidation. It seems to be happening, though, organically. We allowed interstate banking, for example. Also, I think for a long time, the learning was there weren't a lot of economies of scale in banking. I think with all the technology costs, that old learning is now not really true. And so I do think, in fact, I think a lot of the sort of smaller regionals do feel that they need to grow to be able to compete with the larger regionals. And also, the very largest banks are also present, as you well know, in many, many communities where they weren't 30 years ago. So I think people are seeing a need for scale from a business standpoint. And we don't want to push consolidation.
Ticker Marin Software, MRIN, Michael Roman in November, and ticker Reddit. Marin Software says we're thrilled
Thank you,
to
Chairman Powell,
announce
again,
an
for your
integration with
testimony. Our
Reddit.
financial system is really the envy of the world. We need to make sure that small and growing institutions have the tools they need to innovate without any undue burden. I appreciate your emphasis on that in the meaningful revamp. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Shares of Marin Software spiking on that
Next,
on
the
that
gentleman
news.
who set a record for a mile run this morning.
Just because it integrates with Reddit doesn't mean it's freaking okay.
Is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You looked much better and well coiffed when I saw you this morning than I was.
MRIN
nice to
ran
see you
software
again,
shows
Mr.
I
popping to the
did
upside
well on
of
him, but damn.
23.7%.
Just briefly on the
That is-
Basel III reforms,
A
you and I
lot.
have
Mike
talked
Romeo,
about the tax equity
India,
provisions
November.
and the fact that clean
was I
energy
just
tax
looking
equity
at?
got
Mayor
4 times
Schaaf,
risk
Shares
weighting
now
relative
vaulted
to
to the
other tax
upside.
equity
I like this
in
To the
the
upside
review.
of 23.7%.
If there is a reproposal, can you give us any visibility on whether clean energy tax equity will go back to the 100% risk weighting that it's historically had?
So I'm not going to give any specifics out today because, you know, the usual arrangement is nothing's agreed till everything's agreed. So I don't want to get into what the specifics are. I'm hopeful that the three agencies.
Meta Software tweeted
pretty
on
soon
X
with the whole
saying,
package.
"We're thrilled to announce
Well,
our integration with
sooner even
Reddit.
something
Marin
temporary,
unifies
because
Reddit
there are a
ad
lot of
data
banks that want to
with
participate
all
that
our
are, I
publishers,
think, more
making
cautious than they
reporting
need to
and
be right now. I
analysis
appreciate that.
easier than ever."
They're basically
In 2021,
using Reddit.
MRIN and
FSOC report on
RGT,
climate-related financial
Mike
risk.
Romeo,
For the first
India,
time
November,
identified climate change as an
Romeo,
emerging threat to
Delta,
U.S. financial
Delta,
stability. Do
Tango.
you still agree with that conclusion?
The conclusion being that what again?
That climate change was an emerging threat to U.S. financial stability?
Yeah.
Okay, I raise that because I've been troubled, as you know from some of the letters we've written, by this April Bloomberg report that said, number one, that Fed officials were pressuring the Basel Committee to make disclosures of banks' transition plans optional, and that succeeded. Number two, that the Fed, OCC, and FDIC were pushing to limit implementation of the Basel Committee's climate risk management principles to remove financed emissions. And number three, that the U.S., unlike other countries, did not propose that any of its banks be subject to an analysis of how they incorporated climate in their credit risk assessments. Have any representatives from your agency attempted to weaken the Basel Committee's work on climate risk, including by expressing concern about the Basel Committee overstepping its mandate with respect to its climate work?
Well, I guess I would say it this way. The Fed does not have a mandate of fostering an energy transition or dealing with climate change. Some of the Northern European banks feel that they do. They actually have that. It's in their mandate, either explicitly or implicitly, but we don't.
But if we agree that climate change is an emerging threat to the stability of the banking system, are you saying you're not acting on it because you don't have the authority, or you're not acting on it because you disagree with what you said in 2021?
When you say it's and I agree, there's an emerging threat to financial stability, that's over time. I think looking to the banking agencies to lead the fight on climate change is a big mistake. I think it's a job for elected people. We don't have that mandate in the United States. We can do a very limited thing, which is make sure that the institutions we supervise are aware of and can manage those risks. We are not going to be the ones who are forcing them to adopt plans to transition and that kind of thing. That's just not going to happen through the banking agencies without a law change.
So then if it is the view of the rest of the world that climate change is a financial risk and we're going to regulate our banks, is it the view of the Fed that the U.S. GSIBs should not be required to report?
You know, again, we're not going to be climate policymakers at the Fed. We are not going to do that. We don't have that mandate. A key to our independence
2 minutes.
is that we stick to the job you've given us. And the idea that we should discover climate and say, okay, we're going to lead the fight on climate, it just, we do, if we're going to do things like that, we should be part of the Treasury Department.
Well, so to be clear, no one's under the illusions that you're the EPA. But you know, I spoke with Janet Yellen about this yesterday. We have multiple states where the insurance industry is collapsing. Something like, as you know well, something like a third to 40% of U.S. wealth is tied up in real estate. And okay, U.S. homeowners are not
says high fixed costs from regulation might be one reason
in the
U.S.
2008
banking
financial
sector
crisis,
consolidates.
we had
Banks
risk
are
that
seeing
moved out
need
of the
to consolidate
GSIBs onto
part
other
to
entities'
deal with the
balance sheets, and
technology
we said, well,
costs.
we're not responsible because it's an insurance company. Well, we've fixed that. You do now have a mandate to, if there's systemic risk in the system. And so the question is, if we know that risk is moving through the system, is the FSOC monitoring that risk, or is the FSOC's view that if I'm not allowed to look at it, I'm not going to look at it, and it's somebody else's problem? Because somebody else is the person sitting here, right?
I mean,
we're going to be accountable if that risk comes when those chickens come home to roost.
Well, the banks know their risks pretty well, and you see the banks and the insurance companies pulling back from lending in coastal areas and things like that.
No, I agree, but where are they offloading that risk to?
Amazon.
If
Today,
they're putting, we've
AMZN
seen them putting it onto
announcing
Fannie and
AWS
Freddie.
App Studio.
We've
the
seen
fastest,
Fannie and Freddie try
easiest
to
way
put it onto the
build
reinsurance industry. The
applications.
risk doesn't go
Time is
away.
up.
That's
We don't
Alpha
regulate
Michael
them.
Zulu.
Gentleman's time is up.
November.
Go back.
Next, the gentlewoman from the great state of Missouri, Congressman Wagner, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and in keeping with baseball analogies here, I think I'm batting cleanup. Chairman Powell, welcome in this afternoon to you. Chair Powell, in your testimony, you stated that, and I quote, longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored. Could you please expand on that for us?
President
Sure.
Powell
So
says looking
in
at
our
banking
thinking and
agencies to
thinking
lead
of
fight on
economists
climate
and
change
central
is a big
bankers,
mistake.
what the public
We are
expects
not going to
about
be the
inflation
ones
is
who are
really
forcing
important,
banks
because
to
if you
adopt
expect
plans
there
to
to be low
transition
inflation,
due
then
to
it probably
climate
will be
change.
low, because
We are
you're
not
gonna make
climate
sure that's true in your
policymakers.
daily
We don't
decisions.
have that mandate.
So we measure them. We
Key to
survey
our independence is that we
individuals
stick to our
and
job
businesses
Congress has given
and
us.
market participants. And then we look at market-based, you can also derive market estimates of what inflation will be through various instruments in the markets. And all of those suggest that people expect inflation to be right around 2% over the longer term. And that's been very stable right through this episode.
When you say longer term, sir, how many years would you be estimating? 1 year, 3 years, 5 years?
Bitcoin's
or
down quite a
Able
bit.
We look at
to
Crypto's
absorb
down quite a bit.
costs of
short
climate
and
change.
medium-term
If crypto
inflation
goes, then yeah.
expectations too, and they tend to be more volatile because, you know, when inflation's high, people think that'll last a few years. But one standard thing is to look at 5-year, which is between year 5 and year 10. That's a standard way to look, or longer term than that. If you just ask people in surveys over the longer term, you maybe don't specify, but they all give you the same answer, which is people kind of have faith that inflation will go back down to its 2%
Thank you.
level.
There has been some reporting lately on shrinkflation. And for our viewers, I'll say this is when you pay the same price for something as yesterday, but get less of it than before, kind of like my bag of potato chips. Some have sought to direct attention away from the pain of runaway inflation that we've experienced, and instead blame producers who themselves face rising costs pressures. Yet, I haven't seen any mention of shrinkflation as an inflation cause in any recent monetary policy report. Moreover, a Bureau of Labor Statistics article last year looked at shrinkflation and concluded that, and I quote again, it has a minuscule impact on overall inflation. Chair Powell, from the Fed's perspective and analysis, has shrinkflation been a significant casual or amplifying factor in the runaway inflation of the past several years that has imposed maybe greater pain on American workers and households?
I'd have to say no. I mean, I would say it this way, you know, packaging in the U.S. on food products and that kind of thing, you know, it's going to disclose the contents of the thing, and the price will be what it is, and consumers can make their choice to buy it or not. But we don't think that's a major driver of inflation. No.
I think from a producer standpoint, it probably is. If the cost of the item is exponentially higher.
It may reflect costs on the part of the producer. It probably does, but that doesn't mean it's a cause of inflation as such.
Okay, thank you. So, switching topics, the Federal Reserve has produced volumes of research over the last decade, highlighting the negative consequences
CNBC
of the
halftime report,
debit
final trades.
interchange fee cap.
Edward Life Sciences,
Some of the
ticker
economists
EW.
who produced that research
First Citizens Bank
have even
Shares,
worked on this proposed rule,
FCNCA,
Reg II.
United Health Group,
Chair Powell,
UNH,
was the previous Federal
ETF
Reserve research
IYR, that is the
demonstrating
iShares US Real Estate
Regulation
ETF.
II's detrimental impacts
That's
to
the
low-cost checking
CNBC
accounts
final
flawed?
trades,
Or
EW,
did it have
Echo
incorrect
Whiskey,
conclusions?
First Citizens
And if
Bank
not, then
Shares,
why would the Fed
Foxtrot,
propose
Charlie
this
November,
rulemaking
Charlie
when all of their
Alpha,
research
United Health Group,
demonstrated detrimental
Uniform November,
impacts?
Hotel.
Please.
I am not entirely sure what research you're referring to. I'll be happy to follow up with you on that.
Yeah, I hope you are, because I know we're having this discussion about the interchange fee caps and Reg II. And I'm concerned about going forward on that when much of the research that we have seen from the
So
Fed
Chair Powell says
has been
people
pretty
have faith that
steady
long-term
over
inflation
the
will
last
come
number of
down to
years,
2%.
says it has quite detrimental impacts. So please, to low-cost checking accounts. So if you wouldn't mind, I
Let's
would
take
love
our
to get some
MRIN
answers on
shares
that.
resume trading.
Shows
And
the
also, why
MRIN
hasn't the Fed
resumed
taken
trade
into
up
action the higher fraud
31.9%.
costs
That's
that debit card
MRIN.
issuers will incur as a
Michael
result
Romeo
of the
India
new dual
November.
routing mandate for
Shares
card
now moving to the downside.
not present transactions? I'm over my time. If you could also answer in writing, I would be ever so grateful. I yield back, sir.
Leila yields back, and I would like to thank Chairman Powell for his testimony today. I know you got to get out of here, and without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witness to the chair. Questions will be forwarded to the witnesses for his response, and I ask you, Chairman Powell, to please respond no later than August 30th, 2024. With that in mind, this hearing is adjourned.
For those who are new, the news source that you heard the MRIN from and you've been listening to, that's Benzinga. Those are my 2 news sources there. One is Benzinga. The other one is Trade Exchange. I use them both. There's some coupon codes attached if you are interested in it. Benzinga's had some bangers today. The guy that called out the MRIN, that is an add-on to Benzinga. So you have to get the subscription, and then you have to add him on. I think it's like $500 a year. Sometimes you get coupons for it. Highly worth it. If you're a day trader and you sit at your computer all day and you're listening to the news, highly recommend it. And yes, I get a cut when you sign up using the link and the coupon code. It's not much. But I just tell you that be up front. I'd recommend it even if I didn't make a dime. I recommended it when I didn't make a dime. Been using it for 10 years and I will continue to use it. It's a great tool. Speaking of great tools, MentorQ. All right, there, it's 20% off that. They have a new product coming out, and I'm gonna have him on, Fabio, probably end of this month, maybe next month. I can't remember what we were talking about. I gotta get back with him about another product. I know a lot of you signed up for MentorQ and are enjoying that. Remember when H&R Block was on stream, couldn't answer questions. Oh, jeez. LGVN, yeah, freaking piece of dung. Can't believe this thing's still going. I thought people would have seen through the horse manure of this headline by now. 2,500 shares. I'd be up quite a bit of money had I held. Instead, I make $500 on it. Yeah, these are your daily resistance lines that I drew here. These yellow ones. So 330 tapped it. You took Chewy at the top, son of a bitch. ALT, look at this daily compression here. Trying to get the expansion. Actually, it kind of broke right there. Shit. Where were we on this one? Huh, chat? Where were you on this one? Low, higher, low, higher, low, higher, low, high, lower, high, expansion. Son of a bitch. Where were you at on this one, chat? I can't believe this thing is still going. This is stupid. I'll chat you, bitch, if I want to. IVP going. LNTH pretty tight here. Watch this QURE. Gets over. It's getting some juice, man. IVP still juicing. This could be a nasty drop here. IVP trying again. The more I watch this, the more I really think we're going to go again. don't care. Shorting a video. There's DJT. $28.70 break. What does that mean? Biden's team to address senators Thursday at lunch. For what reason? Watch this QURE here. No? IVP again. Jeez. It's a W on the one. Damn. IVP. Damn, IVP. Sea blazing. Am I down with IVP? Are you kidding me? Holy IVP. That thing is a whipsaw. Oh, suck a dick. The truth of MRINs coming out. What are we down to now? 700? Okay. I still can't get freaking decent Momo play out of this. Look at the spreads. Damn. Tighten up. IVP trying. 550, you can juice some more. So if I'm going to cuck here, Qure. It's 5-minute cock and go potential. It's gonna get over 84. Just, do that too. Bay Street, 43 months. Let's go. Nice wick if that holds up. These spreads kind of suck. Come on. Come up and break 79. Do it. Give us the cock. Not give us the cock. Give us the cock. Get back in. Wants to go. IVP again. Give us a cuck. Give us a failed cuck right here. Right freaking here. Just go 72 and then right back up. Frickin' A. It's not holding. What are you doing here? What are we doing here? Go. Did it break? Where? Son of a bitch, it broke. That dicks us. It needs to go. That dicks the chart. It needs to go. That dicks the chart. I'm out. Small L. Damn it! Do you read books about trading investing? Nope. Man, everything has been learned on the fly, baby. I can't believe that didn't go. What? Peggy High Day. Wow. NYB DOW selling off. Can't believe this thing's still. CVSA, huh? Asgard Field. I mean, you got to do something here, right? Keeping it tight. I'd be down with a dip and rip. This thing just flings it around both ways. This thing's nickel and diming me. It's pissing me off. Wow. Wait. How many shares do I have? What does it show? Oh, it's 500. Get nervous there for a second. This is so tight. Go. You freaking tease me. Yes! Yes! Hold 10. Hold 10, you dirty son of a bitch. Can't believe I hit 1020. What is that? All right, 15-second. Yeah, dump. Okay. Get back over 10, you son of a bitch.
Why can't I have nice things? Why can't I have nice things? Why? Why? Loaded up for a juicer. Absolutely loaded to the tits for a juicer. I was loaded up. I've been sitting here watching this piece of shit forever. And I make $200 on it. Gosh! And you're gonna do that shit. $3,000 shares. Oh, this is my moment. We're gonna go high today. I saw a vision. I saw it. It was like it was right in front of me. It said, we're going to the moon. High day incoming. Nope. What is this candle? What is this candle?
No?
You smell that? What is that?
Salt Life gifting out the sub. 503 to the channel now. Let's get a little Salt Life love.
Opportunity.
I think I still have your. I don't.
You smell money out there.
Freaking pisses me. Oh, so perfect. So perfect. No. Peggy is just mooning. Five-minute candle is complete ass. Just quietly breaking some levels. We're green. Just not very happy about it. Peggy. Yeah. I don't know what to think about this, honestly. SoFi. It's not a bad look. See what you're stepping in. Got a link. This is Elon Musk talking about Neuralink here.
Neuralink implant. Currently, I was on the founding team and currently a president.
I'm Matthew McDougall. I'm a practicing neurosurgeon and head of neurosurgery at Neuralink.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Mia Benchen, head of brain interfaces applications.
And I'm Bliss. I'm a software engineer at Neuralink, trying to figure out how to turn brain activity into cool stuff in the world.
All right, thank you. Well, so let's see. So we'll just get going into the presentation. So our first product is something, like I said, we call telepathy, which enables the person with the Neuralink implant to control their phone or computer. Just
Elon Musk is currently live on X giving a Neuralink update.
Literally just by thinking. So there's no eye tracking or anything. It is purely
that's wild.
Purely your thoughts.
Is it not?
So this is like really quite a profound device that can help a lot of people who have lost the connection between their brain and body. So imagine people like Stephen Hawking, who imagine if he could communicate at the same speed as someone who still had the connection to their brain and body. So it's really something that can help millions of people around the world, and it's part of our overall goal of enabling very high bandwidth.
Ticker CVS. Shares currently selling off. Charlie Victor Sandy.
And the rest of the world in your computers. The long-term goal, which sounds a little esoteric, is to mitigate the risk.
No, dumb. Headline: FTC is suing drug managers over insulin prices. That coming from the Wall Street Journal.
Having a sort of closer symbiosis between human
Ticker
intelligence
Cigna also selling off.
Intelligence. But that'll take many years. Along the way, we're going to help solve a lot of brain injury or spinal injury issues.
Seeing a report from the Wall Street Journal that the FTC will sue drug managers over insulin prices.
Long term for bridging the gap. So if there are damaged or severed neurons, being able to expand the gap between the brain's motor cortex to the spine to enable someone to use their body again. I think that would be very exciting, and it's that is something that is possible in the long term. And then our second product, which we've demonstrated to work with monkeys, is Blindsight, which would enable someone who is completely blind, lost both eyes, or completely lost their optic nerve to be able to see. So that's something that we hope to demonstrate in the future.
I saw an interview of a guy that has this, the guy that has the Neuralink in there, and he's saying that it's going to get so good that
tiny wires.
They're going to have to make gamers that have it in a different league because they will be able to think faster than a human,
read and write,
and react faster than a human.
So
I imagine that's for everything as well, right?
Incredibly mysterious thing. It is mysterious in a lot of ways, but it is actually. It does operate with electrical signals. So if you can read and write those electrical signals, you can interface with the brain. And the device is sized so that it is the same size as the piece of skull that is removed. So if it's like a few centimeters diameter of skull that's removed, we replace that with the device after implanting the tiny wires with the surgical robot. and that enables
pouring direct to your brain.
read-write capability.
Yeah, that's right. You can get freaking bricked up sitting there in your classroom.
yes,
Your teacher
exactly.
won't even know what's
completely
going on.
wirelessly, So, like, I could
Sick of listening to this shit, freaking professor.
And it,
Boom!
It charges inductively.
Upload
so
some
you
porn
just,
to your brain.
Basically, have an electromagnetic pad that you charge the device with. So, yeah, it's like an Apple Watch, exactly. So,
except that it's actually a much harder technical challenge to solve, given that there's limit as to how much you eat the brain tissue. Whereas for phones and
have a hot watch,
you don't
or
actually
whatever.
really care that much if it's sitting on a table.
Sure.
So
Yeah,
a
it's
lot
also
of
it's got to go
innovations.
through scan and stuff
Mhm.
as well in our case. So it is a tougher challenge to charge and to have high bandwidth communications, given that it's got to go through skin and hair and stuff.
But we have solved it.
But we have solved it, yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah, so our first step with the
Playing
telepathy
Settlers
is
of
basically
Catan
to unlock
with his
digital
brain.
independence for people with paralysis,
Oh,
and
no.
to allow them
The
to control the
civilization.
computer just with their mind without moving their body. And our goal is to provide them the same level of control, functionality, and reliability that I have when I'm
Let's
using
go
it.
Oklo,
Even better
OKLO.
than
Sure,
the
seeing a
level
bump
of
in
control I have.
activity. No company
And-
tweeting. We were pleased to see President Biden advance the act into law.
So he's not like
Benefits for Oklo could include faster licensing, expanded DoD opportunities. Oklo shares moving on that.
No eye tracker.
Right, there's no eye
Completely
tracking.
From
I mean,
thoughts.
he's live
Correct.
streaming it.
He's-
Like, you
this
can
is
go watch this on Twitter.
just thinking.
Yeah,
That's it.
just thinking.
This is
Like-
just a couple days
Like
ago.
cursor move here.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, this is like
So
the last
that's
line
gonna
or
move
two.
much.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think the way he also described it is he's using the
Yeah.
He has many more videos on his on the platform.
Benzinga! Exclamation point news.
Yeah, so he can. he's
Which
streaming that
civilization
live
is
and
that?
also can talk
I don't
and
remember
move his head without any problem, multitasking.
any of the recent ones
Yeah,
look
you
like
can-
that.
if you join this live stream, you can ask him questions. He'll tell you all about what it's like to move brain.
Also, I think I haven't played Civilization myself, but I think this is actually not easy.
That's what
enough. This
6
is
looks like.
expert
Looks like
Emperor
ass.
mode. Yeah.
Emperor mode.
If you have played Civ, Emperor mode is like the highest difficulty level. Just the point is like this is.
I used to be a
constantly
big
expanding
Civ
maps
5
while
player.
live
I
streaming
love
and
that
playing
game.
with the team. And
Watching
not
shares
five.
of
Talking-
Oklo ticker
talking
OKLO
with,
after the
the
company
audience,
post
yeah.
on X
One of the other
about
games I
Biden
like to
signing
play a
the
lot is
advance
chess.
law.
I think it gets lost sometimes that he's
That's
Ticker
six.
OKLO
Speed
getting a
chess.
small pop here.
yeah.
which requires an incredibly high fidelity degree of control and speed of control in order to be able to win.
So also another cool stuff about our device is that you can use it anywhere, anytime. Also on a plane during a flight while creating really cool memes of cats. Also our device
See a lot of them using their
unlocks
head.
things that
Gotta get past
previously
that,
were
know what I mean?
impossible for our participants. For example,
That's so
we're able
20th
to
century.
connect him to his gaming console, Switch, and play Mario Kart with friends and family. And it was lovely to see them playing together after years that he couldn't do it since his injury.
Imagine if you're sitting one row over from this guy on a plane. You look over, he's making a cat meme.
Nothing
No,
moves.
no hands, no movement. Yeah.
Live in a weird world.
Yeah, it's strange time.
Yeah, and he loves using the device and using it independently daily to.
Shares of
videos,
Baxter
game,
International ticker
play
BAX
games,
are quiet.
using
Seeing a
the
report that the
browser.
company
And
issued
the
a
key
medical
metrics that
device
we care
recall
is to
for
make
its
sure our
Life
device is
2000
actually useful.
ventilator.
It's basically the amount of hours I use the device daily and weekly, and we track it weekly since the surgery. And on weeks that he's not too busy and not traveling, he can even reach 70 hours of using the device a week. This is amazing. He would, of course, love to use it more, but need to run research sessions. He needs to sleep sometimes, and also, of course, to charge the device once in a while. Hopefully, we'll improve that over time.
Something that maybe not obvious to people who are watching this, like it's a normal MacBook he's controlling. This isn't like some limited edition thing where there's only a few options. Like he can just do anything that you can do on a MacBook Pro. Same one I have on my desk, actually. It's the exact same one.
And maybe another interesting point is that on the first day he used BCI, brain control, he was able to break the previous world record for cursor control just by using the brain. And recently he even doubled it and was able to outperform
I wonder
about
why
10% of our engineered Neuralink.
it isn't
And
instant
you
to
can be
that
sure that we are
location.
very good in this game and very quick. And if you want to check out how well you can do it, you can do it on our website. And it's very addictive games.
Yeah, it's a very simple game. You just have to click on the square.
Webgrid. Okay,
but
let's fucking play.
It's actually, even though it sounds silly, it's quite a, yeah, it can be quite a, it sounds like it can be quite addictive, and it's especially if you get a low score and you think there's no way I gotta. So I mean anyone who wants to try this, I recommend going to the Neuralink.com website and seeing if you can beat Nolan's record, and it's that you will find that's actually quite difficult.
Suck a dick, Elon. I'm on it.
And this is really with version 1 of the device and with only a small percentage of the electrodes that are working. So this is really just the beginning, but even the beginning is twice as good as the world record. This is important to emphasize. The media has a habit of saying that the glass is 10% empty, but actually it's 90%
Suck on
full.
your freaking Neuralink
I think it's
bullshit.
really quite an accomplishment of the Neuralink team to have achieved with the first patient, the first device.
What is this, a timer or something?
Twice the world record for the brain-to-computer bandwidth.
Smoking this Neuralink.
That's it's really
bullshit.
Astonishing.
Nothing beats this.
An amazing
Nothing.
outcome. And it's only going to get better from here. So the potential.
Oh, I hate this game already. 30 seconds more.
Megabit level.
There's no way he's at 9.
That's part of the longitudinal.
Whatever a sec. Whatever.
The bandwidth of the brain-computer interface.
Fuck!
If you think about like how low the bandwidth normally is between a human and a device, the average bandwidth is extremely low. It's I said less than 1 bit per second over the course of a day. So if there are 86,400 seconds in a day, you're outputting less than
Suck it, Neuralink!
To any given device, except in perhaps very rare circumstances. So,
World record, my ass.
This is.
I'm world champ. I'm the world champion.
For AI, basically for human.
Yeah. 2 times the world record.
The AI symbiosis is just being able to communicate at a
world champion.
The AI can follow.
So, yeah, just to emphasize again.
Oh yeah, let me see yours. Let me see yours. All right.
Gosh,
I hate that game.
15%
Oh
of
my
his
gosh,
channels
it really messes with
functional.
your eyes.
And so we want to mitigate
Taking
any of the
from the
problems that
same.
led to that situation. So, the brain is a fascinating organ. I'll share with you some of the
Come on.
secrets.
Come
about
on. I
brain
wanna see 'em. I
during
wanna
any
see it. Put
typical
'em in
brain
general.
Surgery. A
Screenshot
small amount
in
of
general.
air is introduced into the skull. That's because neurosurgeons like to have as much room as possible around the brain. And so there's this little known control mechanism of allowing the CO2 concentration in the blood to rise a bit, which allows the brain to either expand or contract depending on where you target that CO2. So typically neurosurgeons will have the brain shrink by lowering CO2. What we're going to do in our future surgeries is keep the CO2 concentration actually quite normal, maybe even slightly elevated, and that'll allow the brain to stay its normal size and shape during surgery. That should eliminate this air pocket that we saw in the first participant. That air pocket, we think, may have contributed to eating up some of the thread slack as the air bubble migrated to be under the implant, push the brain away from the implant. And so that's easy enough to fix. Another consideration that we want to focus on for our upcoming participants is that the brain, think of it like a really complex folded onion. It's layer upon layer of sheets of neurons all over the surface of the brain, folded into this odd, shape. The folds of the brain
Yeah, like
travel down deep
7.5.
into the
There you
brain,
go.
and along with it goes onion
Oh, that's
layers
Jay.
of neurons. And if we insert
Pushing
very
11
close
here.
to one of the folds where there may be very useful information encoded in neurons, we may end up traveling with our threads parallel to some of the layers of neurons that we're most interested in, avoiding them entirely. To avoid that possibility, we're going to insert in our future participants more close to the middle of the apex of the folds, ensuring that we're crossing the layers of interest, layer 5 of the cortex.
I also think that it's important to highlight here those tiny wires that Elon mentioned. They're a fraction of a human hair. They're very flexible, intentionally so, because brain's constantly moving, and you want the electrodes to be moving with the brain, causing less of the scarring. And it's actually impossible for a human neurosurgeon, however talented Matthew is, to actually maneuver them by hand. So we have a surgical robot that we built that can actually precisely target them in any three-dimensional space, X, Y, as well as Z, with micron level precision, while avoiding the sensor so that you don't disrupt and cause immune response from happening. So we actually have the technology to be able to place them exactly where we want them in.
Yeah, it was truly amazing to see the surface of the brain.
I took her
after the robot
SGHT,
had
Sandy
inserted
Golf,
all the
Hotel
electrodes
Tango. Sure,
in the
seen
first
an increase of
participant
activity,
without
new
a
highs,
drop of blood in
SGHT.
sight. It's really quite an achievement.
Yeah, so something that probably most people don't realize is that the brain appears to be sort of somewhat undifferentiated. So if you look at the cortex, it looks like a whole bunch of folds that where, maybe like it's not obvious just looking at say a picture of the brain that the brain is highly differentiated. That there's you pretty much know exactly where the part of the brain is that controls your right hand and your left hand and your leg and that kind of thing, or vision. It's actually quite precisely located. It's not. Some people might think look at the brain like, oh, it could be anywhere, but actually your brain is highly differentiated, even though it doesn't look it. Yeah.
Do you want to describe how we actually how we identify where to drill the cranial?
Yeah, so we can put a patient that is considering this implant into an fMRI, so a functional magnetic resonance imaging machine, and ask them to imagine hand movements that, because of the spinal cord injury don't happen. But just imagining those hand movements causes these areas of the brain to light up in the fMRI scanner. And so we have a pretty good idea, based in fact, for each individual participant, which part of their brain is going to respond to imagined movements of the hand. And so we can map those imagined movements,
Say it again,
much
breathing.
as we all do when moving a mouse, to controlling a cursor on a screen even without the use of a mouse.
Do you think you can catch better
But,
or
I
run
think it's
faster
kind of an
than
important
this?
point
What are you
that,
talking about?
Like, it's not like the part of your brain that controls your hand might be anywhere in the cortex. This is not the case. It's going to be in a very specific region, and it's going to be
It's
extremely common.
It's
precision is key.
on the Neuralink website.
The left-handed, right-handed thing, in my mind, if you're right-handed,
This
you
is
want
the-
the
this
device
is
on
the
the
game.
left side.
Yeah.
And you punch your left side hand, that's your dominant.
Yeah, the left side of your brain controls the right side of your body.
Yeah, everything's
I could have done better. I didn't know that it
One
started.
of the risk mitigations
So it was a
we're
little
looking at
late.
in the future is that the implant has a certain size. The depth of the bottom of the implant is actually thinner than the average human skull.
Teamsters says
So
it still
what
vehemently
we want to be able
opposes
to
the
do is
Kroger-Albertsons merger.
size of the
Tickers
gap under the
KR
implant
and
to give
DCI.
the
Nice try.
threads that travel from the implant into the brain as
I'll
much
do-
slack as possible.
There needs to be like a dark
We
mode
didn't
on this thing.
do this in
It's-
the first participant. We didn't want to manipulate any of their tissue that we didn't absolutely have to. In upcoming implants, our plan is to
trying to
sort of sculpt the surface of the skull very intentionally to minimize the gap under the implant, such that the bottom of the implant travels perfectly flush with the normal contour of the inner side of the skull. That will put the implant closer to the brain. It will eliminate some of the tension on the threads.
There's
and we
missing
think it will
matter.
reduce
That's what I
some of
wanna
the
know.
tendency of threads to retract brain.
And we actually built a tool to do.
Yeah, this is a very important detail. You really want the inner contour of the skull to be flush, so that the implant there's no the brain doesn't want to pucker up into the gap. That's
feeling good on this
really
one,
quite
boys.
a big deal. So it's like minimizing the air pocket and the implant being flush with the inside contour of the skull are two very important improvements.
The additional benefit here is
concentration.
That, you do see some amount of stick up, what we call stick up, so you minor bump in the head,
yeah,
but
we're
this actually
crushing last
eliminates
rush-
it even further.
last
Yeah, I mean, it's like
Crushing
really our goal is that if you run your hand over the top of the skull, you don't feel any bump, you don't feel any device. And that even if someone was bald, you wouldn't really even notice it.
12-10.
And then from
12-10.
the inner contour of the skull, the brain, from a physical standpoint, doesn't really notice that there's a divot in the skull because there's no divot.
Okay, another aspect of the human brain that obviously differs from any of the animals that we tested in is that the human brain is a lot bigger, and so you may not realize that that means the human brain moves quite a bit more than any of these other smaller brained creatures. So when we open the skull, we see the brain travel toward and away from the robot about 3 millimeters in total as the heart beats and the breathing takes place. And so that movement, it adds a small challenge for the robot in precisely choosing a depth to insert each thread. It's not an enormous challenge, and we've already upgraded the robot's capabilities to be able to even more precisely target depth in even a very rapidly moving brain with a high amplitude of movement. You may think the most obvious mitigation for threads that pulled out of the brain is to insert them deeper. We think so too. And so we're going to broaden the range of depths at which we insert threads. So, for the very first participant, we had an enormous amount of data from our animal work, and we had very highly optimized our insertion depth to maximize the crossing of the layers of interest in the cortex with the electrodes that we're recording from. Now that we know retraction is a possibility, we're going to insert at a variety of depths that even in several cases of differing amounts of retracting threads, we're going to have electrodes at the proper depth. And with the deepest threads, be able to track how much retraction has occurred across the surface of the brain. From each thread. And so we're going to both have more threads in the right layer and have better data on how much retraction has occurred.
If you're a BCI nerd, you might know that being able to control individual Z depth per thread is not something that most neural interface devices offer. Most neural interface devices are kind of a static, fixed rigid array that you push in and all the electrodes are on depth.
Right.
To be able to do this is actually a pretty novel part of the robot sort of system.
Yeah, the historical approach is to actually pound in a sort of bed of nails with an air hammer into the brain.
It looks crazy. That is just with a pneumatic hammer. This is, it sounds somewhat barbaric. This is not what we do, but this is what's been done before. Is literally just hammering in what looks like a bed of nails into the brain, which actually works. It's astonishing that it actually works at all. But,
I mean, some people like manual, like DBS probes, you're just sticking in by hand. Like neurosurgeons just guiding them in.
So those are several orders of magnitude more volume of brain tissue that you're destroying compared to what we're doing.
But that deep brain stimulation stuff does actually work. It actually helps people a lot.
Yeah.
Hundreds of thousands.
Yeah.
That's a great product.
Yeah. But I mean, I think we'll be able to do a much more finessed version of that down the road. I mean, it's really difficult. Like the Neuralink device is something that really absolutely minimizes damage to the brain, absolutely minimizes the load on the patient, and the goal is to allow someone to live a completely normal life. You won't even notice that someone even has the device. So, like I said, restoring the ability to control your computer and phone, that's our telepathy, and then next device being able to allow people to see that could not see before. And in fact, you could allow people to see, kind of like Geordi LaForge in Star Trek, in whatever
infrared.
Yeah, infrared, ultraviolet, radar. So I think another way of saying it is that we want to give people superpowers. So it's not just that we're restoring your prior brain functionality, but that you actually have functionality far greater than a normal human. That's a super big deal.
And I also think, oftentimes the questions that we get a lot is, why do you have to actually go into the brain? What if you place it on the surface or outside the skull? Basically, the long story short, the physics of how it works, you really need to get the sensors, which are these placing in the brain next to the source, which is neuron, as close to it as possible. Otherwise, what you get is you get a population response, and not be able to kind of do the level of controls that we believe.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a good sort of analogy would be like if you're trying to understand what goes on in a factory, you kind of need to go into the factory. You can't just put a stethoscope on the wall and try to figure out what's going on. Like anything on the outside of the trying to read things from the outside is like putting a stethoscope on the wall of a factory, trying to understand what's going on in the factory. It's not going to be effective.
Gotta be in the
You got to be the threads are got to be in there. But I just want to emphasize again, like the goal is to give people superpowers, not just to restore prior functionality. So I think that's very exciting, and I think that should give hope to a lot of people in the world that the future is going to be exciting and inspiring, and the technology is going to give them superpowers. I mean, that's amazing. So yeah. I guess.
Keep these off.
Yeah, and can you multitask with it? Yeah, in fact, if you look at Nolan's streaming, and you can just check out Nolan's streams on the X platform. He's multitasking all the time, so he's playing video games while talking and
listening to podcasts.
Listening to podcasts.
Whistling.
Yeah, exactly. So it's really just like if you're using your hands and you can be playing a video game while talking. So
I mean, don't take our word for it. They just go watch. I mean,
yeah.
He's out there on the internet doing his thing.
Yeah, exactly. So can you do keyboard shortcuts, or is it just the mouse?
Yeah, that's actually what we're working on right now. I'm gonna go.
Sure. So currently he's working with the mouse, but we are also exploring decoding more dimensions outside from the neural activity, multiple clicks, so to do shortcuts or just able to control more games, like control full games with an Xbox controller. But also in the future we plan to expand to decode text, not just the mouse control, but also allow our participant to type much faster. And
actually, so maybe going back to the discussion of thread retraction, one of the very exciting parts to me about this story is that we're able to do so much with 15% of channels. When you have more channels, what that actually offers you is not just faster mouse control, because in the motor cortex, neurons don't all represent the same thing. So if you're trying to understand like what an individual finger is trying to do, you might or might not have an electrode next to it. And the more channels you have in the brain, the higher likelihood you have representation or decodability of all fingers on the hand. And so if you're trying to do something like output text at a fast rate, which is something that matters a lot for people who are completely locked in, who cannot speak at all, who are trying to just say I love you to a loved one in their family, or ask for a glass of water or a scratch or whatever, being able to type at a fast rate is extremely important. And the more fingers you have access to, the higher probability you can do that efficiently. And so yeah, I'm super excited about how high the ceiling is that we can get to as we resolve this thread retraction issue.
Yeah, I mean, we're currently at approximately 10 bits per second peak rate.
Good Palantir PLTR, sure seeing increased activity, new highs.
And I think
An unusual activity noted in this week's 2850 calls for Palantir.
Many years from now, I think gigabit level is possible.
Jeez.
So that's,
gigabit
that's
level
pretty
to the
astonishing.
brain.
This is still version 1 of our device. As we mentioned, it's version 1 with only 15% of the threads working. The current device has 64 threads with 16 electrodes on each thread. Our next device has 128 threads with 8 electrodes per thread. Because as we get more confident about where exactly to place the electrode, the thread, you need fewer electrodes per thread. So we can essentially, with the current device, without substantial changes, potentially double the bandwidth if we are accurate with the placement of the threads. And then our next generation device will have maybe
even more channels.
Yeah. So
3,000 and bigger.
Yeah. So next device we're aiming for
1080p,
3,000 channels.
So 2K is zero difference. That is incorrect, man. One of the biggest upgrades I've ever witnessed is going from 1080p to 1440.
And what kind of bandwidth?
Which is 2K.
So
right.
I think it won't be
humongous upgrade.
It won't be all that long before someone with a Neuralink device can communicate faster than someone who has a fully functional body. And yeah, so I think faster than the fastest speed
And
type
then the next
install
big
engineer.
upgrade, the bigger of the two upgrades, yeah.
Figure
If you
HubSpot,
literally won't be able
HUBS,
to
sure is
speak
selling
faster
off.
Then someone can communicate with a Neuralink telepathy device.
This.
Ticker Salesforce
Maybe
shares
very
Spike
interesting
Unite
part
with
of it is
activity.
We currently connect to
Note Google's deal interest said to have reached detailed talks.
As soon as we will have a much broader bandwidth, we need
That's
to think about new
CrowdStrike,
ways to actually build the
Salesforce,
interface for the
CRM.
devices. This is something
Google
that
is said to have to shelve interest in HubSpot.
Yeah, no, that's a good point, because the current input devices are centered around human hands.
Yeah.
So it's like we've got these little meat sticks that we move, and
Shares of
there's a
HubSpot,
certain rate at which you can move your
HUBS,
moving
falling
fingers
sharply
and-
here
and
on a
so we've got, like, the
report
mouse
that
and keyboard
Alphabet
and
has
the
reportedly
joystick
shelved its
control,
interest
Xbox
in the
controllers,
company,
something like that.
and the deal
But you
interest
really
did
don't
not
need
reach
that-
detailed talks.
You can
ticker
actually
HUBS.
You don't need, since you're no longer, if you're not trying to use your hands, you actually don't need those conventional.
Ticker GitLab, GTLB also
control
seen a spike in
mechanisms.
activity, new highs, Golf Tango, Lima Bravo.
So this is why, like, ultimately, I think you'll be able to do conceptual telepathy, like where you can communicate entire concepts uncompressed to someone else in Neuralink or to the computer.
Even today, we have some problems here where, like, if you don't feel the mouse clicking under your finger, how do you know it actually happened? Because you're seeing it on the screen, but you don't actually feel the mouse click. You don't have the proprioceptive feedback of the keys under your
IVP
fingers
still
or
going.
the trackpad under your. So there's all sorts of interesting UX challenges of how to actually give the user some sense of
Ticker
what the
HubSpot
decoder's
shares
actually doing,
continuing to sell
or
off,
what the
new
dynamic's
lows.
actually doing when they're trying to use.
So
Shares of
wireless.
Salesforce, ticker CRM, now spiking sharply.
Yeah, it's Bluetooth. Just a Bluetooth connection, just like how your normal Apple mouse or like Apple Magic Keyboard
Wow,
connects
get
to your
wrecked,
computer.
dude.
Same exact thing. In fact, we can basically have this exposed as an HID interface if we want. HID is just the name of the protocol for like sending bits from a mouse into a computer. I can plug into basically anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think we chose that interface because it's ubiquitous.
Yeah.
Basically, any devices have Bluetooth capabilities. Our long-term goal is to actually have our own protocol, that is safe and secure.
Shares of
For
GitLab
now,
also
we've
getting a
chosen it
pop,
for
ticker
people.
GTLB, following that report that
The question is,
Google
can a
has
Neuralink chip
shelved this
repair
interest in
paralysis the long
HubSpot.
term? We can't do that right now. We have done
No, up
sort
that's
of
interest in
preliminary work
Salesforce.
implanting a second Neuralink in the spinal cord, and we can restore naturalistic looking hand and leg movements in animal models. But this isn't something that is, don't hold your breath waiting for it. It's going to be a while. We've got a lot of work to do. But yes, there's no reason in theory that we can't repair paralysis.
Damn.
I mean, essentially, there's no physics barrier to fully solving paralysis. That is perhaps a way to say it. That you've got signals coming from your motor cortex that if they are transferred past the point where the nerves are damaged, essentially it's basically a communications bridge. So you bridge the communications from the motor cortex past the point.
What do I invest in Neuralink?
Where the
Who's
nerves are
got
damaged.
Neuralink investment
It is
fund has that?
possible from a physics
On
standpoint.
ticker
to restore
HUBS,
full
Hotel
body
Uniform
functionality.
Bravo Sandy shares attempting
From
a
physics standpoint.
downside
It's a very
halt.
hard technical problem.
Shares halted
but
HUBS.
there is nothing that prevents it happening from a physics standpoint. So in
Shares of
terms next
HubSpot,
phase
ticker
rollout,
CB,
well,
halted on a circuit
we
breaker.
really want to
Ticker
make sure
HUBS,
that,
halted on a
we make
circuit
as much
breaker.
progress as possible between each Neuralink patient. So we're only
Dude,
just moving
there's
now
no-
to our second
how would that-
Neuralink patient.
How would Google buy
But we hope to have
Salesforce?
if things go well, high single digits this year.
And we're talking
and,
right now. It's a
I don't know,
$245 billion
this is
market
somewhat
cap.
dependent on regulatory
They're just
approval,
going to drop that kind of
and
change.
how much technical progress we make, but within a few years,
Doesn't sound
hopefully
right.
thousands.
Yeah, and I think one thing that is important to highlight is that it's not that we built only one device and one surgery. We've done
talking
hundreds of
bullshit
surgery.
here?
We built thousands and thousands of devices, even for just the ability to unearth any sort of low frequency failure mode. So we have already been investing very heavily in infrastructure to be able to scale this thing on the device manufacturing side,
I bet you
as
this
well
is
as on the surgery
bullshit.
side of things. We want to be able to help as many people as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
We go through obviously the appropriate hurdles
Right.
that are regulatory challenges and proving out the device with
Yeah, and the device implantation really needs to become almost entirely, if not entirely, automatic. In the same way that, say, LASIK eye surgery is done, you don't have an ophthalmologist with a laser cutter by hand. That would be crazy. But the ophthalmologist oversees the LASIK machine and makes sure that the settings are correct, and then the machine does everything and restores your eyesight. It's really remarkable how many people have had their eyesight restored with LASIK, and I think there's another one called Smile. They keep making it better. We need to have something similar for a Neuralink implantation, so that you basically sit down and whatever whatever kind of upgrades or brain fixes are needed, that's reviewed by a medical expert. Obviously, we want to make sure that is reviewed correctly, but it really needs to be automatic. So you sit down, and within 10 minutes, you have a Neuralink device installed. Very, very fast. I mean, it's very sort of cyberpunk, Deus Ex, if you played those games.
When will Neuralink start to interface with other devices like wheelchair? It's a great question. We
Supposedly Google's no longer interested in buying them.
controlling computers.
That's why it's dropping.
Unlock independence in the virtual world. Of course, our plan is, as we mentioned earlier, robotic
there's no
arm and
way
a
they're
wheelchair
interested
to
in buying
unlock independence in the physical world.
Salesforce.
This, of course, add additional risk if you make mistakes with your computer. There's some
Yeah.
additional risks to that, but we are working with the FDA to allow us to do really quite some.
Well, it seems like if the wheelchair has an
app.
Well, the wheelchair just needs to have an interface.
It does, yeah.
It does have
So
an app.
if the wheelchair has a Bluetooth interface, you could just Bluetooth interface to the wheelchair.
Yeah.
And that's probably something we should do.
We're working on
it.
Pretty soon. Yeah,
It's really
okay.
a matter of paperwork of showing that you can do it safely. You don't want to drive off a cliff.
Well, I think we can limit the speed.
Yeah, yeah,
so it doesn't go careening off into disaster.
Yes,
But so just make it go slowly at first. But yeah, so being able to sort of, really the Neuralink device just should work generally for anything that's got a Bluetooth interface.
including potentially an Optimus.
Yes. Yeah, yes, you could communicate with Optimus. Yep, absolutely. Optimus will. Well, you'll also be able to talk to Optimus, but like.
Why not just beam it?
But you could just instead of talking, you could just beam it directly. Or if someone has lost the use of speech, then they can still communicate to an Optimus. They can communicate telepathically to Optimus.
This QURE
by
is still
Bluetooth.
hanging out up here.
And so even if someone has completely lost the ability to speak, they could still control Optimus or their computer or phone.
I mean, also, like, if you have an Optimus and you have a Neuralink, you can just directly map the brain signal to control of the physical arm of the robot. And that's a very meaningful thing. Like, if folks that have spinal cord injury, one of the biggest requests is to be able to scratch yourself. It's something that quite annoying, actually. And if you have a scratch on your face, you can't fall asleep until you scratch it. It's very convenient to be able to move something physically towards you to be able to scratch. Similar things like eating food. If you need somebody to feed you, it's very hard to have dinner with friends in a way that is sort of a normal social experience. And so if you can feed yourself, pick up a fork and actually eat a piece of chicken on your own, that's a big deal. It prevents and saves a lot of interactions with caregivers and other people in your life that you rely on to take care of you. It really increases your.
I think an exciting possibility long term also is to say, if you take parts of the Optimus humanoid robot and you combine that with a Neuralink, let's say somebody has lost their arms or legs, we could actually attach an Optimus arm or Optimus legs and do a Neuralink implant so that the motor commands from your brain that would go to your biological arms now go to your robot arms or robot legs. And again, you'd have basically cybernetic superpowers.
Actually, so the latency from the Neuralink to your hand would probably be slightly faster than it is just to go to your physical hand. Mm-hmm. So you can imagine, like, if you're a piano player or
see what I'm saying?
Anything
The
that
gaming
requires
stuff.
extremely fast hand movement, you could actually have a pretty imbalanced right-hand robotic arm control versus left-hand physical arm control.
Be able to click faster.
Yeah, like I said, it's just kind of a cyberpunk Deus Ex
in a future where you have cybernetic upgrades that are actually better than your biological limbs. And it's certainly we'll have a much, as particularly as we expand to a large number of customers or patients for Neuralink, the understanding of the brain will improve dramatically because
Shares of
really,
HubSpot, ticker
there
HUBS,
isn't a
resumed trading,
fine-grained
now
perception
down
of the brain today because
14.9%.
there's just
The stock is
sensors on chip.
continuing
You've got
lower following
fMRI,
that
which is
report, suggesting
pretty good, but
Alphabet
it's
has
still
shelved
not
its
gonna
interest in
got
the
in
company.
Hub so
Ticker
early.
HUBS, shares now down
Yeah, I think
15%.
this is underappreciated as a research tool to move that whole effort forward of really knowing, what the physical substance of human thought is. We don't know to the degree that we need to. So Neuralink is actually a very powerful research tool.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can ultimately understand and fix quite severe psychosis, or like if somebody's got if somebody's got like a
delusion that they have a chip in their brain.
Yeah, I was wondering if you're going to mention that one. We just want to be clear: there's only one person with a Neuralink chip in their brain. So for people out there who think we've put a chip in their brain, we'd like to assure you, for what it's worth, you probably won't believe us, but we did not put a chip in your brain, okay? So there's actually a remarkable number of people who think we have put a chip in their brain, but we have not. But in the future,
was it
if
a
you would like
blind
us to put a
study they
chip in
did?
your brain, which will perhaps help
Here we
with
go.
the
Here we
issue
go.
of thinking that you have
Come
a
on,
chip in your
baby.
brain, then we will be able to do so. So
Come on, give me that
there are
50.
people that have severe
Did you hit it?
schizophrenia. They've got
You didn't hit it yet.
basically things that
Hit it and quit it.
Their brain is malfunctioning in some way, and this is actually due to really like physical circuitry issues. You can think of the brain as like really it's a biological computer, and if some of the circuits are crossed, it's gonna it's gonna crash, or it's gonna have issues that cause it to not work. But with a Neuralink device, we can fix those issues and give someone who I think has, say, severe schizophrenia or psychosis of some kind, allow them to live a normal life. I think that is one of the likely things in the future. So, yeah, I mean, yeah. You can certainly imagine, like, I'm sure people have, like, parents, grandparents who've, have memory that's not working as well as it used to be.
51.
Sometimes they forget who their grandchildren are or what day it is. And
What
this
if he
is
said
something that
Biden?
a Neuralink device could help fix.
I mean, that's actually one of the
Shots
personal
fired.
reason. In many ways, like forms of, like you're literally losing and then part of your identity.
Yeah.
Which is a very, very.
Yeah. And it's really it's a glitch in the biological computer that is a fixable glitch. It's like a
We're gonna go through this. People scared of 5,000 shares all of a sudden.
How does the device charge, and how long does the charge last? Yeah, so the current version that Nolan has, it lasts between 4 to 5 hours on a single charge, and it takes about 45 minutes to charge. One thing we've learned from Nolan is that that's actually one of the main limiters for him using it more. It's actually pretty hard to use a product more than like 70 hours a week.
But that's about what he has used it for in some weeks?
Yeah, 70 hours in a week, yeah. I mean,
yeah.
just for context, like you sleep roughly 8 hours a night, so that's, we're doing better than the bed. Like the bed is 56 hours a week of use, roughly. And so 70 hours a week of use is, I challenge you to think about products that you've actually used for that duration.
But that's, again, some of these points are worth like emphasizing again, like that Nolan, our first Neuralink recipient, has used the Neuralink device for 70 hours in a week, which is incredible.
You probably won't enjoy that I'm sharing his computer use publicly, but
well, I mean,
I assure you it's for productive things only. No.
Oh,
actually, one of the things we learned
jeez.
is that in the next version of the device, we really increase that battery life, and so I think DJ, the next version is going to be double.
Actually
double.
Without increasing the charge.
Correct. Yeah. Same charging time, double the battery life, meaning you should get roughly 8 hours of use.
And the goal is to actually get to all day use. So you can just charge, maybe in your
Putting
sleep,
his
or sleeping
frickin'
pillow.
Exactly. As soon as
Pouring
you've got
use
like
on
16
blast
hours of
here.
usage, then you basically have 24 hours of usage because it can charge while you're sleeping.
One other thing that's important, I think, to call out here is if you're paralyzed, you can't, put the charger over your head yourself. And so it's important to think about, like, it's not just a duration of battery use, but also can you recharge it yourself independently? So we spend a lot of time thinking about how to make that feasible, because then that means that you can, and this is what Nolan does, you can use the device, charge it, use the device, charge it, use the device without needing anybody to come in and sort of help you with that, which is a big deal if you're trying to play Civ until 5 a.m. at night when your family's asleep.
And the way in which he does that is that there is a charger coil that's a bigger, about this big, and we actually put it in the sleeve of a hat,
A little beanie.
or a beanie, and then he wears it and then says with the voice command, charge.
Charger Energize. That's the one he likes.
Oh, it's gonna go now. As soon as I got out.
How would writing work? The current device that Nolan has is reading. So it's trying to read his essentially like wrist movement from one hand. That's also worth pointing out. Like in the future, like it would be pretty cool to give Nolan a second implant that would allow the other hand to be used and also have higher, obviously higher active electrode count. So then you could essentially play games two-handed, because that's normally how you play games. But then with writing, it's really just it's an electrical impulse. Instead of like reading electrical impulses from the neurons, you issue an electrical impulse, which is obviously critical for vision. So vision is writing, which is just triggering an electrical impulse in the vision part of the brain, and that like activates a pixel. So we actually do have this working in monkeys, and we've had it working with monkeys for a while now. Where you can sort of flash a pixel and then you watch where the monkey. Obviously, the monkey's like, the monkey's a little surprised to see like, hey, there's a flash here and a flash there, but it gets used to it after a while. But it just you can see that the pixel is in the right location because the monkey's eyes will dart to that location.
It's not on the screen, right? There's no pixel on the screen.
There's no pixel on the screen.
Pixel in the brain.
Yeah.
Just like. Yeah.
You just verify that you're triggering a pixel in the right part of the brain. So. The initial resolution for vision will be
crazy, huh?
relatively low, sort of Atari graphics type of thing. But over time, it could potentially be better than normal vision.
And then I guess in terms of some additional applications,
Better than normal vision. Let's go.
The brain can be useful is motor applications. As Bliss mentioned, there is feedback.
Feedback,
right? There's a proprioceptive feedback. There's a tactile feedback.
Especially for a robot arm, like if you're trying to grasp a cup, you need to know you got it.
Let's take a Warner Brothers WBD shares seeing a spike in activity. Note the headline: NBA agreements will extend for 11 seasons and be worth $76 billion. Coming from The Athletic.
There's a somatosensory cortex that's right adjacent to motor cortex that could be motor movements.
How much?
So.
Ticker NVVE, November Victor Echo. No patent circulations on the name, NVVE.
We don't see any signs of neural damage, but I guess we have seen some rebound on some of the electrodes, right?
Correct, and then also, I guess brain is very plastic.
So it's not that plastic.
Well, it does diminish quite a bit after age 10. 20?
Throughout
This could
childhood.
move after hours, huh?
Especially when you get to age about 25, brain really done cooking.
Yeah.
But there is a little bit of damage done with each insertion, but it's a minuscule amount compared to anything else out there, and so it's an easy amount of damage to recover from, and it's really only detectable on cutting pieces of the brain after the animal is no longer alive and looking at them under a microscope. You can't really tell during life that there's been any brain.
Good. Another way to interpret this question: have you found any changes in neural growth after the device is inserted? One way to interpret that is like the user learning how to use the device, and I think on that side of things, there's been tremendous progress. He's put in hundreds of hours trying to figure out the best way to use this device, because he really thinks that, if he can figure this out, he can help share this knowledge. I mean, he's like on Friday night at 8 p.m., he's starting a session of figuring out himself how to push his own performance to the next level. And that's really a unique learning process, because there's not many people in the world that have had the experience of moving something with your brain. And so there's a lot of nuance to okay, how exactly should I imagine or attempt to move my wrist to get the thing to move? Yeah, he's really dialed that into a.
Also, just the sheer number of hours that he's
Yeah,
used,
it's insane.
even in the past 6 months, right?
Yeah.
In many ways, he's using it in his travel, in his plane ride. Effectively, PCI has left the lab.
Yeah. I mean, one of the questions is how close we're converting thoughts into text. I mean, right now it's more about moving cursor on the screen on a virtual keyboard.
We'll take our RGTI, sure seeing a spike in activity, notes up positive tweet mentions from Citron Research, Romeo Golf Tango India.
I'm able to type hello world today directly from the brain, but we're still in the early days of making that a polished experience.
I mean, the other things that we're looking at is sign language, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it is a movement of a hand
Yeah.
into
Right.
words.
Yeah, that's true.
Was the brain trying to
Quantum
naturally push
computer
the
story is
threads out?
gaining
This
momentum and will
is
be
sort of
the
a
second
universal
iteration
feature
of
any
AI.
implant
This
in the body.
presentation
Body
today from
tries
the
to
Ticker QBTS, Quebec Bravo Tango Sandy, shares also seen a spike in activity.
To fight that.
Rigetti Computing,
So
ticker
with artificial hip,
RGTI, shares
presentation
popping
from the
here following
CEO
the
is beyond
mention from
compelling.
Citron
RGTI
Research.
is partnering with
Compatible
NVIDIA to solve the
materials and
challenges of
techniques to,
quantum.
Fix those implants in the body. I mean, past a certain age, it's getting hard to find someone without some kind of implant, a knee, hip, some kind of screws in their spine. And so we've got this problem pretty well solved.
I ticker IONQ also seeing a
So
bump in
to answer your question,
activity,
yes,
India,
the
Oscar,
body is
November,
trying to
Quebec.
get rid of any implant, but we can ensure that basically can't.
Also
also
popping
worth
new
highlighting that
holding,
the
ticker
threads have not actually
NVVE, shares up
in the past
15% after the
5
company
months.
announced a
There's
notice of
some
allowance
still
for a
minor
U.S.
movements in
patent
terms of, like, someone
application,
maybe getting pushed
ticker
in a little bit, pushed up a
NVVE.
little bit, but it's more or less very stable and been stable for months. And the reason for that is, once you
Shares
do,
of Rigetti Computing, ticker
a brain surgery,
RGTI, now up
it takes some time
20%,
for the tissues to
following
come
a
in
positive
and
tweet
then
from Citron
the
Research.
tissue or the neomembrane to actually come in and then anchor the threads in place. And once that happens, everything has been stable and haven't seen much movement.
That's where the world record performance starts to come in.
Yeah, that was a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, the threads, it is important that the threads be extremely tiny. If they're extremely tiny, then the brain does not, the smaller they are, the less likely the brain is to react to them. So that's why you want the threads to be extremely tiny and also to minimize any damage to neurons.
By the way, on that note, we do plan to actually share some of the the tissue response in detail in some of the later upcoming updates.
Yeah. It is quite a challenging, it's challenging on many fronts to do something like this because you're trying to read and write electrical signals, but you need to have, the threads themselves need to be electrically isolated and not subject to corrosion in the body. So like just metal by itself is somewhat subject to corrosion or being attacked. So it's like in terms of the various coatings and things to actually make this electrode work while not actually eroding its performance over time is very difficult.
Human body is a very, very harsh environment.
Very harsh environment.
It's a bag of salt water with bad sensors that's elevated temperature that is well regulated. I mean, I'm sure people have experienced dropping their electronic devices in a seawater and in an instant.
Yeah. So we better sort of wrap this up soon. I don't know if there's like a few last questions. Yes. So a good question. So what about upgrades? So yeah, we do think it's going to be important to be able to upgrade the device over time, just like you wouldn't want like an iPhone 1 stuck in your brain forever. If you've got an iPhone 15, you probably want the iPhone 15, not the iPhone 1. I think people over time will be able to upgrade their Neuralink. So we'll take the Neuralink device out and put a new one in. We have done this with some of our animals, and they've actually, in one case we did it with, we upgraded a device 3 times and was it with a pig
We did it with a monkey as well.
Oh,
And he's,
yeah,
able, he's
okay.
able to do BCI.
Yeah, so, and he's doing fine.
Yeah, Pager has the
Pager.
latest implant.
Yeah.
Actually, he hit it.
Rodent test. Calling it. Good day. Oh, friggin' nice, Looney. Anyway, we all should use. No problem. Don't spend 1,000. I'm gonna spend some though. I've got so many things I need to buy that I don't reward myself unless I do well. The problem is I have all these things that I've prevented myself from buying recently, and now that I'm peaking over 50K, I feel like I blue balled myself in spending, and it's just about to explode, and it's not gonna be pretty. So, you guys are awesome. Thanks for all the new follows today. Limitless, Native, I Am Bedroom, RXS, Meister, Lazy Bucks, all you and all the ones mentioned before. Thank you. Thank you for the gifted subs and bits and funsies. We'll be back at it tomorrow, bright and early, no doubt. See you guys tomorrow. Peace out.